crazy times. Fuck, dude. Do I switch us to politics? Yesterday was actually so nice. It was so chill. So, fuck. Oh. All right, what's going on in the world? What should we start with? Okay. Oh fuck, you guys can't see this yet, can you? I mean, this is gonna be a bit of a. I mean, I have a general plan. Oh my god. Never mind, I know what we're starting with. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. We'll start. Oh, God. Starting off with Pierce Morgan is. It's probably a good way to get energized, very least. Oh, ooh. Or we could do Cash Patel. Actually, let's. God,
Did anyone
Newsmax.
in the crowd?
God, you thought you thought watching Fox News was infuriating? Man, I don't think I've ever watched anything from Newsmax, so this is a journey we'll be going on together. And I know you're looking forward to it as much as I am, which is none. Not at all. 0%. Or maybe you're insane. And just want to watch shit burn. God, there's should we start with Fox? Because I know is it House, Senate Republicans are having a hissy fit about not the Democrats that didn't vote for Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day to be like a federally recognized day? Maybe? Okay, let's just throw this up for funsies. I don't know if we'll start here. Let's start with Pierce Morgan while we still have some energy.
These people have Charlie Kirk's blood on their hands. I don't believe there's any reforming these people. I don't believe there's any shaming these people. I think these people need to be defeated.
You've posted some messages about Charlie Kirk on your Instagram, and you're laughing.
If he had spent a modicum of his time focusing on the white youth, that perhaps he would still be with.
Oh my god. This is certainly a panel.
us today.
Charlie was a friend, a mentor of mine. To sit here today and listen to the discussions, I mean, I am just like in total disbelief.
I've been told all week he would have hated someone like you. No, he would have respected me because I'm my own person and I know how to have my own thoughts.
Oh, I can't even go to the grocery store alone anymore. I can't even walk my dog without a gun.
President Trump is in the UK for an historic second state visit. The world's most famous royal family is hosting the world's most famous president for a trip that was supposed to be about diplomacy and unity, but they're not really words anyone's using right now. It's 1 week since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. His alleged killer, Tyler Robinson, had no reaction as he learned he could now face the firing squad.
For the court's information, we did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty.
Well, prosecutors have released chilling text messages which appear to show that Robinson confessed to the murder to his transgender roommate and boyfriend. I had enough of this hatred, Robinson said. Some hate can't be negotiated out. Oh, everything we know about Robinson so far, from his family's evidence to the messages scrawled on bullets, point to a screamingly obvious motive. But with each new revelation, many legacy media pundits have sought to minimise.
Also, in other news, my biggest reach now is in fucking cat videos that I make with a bot. More followers than I have on Twitch, more subscribers on any of my YouTube channels. Oh, actually, TikTok is still my biggest outreach. But yeah, fucking top clip town. It's really making its way. I know, right? Legacy media pundits, Pierce, brother.
Is their relevance?
Christ.
It's not really helpful for the tone and tenor of the radicalization of our country right now. We've seen time and time again over the last year how people of the trans community have been blamed for a whole host of things. And so I think that putting that out there, and if you look online like I do, you see a lot of people picking that up on the far right. They're looking to demonize and blame trans people. It's not helpful.
Just to be clear, I mean, just law enforcement people, I don't think we know the meaning of his message. We know his history.
Bella Ciao is an anti-fascist thing. It says fascists catch this.
Then I'll give you his
history.
Then I'll give you his history, right? Think about his history. His history, but this is not the
Why are we debating that? This is what I'm
that's why I
talking
wanted
about.
to tell you. This was my point, not
understanding.
yours. This was my point, not yours. The point is,
Are the letters too small when I put the crossword like this? I don't know if there's something I can do about that.
cares.
A kid. This is probably his first real relationship, and somebody was disparaging the person that he loved.
Hell no.
He sat on that building for 30 minutes before he took the shot. Why did he wait until the first word trans came up? Then he took the shot.
You think he heard it? He could hear it?
I think he could hear it. I think he also, I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally.
What? The hypocrisy is a...
Wait. No, that's... I feel like that's a fair, like, postulation? Like, it might not have been directly political. Might have been in, like, a single issue for their trans partner? I don't feel like that's the most unreasonable thing. Am I way off on that?
I think he could hear it. I think he also, I don't believe he was motivated politically. I think this was motivated emotionally.
What? The hypocrisy is astounding. For what it's worth, I don't think tying these tragedies to party politics is particularly helpful. The common theme is deeply disturbed people who spend too much time on the dark corners of the internet and have no purpose in life. But if a liberal star had been gunned down by a Christian family values assassin from the right, how many of these people who would now be yelling, "Who cares?" And didn't President Biden hold a national address to say MAGA Republicans were the nation's greatest danger? If you care about motives, it works both ways. And on the subject of dishonesty and hypocrisy, the Attorney General Pam Bondi is facing a bipartisan backlash.
Oh my God, we're bringing this picture up? Yeah, sending the National Guard into cities, that's not fascistic. Have you seen this picture of Joe Biden? Like, calm the fuck off.
Saying this.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
There is no First Amendment. Why am I telling this to the American Attorney General? There is no First Amendment exception for hate speech, as many guests have reminded me on the show since we launched. You can and should be repulsed by the people mocking Charlie Kirk and his grieving family. But the organised witch hunt, searching for reasons to hound them out of their jobs, feels a little bit too close to the cancel culture that the right, quite rightly, have always tried to resist. Let's not forget that Charlie Kirk died fighting that kind of culture. Well, joining me now is the host of the Megyn Kelly Show, Megyn Kelly. Megyn, great to have you on our set. So I just want to start by saying how sorry I am to you on a personal level for the loss of Charlie.
By the way, this demon was the one that propagated the trans bullets idea or thing. They might be really political by it. Wait, what? Huh?
Charlie Kirk, because I watched you on the day it happened. I saw how emotional you were. I saw how much this had personally affected you, and it really moved me. And so, just on a human level, I'm really sorry for you and your loss at losing your friend. Just turning to the reaction, though, so many parts of this really concern me.
Are you?
Obviously, the killing
the
itself,
planet?
horrific, that someone should be shot dead for their opinions. The way that so many on the woke left, young people, so gleefully race to celebrate this on social media, joyously celebrating and reveling in this brutal murder of a young father. And then to watch the very liberal skewed mainstream media, you and I talked about this a lot, but look at the tortured ways they are trying so hard to avoid saying the obvious about this shooter and trying to find something, anything, to excuse what he did. All of it is grotesque.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for that, Piers. It was a devastating day, and unlike anything I've ever experienced or want to experience again. You know, Charlie and I weren't the kind of friends who were meeting for dinner, but I'd had him on my show over 15 times in the past year and a half. Like, I'd had him on tons of times. I'd been on his show tons of times. We did a bunch of Turning Point events together, and I spoke with him many times backstage. And so I felt like I knew him as a friend and knew what he stood for. Not to mention all the countless hours I've seen him on these college campuses and all the prep you do when somebody's coming on your show. So I do feel like I knew who he was. I really do. And he was total goodness. I mean, he was truly a happy warrior. The picture that's being painted of him by his detractors now bears no resemblance whatsoever to the man I knew. And they didn't. They didn't. Because I see the few who will bother to offer evidence of their views that he was this terrible guy, a racist.
Sorry, when people post quotes and videos, you guys also have a hissy... okay, whatever.
Have you?
I turned this off because I knew it would make me mad, and it's working.
It's helpful. I appreciate when they say why they thought that, because I'm familiar with almost all of the incidents that they used to batter Charlie, and they're fake. It's fake news. Charlie was honestly the most optimistic person in our movement. I mean, I was saying to Tucker last night, I say it to you too, I think the rest of us are way more cynical mofos than Charlie ever was. You know, we've been in the business a long time. We're pretty cynical. That's what happens to you when you're a news person. Charlie wasn't a news person. He was like a prophet in some ways, who was speaking the good word while using those biblical principles to try to persuade people over to his political worldview. And it gave him like an optimism and a happiness and a joy and a benevolent kindness in dealing with these kids on college campuses that, frankly, the rest of us have probably lost a long time ago. At least I certainly have. And that leads me to my point in response to your second point.
See, but not.
I don't believe there's any reforming these people. I don't believe there's any shaming these people. I don't believe reaching out across the aisle will do anything to improve things with these people. I think these people need to be defeated, and we need to move on from them. You know, I don't want anything bad to happen to them, but the answer, as far as I can see, is to grow our own ranks. That's it. We have to drown out their voices. We have to answer their voices with our own. We have to grow more conservatives and independents who are sane and
dude, this crossword is kicking my ass.
Would never back political violence. There's so many people I detest on the left. I mean, it's a long list, whose death I would never dream of celebrating. Never. There's only one right response when somebody gets assassinated or murdered, and it's, my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for their family and their friends. What is the world coming to? And so there's no convincing them they've made an error or that we should all get along and they shouldn't celebrate our deaths. We just have to keep saying all the things that we've been saying and say it louder and more compellingly and do it.
Again, find a single person in government or a large figure celebrating this
from fortified spaces so that we cannot be hurt while doing it.
Yeah, you know, even as we were still poring over the horrific fallout from Charlie's murder, you saw the scenes outside the courtroom for Luigi Mangione, right? Who, for some bizarre reason, you know, having walked up to a guy he didn't know, a health executive, and assassinated him in cold blood. For some reason, he's become a hero to these people on the woke left, to the extent that when the terrorism charges were dropped against him, they were all out here doing this, celebrating, dancing.
I feel like it's not just the left. I feel like that's more populist types that celebrate that. Yeah. be kind of hard-pressed to believe that there wasn't a large faction of the right that was also happy about this, because people are just generally pissed about healthcare.
In the streets. Like, this was a joyous moment to be alive. Uncensored is supported by OneSkin, a self-care business founded by scientists. Their patented OS1 peptide is scientifically proven to target aging at the cellular level. It's what powers their skin, and SunSkin Scalp Serum, OS1 Hair, is getting rave reviews, as you can read for yourself.
When I wake up in the morning, I know
and it's not
I
just
want
talk.
to look like Pierce
OneSkin scientists
Morgan.
did a clinical study showing that after 6 months, participants had significantly thicker and denser hair. If you're ready to give OS1 Hair a try, you can get 15% off your first 3-month supply with the code PEERS at oneskin.co.
I'm sorry, but these people have Charlie Kirk's blood on their hands. They 100% have Charlie Kirk's blood on their hands, because this is what you get. When you celebrate political violence, you get more of it. What do you think this shooter, Charlie's shooter, thought was going to happen to him? He thought that he would become a hero amongst certain pockets on the left. And he has. Just go on Blue Sky. And that foments more political violence. I mean, there should be universal condemnation. Universal.
It's like, oh, go on 4chan when someone on the fucking left dies. It's like, I don't know if you're gonna find people being like, wow, guys, this is really bad. Like, it's whatever. It's whatever.
Condemnation. Now the left is saying, oh, well, it's cancel culture to fire people who are celebrating Charlie's death. That's ridiculous.
That's definitionally cancel culture. And the problem isn't even the canceling, it's wielding the FCC as a tool to coerce was it ABC to fire him. Like, that's the fucked up part.
If you want to say you didn't believe Charlie was a good guy and you didn't believe in his messages, go for it. You shouldn't be fired from your job for that. But if you're celebrating the murder, the political assassination of anyone, you absolutely should be fired. Who in their right mind would continue employing you or want you to be around their clients or customers
do you know what?
or fellow employees?
It's really interesting, Megan, you say that. I just had that very conversation with my team here, right, when we were prepping for today's show. And I said, you know, I'd just done a podcast and I was like ruminating about how I'd responded to this. And I said, you know, to me, the line is very clear, which is that free speech doesn't cover incitement to violence or acts of violence or anything to do with actual violence. And I'll come to what J.K. Rowling has said today about speech being violent and how absurd that is because of what it leads to. But I said, you know, when it comes to free speech, though, it doesn't mean you're not accountable for things you then say, right?
That's right.
You can be protected from any legal ramifications against you by a government. That's why Pam Bondi was so insane to say what she said.
Correct.
Because she didn't seem to understand the law or the First Amendment. A little worrying with an attorney.
Yeah, J.K. Rowling, the free speech warrior who tried to get arrested and couldn't because her brain is broken. Christ almighty.
General, even if she's now tried to backtrack. But the reality is, if you're a doctor, a nurse, a professor at Harvard, if you're a teacher in a kindergarten school, whatever it may be, if you have a job like that and you are seen gleefully celebrating somebody's murder, then it is highly likely your employer will take a view that you are inappropriate for that position. And I said to my team, you know, if one of you said this, honestly, if one of you reveled publicly on social media in somebody's murder like this, I said, I wouldn't want you here. And we all kind of agreed. Nobody would want that person there. But that's not an infringement of your free speech rights in terms of a government coming after you or the law. It's just FCC. Accountability for what you say with employers.
To the choir here.
And frankly, let me put it one step further. As somebody who used to practice law for 10 years, if you had someone on your staff who openly celebrated a political assassination and made the point that murder can be good depending on its aims and its intent, and then
if you're like killing someone because they're trying to kill you, that again, killing someone generally is bad, but there are instances such as self-defense or like war where we it changes how we look at it. That is just true. Now, a political assassination obviously does not fall under this, but whatever.
And you continued employing that person, and then they hurt somebody else on your staff who may have said something politically that they didn't like, you'd be sued. There'd be a good case against you for allowing it, for continuing to endanger the employees who work for you. There's every incentive to get rid of somebody who doesn't show basic humanity. That doesn't seem to be too much to ask. And again, that is to be distinguished from people who just say, I didn't like him. I don't believe you're saying the right legacy about Charlie. I'll fight you on whether he was good or bad. That's fine. That's quintessentially American. I think that's well within the bounds of appropriate speech, even in the wake of a tragic death like this. I don't like it. I don't think it's the right timing.
Were they saying Kimmel was inciting? I think the quote that they're like pissed about is him saying, and MAGA has been spending these days desperately trying to show or prove that it wasn't someone from their side. Or we'll watch the Kimmel thing.
I definitely.
Actually, what is the exact Kimmel?
Did not think after Luigi Mangione killed Brian Thompson of United Healthcare, it was the time to debate whether our insurance companies are good or bad.
Right.
Maybe we can have that discussion, but you don't have that in response to the political violence, or you encourage more of it.
Correct.
But the loss of humanity is A, both fireable, and B, deeply troubling. And it's growing. And there were 2 recent surveys of our country and where people stand on whether political.
All right. Just.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from.
Yeah. Again, we're in a world now where that's what happens after literally every politically violent event. Every side goes, wasn't us, wasn't us, wasn't us. See. What is the incitement? What is the hate speech? That's fucking odd.
Violence is ever justified. And one showed that 55% of liberals said it is, and one showed that 34% of liberals said it is. And both surveys showed very low single digits, like 7% of Republicans say sometimes it is. So this is a leftist problem. And the reason it remains...
We looked at that study. I'm trying to think of like an underlying theory why that might be. I would have a hard time. It would be easy to say, oh, it's just because, tankies want a violent revolution. I don't think that explains that large of a jump. I know it's not Pew Research's job to say why, but that would be an interesting thing to know, because I'm sure if I'm going to be arguing this, that study is going to come up a lot, and I need a snappy response to it.
A problem. I mean, there's many reasons why it's a problem, but the reasons it remains a problem is the thing that you just showed, where the left, first of all, refused to accept, as we saw early on. First of all, it was Charlie Kirk who was shot. It was not some left-wing member of the squad. God forbid. I don't want anything to happen to them either. It was Charlie Kirk. It was very clear, Occam's razor, the likelihood of why this guy was killed. And then it came out what was on the bullet casings, which were very clearly leftist messages, which they refused to accept on the left-wing media. They tried to say he might have been a Groyper, which is a far-right person who followed.
Okay, so this is the study that is going to be wielded against liberals for a long time to come. So again, we looked at this yesterday, but it's most Americans say it's unacceptable to be happy about public figures' death, but younger and more liberal Americans are more likely to call it acceptable. Oh wait, so this is the one that's is it acceptable to be happy or not? I don't know why. It can't just be, like, tankies, no? It would be really helpful to... Oh, if we get the data, can we see the number of respondents that fall in each group? Okay. Fuck, it does. I guess we don't have... Or at least this data doesn't have that. That's unfortunate. Interesting. Okay, because, like, how is this explained? It is interesting.
Was Nick Fuentes. That was obviously not true given what was written on these bullet casings. And the bullet casing that shot Charlie, from the bullet that shot Charlie, was Notices Bulges, OWO, which is a furry meme. And the furry culture is very closely linked to the trans culture. And many of us went out there and called a spade and said that's how this appears to be.
Or are they just both, like, internet culture? Or not, I mean, trans isn't. I don't know.
The left melted down. Can't possibly be. And then sure enough, what do we find out? That the shooter has a trans/furry, quote, boyfriend who's in the middle of transitioning from male to female, which, by the way, is not a thing, cannot be done, and is writing him love notes about there's too much hate coming out of Charlie, and he's fallen into left-wing ideology. And now the left messaging, instead of saying, okay, you were right.
Okay. Does anyone in chat have, like, a... Come on, say it. What? Owo? Owu? Uwo? Oh, I don't know how you're supposed to say it. O-W-O. What's this? And is it... I thought it was Notices Bulge, not Notices Bulges. Because that's deeper into the internet where I've been, where there's multiple bullshit.
Sorry, we're gonna really have
insane to have Megyn Kelly saying.
to take a look at our own messaging around these issues. Says, what does it matter, Juliet Kayyem? What does it really matter what the motivation was? You know, maybe he was just some nutcase. And that's my final point. He wasn't a nutcase. I am totally open-minded to it was a nutcase, and you really can't ascribe too much to the particular motivations. I mean, at some level, everybody who takes another person's life in this fashion has to be a bit off. But this guy wasn't, Piers. He wasn't one of those guys, like take the guy who killed the poor Irina on the light rail train in North Carolina. Clearly that man is mentally deranged and may have had other motivations that were connected to his mental derangement. But this is not a sane person. It's very clear. The issue in that case is judges who wouldn't lock him up, knowing that he was insane, just turned him back out on the rest of us because they knew he was violent, a criminal, and insane. The issue here is there's no hint of insanity. This guy seems to have been very much together. This was...
What are you talking about? Oh, double D. Sorry, I thought you were talking about cup size. I'm so fucking lost in the sauce. Because I'm trying to listen to this. I'm trying to remember what I said 10 seconds ago, and I'm trying to listen. Oh, man. Streamer is not warmed up. Hold on. That's why we're watching Piers Morgan.
It was truly a political assassination. And I heard Charles C.W. Cook of National Review say it beautifully, which was, you look back at why Reagan was killed by John Hinckley. Not killed, shot by John Hinckley. He was a nutcase. He went to the mental asylum. He was doing it to impress Jodie Foster. That's not somebody who's moved by political rhetoric against Reagan. But look at who killed Martin Luther King. That was political violence. He was against the civil rights movement. He was a racist. Yes, the motivation does matter. The left would never dispute that if you held those two cases up. And this case seems pretty clear. We're dealing with a sane young man who was politically motivated to take down Charlie Kirk. How did he get there? What were the influences? Totally fair questions that need to be honestly answered.
100%. Just a final point before I let you go, Megan. I know you've got a busy day.
Go back to...
The language that people have used on the left for so long about Trump and Trump supporters, Hitler, Nazis, fascists. When you see the anti-fascist insignia on the bullets, was one of the bullets.
Right,
I've felt for a long time that if you keep using those analogies, those grotesque analogies about Trump and his supporters, then eventually people on the left who are slightly unhinged, who've been radicalized, they're going to think logically in their twisted way. They're going to think, well, if this is actually the new Hitler, if these really are the new Nazis, they represent an existential threat to America, I need to kill them. I mean, it's a logical way to look at it if you genuinely believe they are Hitler and the Nazis or the new fascists. And that's been my issue with that language for so long. And it's got to stop, hasn't it? Because I can see how a twisted mind hears that all the time and believes it.
Yes, and yet there will be no stopping them. If they didn't learn that lesson after Butler, they're not going to learn that lesson.
Right.
They really believe it. First of all, some collection of them really believes that Trump and his supporters are fascists and all white supremacists and Nazis. So they're not going to back off of it. They're committed to that rhetoric because they think it's truthful. And secondly, there is a part of them that is enjoying the political violence. You know, I mean, back to the polls I just referenced, there is an unhealthy faction on the left that would like to see more people on the right get killed, actually get killed. And honestly, you look at the difference between right now, the left is bringing up the murder of this House Speaker in the state of Minnesota a few months ago. This terrible murder by.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Okay. Data is clear, said J.D. Vance. People on the left are much likelier to defend. Yeah, no. If they actually cared about people calling each other fascists, they would tell Trump to stop. But telling Trump to stop something gets you fired and shut out of the media ecosystem, at least on the right. So, I'm watching this to warm up, to like raise my blood pressure a little bit, so I'm like motivated for the rest of the stream. Sometimes you got to inject a little Pierce Morgan into the blood to really wake up. Not to mention having Megyn Kelly here doesn't help either.
A nutcase. This guy was nuts. Okay, it's back to the crazy people who are out there everywhere in the world. The difference between that murder and Charlie Kirk's murder is there wasn't a single solitary right-winger who celebrated that woman's death. And there wasn't a single...
Hold on. Which one are they talking about?
It was nuts. Okay, it's back to the crazy people who... Terrible murder of this House Speaker in the state of Minnesota a few months ago. This terrible murder by a nutcase. This guy was nuts. Okay, it's back to the crazy people who are out there everywhere in the world. The difference between that murder and Charlie Kirk's murder is there wasn't a single solitary right-winger who celebrated that woman's death. And there wasn't a single solitary right-winger who demonized...
Okay, but we did get this wonderful clip showing a ton of empathy and compassion for, Okay. I have to watch an ad on... Okay.
Her as fascist or Nazi or pick your term prior to her death. She was the victim of a crazed madman who, if anything, said he was motivated by the Democratic governor, Tim Walz, and him telling him to get demons. But the point is the reactions, both before and after the assassination.
Okay, hold on. The Range Rover ad is wrapping up.
Horrific details that came out today about the suspect who's been charged there. Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him.
I don't really call him.
He appointed this guy to a position.
I
think the governor of Minnesota's so whacked out.
So whacked out? Why would I
could
call him?
And say, hi, how you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue.
Yeah, he just takes the moment to shit on Tim.
I could be nice and cool, but why waste time?
Like, that's not... Yes, it's not saying, whippy! Some state senator got killed, but like... that's also a huge lack of compassion. And humanity. Like, come on. And not to mention taking the moment to go shit on the governor. Like, come the fuck on.
We're markedly different.
Yeah.
Just like on the hate speech comment by Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi got shamed out of her position yesterday by the right because most of us on the right are consistent with our positioning. And when we heard her say such an asinine, inane thing, we clobbered one of our own. The left wing doesn't do that. And while I've received lots of nice messages from some more reasonable leftists in response to Charlie's...
And then, and recently when he was asked about it, he was like, what? I don't think I've heard about that. But, if someone had mentioned to me that I should call him, I might have called him. But no one asked me to do it, so I didn't. I'll try and find that clip, too, because that is just... One, it's a lie, and two, it's fucked up.
Assassination, and I do appreciate it. it's not enough to feel it privately. You have to police your own side. You have power over your lefties in a way I don't. So I can't fix it even if I want to. And I don't actually believe I think it's fool's gold to even try. But I'd love to see them give it an effort on the left.
Megan, it's great to have you. You're going out on tour for the first time with your brilliant show. I was booked to appear with you in Miami. Some people have said to me, because of all this, will I still be appearing with you in Miami? And the answer is yes. Because, frankly, to all those who want to intimidate people like us from...
Who was trying to intimidate Piers Morgan? It's like I was saying the other day. It's like, okay, yes, it's bad. You don't want to be violent, like, have people be violent against you. But, dude, Piers, you're not on the fucking team here. Like, let's be so real.
Not being able to express our honestly held opinions, fuck them. So I will see you in Miami.
Piers, you gave me the chills. I love you for saying that and for doing that. And yeah, come hell or high water, I will see you in Miami.
I look forward to it. Take care, Megan.
You too.
US national debt is more than $37 trillion. And these are uncertain times for the global economy. It's enough to make you think maybe now would be a good...
This is how you know that someone is going to the right. When they start getting gold sponsorships, that means they are becoming Republican or like right. Oh, a reel. Nice. I can't hear it. Oh my God.
In retrospect, given all of the moving ways that this White House has paid tribute to Charlie Kirk, do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to half-staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well?
I'm not familiar. Oh, the
Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, who was assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor...
The Democrat. Oh, right. That one. Or I don't think I have that. I don't think I'm fairly quoting that, but...
Gunned down by an assassin as well.
I'm not familiar. Oh, the
Minnesota House Speaker, a Democrat, who was assassinated this summer.
I'm quoting that completely correctly. What happened? Oh, Democrat. Never mind.
Asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I didn't.
On Minnesota, there were a lot of horrific details that came out today about the suspect who's been charged there. Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. He appointed this guy to a position. I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? I could call him and say, hi, how you doing? The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So, I could be nice and call him, but why waste time? Had the governor of Minnesota asked me to do that, I would have done that gladly.
And given the killing of Melissa Hortman, the attack on Paul Pelosi, the attack on Gabby Giffords, the attack on the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, why make the case that violence is only on one side? It seems to be taking place.
I didn't say it's on one side, but I say the radical left causes tremendous violence, and they seem to do it in a bigger way. But the radical left really is caused a lot of problems for this country. I really think.
He also said that when right-wingers do violence, it's epic and based, so.
They hate our country. Okay, yeah, please.
Okay. Oh, God, that whole sequence of clips is so disgusting.
Good time to buy some gold. Whether it's a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes that every American should own physical gold. And they created something special.
Okay. So, sorry, I keep pausing this. It's a fucking gold ad. But this is interesting. I'll have to find these studies so I can cite them. Because, yeah, that one poll that everyone's citing from YouGov looks pretty bad for liberals. But is it ever justified... So this is another poll. Is it ever justified for citizens to resort to violence in order to achieve political goals? For conservatives, it's been on the... Oh, this is age. Older liberals say no. Although there's a pretty big gap here for young kids that are liberal and young kids, or youngins-ish that are conservative. So that's not great. But this one is because things have gotten so far off track, true American patriots have to resort to violence to save the United States, percent agreeing. And in that one, Republicans are higher than Democrats. So granted, is that a very loaded question? Oh, thank you. Yes, I was going to look for this. Thank you. That is huge.
Special. Until the
True
30th
American
of September.
patriot.
If you're a first-time buyer, Birch Gold is offering a
yeah, I saw your Discord status. What happened? Other than the First Amendment not meaning anything anymore.
rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To start the process, request a free information kit now. Just text PEERS, P-I-E.
Sorry to hear that, man. You doing okay?
ERS to 989898. Make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy before the end of September. Text my name PEERS to 989898. Claim your
You will. Yeah, dude, losses and funerals suck. I'm sorry you're going through that, man, but you know, honor the person's life and be stronger coming out of it, I guess. I don't know. I don't have a good words for it. And no, I'm not really a sports guy. My sports knowledge is having a free dollar on Fliff and sometimes cashing out $50. Don't bet. I have not put any money into that. I just try and use their free giveaways and use it to extract some money, which occasionally happens. But yeah. Don't gamble, it's bad for you.
eligibility and get your free information pack. Again, just text PEERS to 989898.
Smart move. Good for your finances.
Well, joining me on the panel to discuss all this is Riley Gaines, the host of Gaines for Girls on Outkick.com, Gillian Michaels, host of Keeping It Real, Brian Shapiro, host of Pushing the Limits, and Lucas Bain, better known as the amazing Lucas. Okay, well, welcome to all of you. Brian Shapiro.
Yeah, don't.
I was sickened by what happened to Charlie Kirk. I think we can probably all agree. I hope we can all agree. It was sickening, although I had Destiny on.
Oh, God. Okay.
The other night, who couldn't bring himself to condemn it because
he condemned all political violence just broadly, but he won't oh, all right. Yeah, I'll let it ride then.
Donald Trump hadn't said the right thing for him, which
also,
I think is a lamentable piece of moral cowardice. So let me just start by asking you, I presume you condemn and were horrified by what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Absolutely.
But let's stay
I was
on the
air,
violence
Pierce, when it all happened. I got emotional. The first thing I thought about were his kids and his family. This is not only bad for Charlie Kirk, obviously, and bad for his family. It's bad for America. And I also feel for everybody that was traumatized, that was there that day, that had to see that.
Sorry.
When it all happened, I got emotional. The first thing I thought about were his kids and his family. This is not only bad for Charlie Kirk, obviously, and bad for his family. It's bad for America. And I also feel for everybody that was traumatized, that was there that day, that had to see that. Now, with that being said, of course, I didn't agree with basically anything that Charlie Kirk stands for. But with that being said, anybody that's celebrating his death, I think that's despicable and it's disgusting. And I've called that out, and I've been very consistent on my opinions since day one. If there's one thing that me and Charlie Kirk certainly agreed on, it's civil discourse and having political debate. I enjoy doing this show, Pierce, and I enjoy having respectful discussions with people that I disagree with. So this is a horrible, horrible situation. We could never condone political violence, no matter what side of the aisle it comes from.
Why have so many people on the far left, the woke left, been so brazen in their gleeful celebration of what happened to Charlie Kirk?
So much.
Well, my response to that, number one, is I'm not on the far left, so I certainly don't speak for them. But there's people on both sides of the aisle. I know Republicans don't want to hear that, but there are crazy lunatics on both sides of the aisle that celebrate really horrible things that happen to people in America. I don't agree with them. And if you're on the far left or the far right, and you celebrate anybody getting murdered, then there's something wrong with you. And I don't feel bad for any of those people that were fired for celebrating his death. I think it's disgusting. Now, if you're just talking about him and saying, well, he wasn't a good guy, here's why I didn't like him, here are some of his quotes that he's said in the past, I don't think you should be fired for that. I think there's a way to call out political violence and say Charlie Kirk didn't deserve this. I feel for his family, but I didn't like Charlie Kirk.
This is a really interesting tidbit here. The risk in the aftermath of Kirk's murder is that a cycle of political violence will become self-reinforcing. Research suggests that partisans overestimate their ideological foes' support for violence by as much as a factor of 4. Fearing their opponents, they become more supportive of violence themselves. When they learn the truth, their support for violence falls by a third. By giving the impression that liberals are violence-prone without mitigating nuance or context, Mr. Vance did nothing to allay fears among conservatives. That is interesting that support for violence is directly has a drop when presented with the truth. That is.
And I didn't like what he stood for. I think you could make both points respectfully.
Okay, Luke has been pointed out to me that you've posted some messages about Charlie Kirk on your Instagram, which we're going to show here. One is a post that's a parody of a Jubilee debate. I'm doing one of these myself soon, titled Charlie Kirk versus Bullet. Can one bullet to the neck outsmart one conservative? Well, that was a short watch. Okay. Number 2 is a mocked up promotion poster called Kirk and Twerk at Neck of the Woods and hashtagged both Charlie Kirk and his widow. And the third was an image of a sunrise titled God Works in Mysterious Ways with the hashtag Charlie Kirk killing and praying hands as an emoji.
Who is this guy?
And you're laughing as I...
Having Destiny on didn't hit hard enough. They needed to find okay.
I show these. Why do you find this funny?
Well, let me just say that I actually am a big advocate for dark humor. And I happen to have gotten a bit of a taste of that over the last, I don't know, maybe decade or so when it came to the right. And their memes of George Floyd, happy birthday being sober for 5 years. When it came to their memes of Breonna Taylor, when it came to their memes of Trayvon Martin, the Trayvon challenge, right? When it came to their memes of Tamir Rice. So I don't know what the issue is. I think I'm engaging in the freedom of speech that the right has been advocating for these last 10 years and mocking and making light of Black Death, something that Charlie Kirk himself did time.
The thing about it, though, the reason I have to go back through the last 10 years of politically violent events is because it's I raise J6, I call BLM, which I need some quick talking points. That I think a good one is that every J6er was pardoned, BLM people were arrested, and they're and convicted. And what about the bail fund? And I think the answer to that is, what about the bail fund? Yeah, bail, legal. It's a thing you can do. Also, Kamala Harris tweeted it. God fucking forbid. I think that was the extent of it, no? And also, a judge decides whether or not to let someone out on bail. Yeah, no? And also, racial profiling and violence against minorities is a problem. It was a rising issue in the U.S. Voter fraud was and is a non-issue. There's 5 or 10 cases a year. It's these two are just not the same. We tried to overthrow the country. Will you guys burn down a Wendy's? Checkmate, liberals. True. Fuck, I'm owned. Oh. Fuck, maybe I shouldn't have banned all them. I need MAGA sometime. Yeah, no, I'll not gonna try and, like, upset you today. Again, that's why I want to do research. I just want to have the fact-based understanding. I don't think, like, I wouldn't say BLM was a non-violent, fully peaceful thing. Like, that is also not based in reality. I just got to get a good understanding of all this stuff so I can go tit for tat with the next fucker that pops in here.
Time again. As a matter of fact, I would argue that if Charlie Kirk, instead of focusing his time on black culture and black on black crime, if he had spent a modicum of his time focusing on the white youth, that perhaps he would still be with us today.
Are you pleased he's dead?
They're all gonna... Okay.
No, absolutely not.
So how did you feel about his murder?
I don't think...
How did you feel about his murder?
How do I feel about his murder?
Yeah.
Well, I think a quote by a great author sums up the sentiment of millions of Americans around the world. And that is, some cause happiness wherever they go, others when they go. And I think that's a sentiment that is palpable amongst many Americans around the world due to the hate and vitriol and bile that Charlie Kirk sowed. So I think there was a pastor
just to be clear, unless I misheard you, then you are happy he died.
No, I don't think as far as happiness is an emotion that
you literally just read me a quote which implies you're happy. You talked about some people's death bring happiness.
The purpose of the quote was to say that there are some people who have caused harm and death and turmoil to other groups of people, such as Charlie Kirk, whether it's black people.
All right. I'm going to let this Pierce thing play, but I'm going to get started on digging through various events.
Whether it's, trans people.
No, I heard the quote.
The list
just to be
goes on.
clear, you said that the quote ends in that their death brings happiness.
I did use Gemini to generate this, so that's just to, like, as a launching point. I'm trying to figure out where to put... Because again, I'm anti-AI art. Yeah. Look, man, I hope that stream today is entertaining for you. Take it easy. Hopefully there can be some light moments for you here. Yeah, again, sorry, man.
But you've denied that you were happy. But when you tell me a quote
I don't disagree.
When you tell me a quote like that, I presume from that quote you're implying that actually you are happy he died because he deserved it. He had it coming.
No, not at all. I don't think those are ever words that I've ever mentioned verbatim ever. I think there is a sentiment that when someone who lives their life in evil and wickedness, according to the scripture, the power of life and death is in your tongue. And the hate and the vile and the venom that he spewed, I don't know what to tell you. As the scripture says, as he professed, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Right. I think his focus should have been on a community that,
I actually need another monitor just for notes. I'm so
clearly he's in problem. I find it interesting that there's more scrutiny on people who may make memes that they've done of George Floyd and other black victims than on the white male youth that did this tragedy, as some would call it. I think
why would you be offended about the memes to people like George Floyd, which I found contemptible at the time, if they're the same ones that you're talking about? Why would you profess to be offended by those if you're quite happy to do the same kind of thing yourself?
I think the point that I'm making by the means that I'm putting out, which clearly has caused outrage and triggering, I find it a bit hypocritical that the people for years who said fuck your feelings are now overwhelmed with feelings at the moment. But the point that I was making was to point out the hypocrisy that the right has on a variety and myriad of issues, as we just saw with Pam Bondi on the freedom of speech. I think the issue is that they have scapegoated people like Pam Bondi for what is the crime of Donald Trump. The same thing they did with Anthony Fauci. We saw this when it came to the Second Amendment. They banned bump stock ban. They had a bump stock ban under Donald Trump while they were fear-mongering about Biden take away your guns. But as we saw, there was no outrage, there was no protest, and we come to find out that it was unconstitutional. So I think this hypocrisy is ubiquitous within the right, And I think my memes expose that hypocrisy.
And what about your own personal humanity? I mean, hashtagging his widow in a mocked-up promotion poster of Kirk and Twerk at Neck of the Woods. How do you justify targeting? Hang on. How do you justify targeting his widow?
I think that's a bit disingenuous to use such hyperbolic language as targeting. I think it's more of a strategic plan of attack to get the message out to more people. When we saw Erica Kirk, she had a moment to speak for unity within the country, left and right, and she chose to fundraise. She then chose to use the scripture and talk, very nicely of her, past husband, and I understand that. But by that same token, there are people who were absolutely harmed by the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk put out. And that rhetoric actually codified in many cases in many states. So I think it's abhorrent and actually perverse to expect people who are harmed by his rhetoric, harmed by someone who had anti-Black, anyone who wasn't white and Christian in his perspective. I think it's perverse to try and criticize those people or try and make them seem as if they're the bad guys when that's
but you see,
not
funny
the
enough,
case.
I can look at what you've done and I can see somebody who is abhorrent and despicable and actually evil, actually. The stuff when you target someone's...
So right now, a couple days ago, I asked Google Gemini to put together a 10-year history because its deep research thing is actually pretty good, just as like a launching point to get like the last 10 years of politically violent events, break them down just to know what each one of it's just interesting. Yeah, it's using technicalities. It's like the fucking farmer guy. But yeah, no, I'm trying to get some, like, a lot more background knowledge, so when I, argue with people or debate or whatnot on the issue of political violence, I have responses and, like, knowledge of each and everything they could bring up violence-wise, or at least have a pretty pretty solid breadth of knowledge. I don't know how much depth I need. I just need essentially what happened, who was targeted, who did it, why did they do it, for each of these. And I think the why did they do it is going to be the thing I'll have to defend. Not defend them doing it, but be like, if I'm arguing that a right-winger did it, I need to have that, like, solid. And I also need to be very honest about when it's a left-winger. Because, I don't know. If I can't convince someone I'm arguing against, I hope that an audience would see. Yeah, oh, dude. Dude, this stream's immigration arc. Oh my god. Dude, that took us like 2 months. More than that.
Widow, as she grieves and
Once
tries
again,
to
I
protect
disagree
her
with the
2
word
children.
targeting.
No. I'm talking about me personally, my view of what you've done. I don't care about your motivation in terms of other people's inappropriate memes, many of which I may well agree with you about. But that doesn't mean that I then go and do it myself or worse, because that makes me even more inhuman and abhorrent, and by your definition...
I disagree.
Yeah, I think it's really a sad time in the U.S. because, as I think we've all been seeing, even on this stream, with the people that come in to argue, it's like, oh, okay, the law doesn't matter, precedent doesn't matter, history doesn't matter, tradition doesn't matter, as long as I think whatever's happening is epic and based. Good times. Good times, good times, good times.
I think there's a point,
I know you disagree.
I'm just telling you. When it comes to Republicans, when it comes to conservatives,
hang on.
they have to see.
I've let you have your say.
I think I'm a mirror
I've let you have
of
your
what
say.
they have shown.
I'll let you have your say.
And if they don't like what they see, then they should actually detour
I'm using your own
show
justification
compassion.
to tell you what I think of you and what you've done. All right? That's my free speech at work. Let me bring in Gillian
I absolutely
Michaels.
agree.
I mean, Gillian, look, you know, I saw Brian there nodding to some of what he was hearing there, not all, to be clear, but nodding to some of it about the hypocrisy which Lucas claims he is exposing with this stuff. What is your view of what he's said? It's not just how the news is told, but what's left out, which concerns me. And when a friend in the business recommended I try Ground News, I gave it a go. Quite honestly, I was impressed. It does something brilliant, which most news platforms are afraid to do. It's an app and a website that lines up coverage of the same story from across the spectrum. Left, right, international, and lays it all out side by side. That kind of transparency is increasingly rare and is vital. Ground News helps you to dig in and find the facts by showing you who owns each outlet, what their bias is, and which stories are being buried. Has an especially revealing blind spot feed, which services stories being...
Again, as I've said, and I will continue to say, you have been a bit of a prophetic voice in terms of further and further deviation from the Constitution and the framers' vision. It does suck, but before the American experiment fails, you get to say, I told you so, so that's something.
Reported almost exclusively by only one side of the political divide. I want to hear every side before making up my mind. Ground News makes that possible and easy. It's
One side is the
independent, funded by
woke left,
subscribers
and the other
and
side
not
is
corporate interests,
reasonable
just
people.
like my
Like,
show.
come on.
And it's a tool that puts the power back in your hands. Go to groundnews.com/peers to claim your 40% discount to the unlimited access Vantage plan and see what everyone else is missing. That's groundnews.com/peers.
I support deportation.
I find this
but only for
exceptionally
Piers
sad
Morgan.
because, Lucas, you talk about how hurt you were and how offended you were by such despicable things, and then you became the thing that you found the most repulsive, which is alarming, and as I mentioned, deeply saddening. I would be more than happy to litigate some of Charlie's positions for you. I abjectly...
I don't think I need any litigation from a...
What's the point of doing all this research on because the point is that there is a ever shrinking population of people that are part of the just do whatever so long as it's epic and based. And people like yourself, I'd like to think myself, left, right, center, whatever, can band together and say, all right, this is no longer like left, right, this is the American experiment, democracy, federalism, court separation of powers versus, you know, whatever the fuck Trump is. And post-Trump, these like we're gonna have to have strengthening of our institutions, of our laws, of our justice system, of our other branches that aren't the executive. So having a solid understanding will help us after this era correct and move on and reinforce our great great country against this type of thing in the future.
Women who try to downplay slavery, who try to all lives matter slavery after she purchased a black child. That's what I would argue. I don't think you need to as far as litigate anything.
Would you like to discuss it?
Okay.
Because the reality of the situation is that what I gave you, whether you like it or not, is a fact from the 1860 census. And the point is not to downplay slavery.
It is actually a bastardization of actual history. What you cited was inaccurate. You can actually look it up. I don't know if you did. I doubt you do your due diligence. You clearly did not, because in that study that you're citing, in the study that I'm discussing it right now, in the study that you're citing, it takes into account not only the slaves, it takes into account the northern states and the southern states. So to try and implement or to say this all lives matter when it comes to slavery, which is abhorrent and in extreme contradiction to American history, especially in this country as chattel slavery as Black Americans, is abhorrent and perverse, especially you, who is the mother of a Black child, who she purchased.
Right.
Other people
is my
adopt.
turn to talk?
You purchased.
Is it?
By all means.
How did I? Okay, well, I'm not quite sure what you mean by purchase. She's adopted, and it is illegal to purchase a child.
Did you pay to get that child?
No, I paid the adoption agency.
It was
fees to do my
absolutely free.
home study.
It was absolutely okay.
I paid the adoption agency like you
so then there was
pay
a
to
process
adopt a
of payment.
child.
What is this?
I believe that other people adopt.
Adoption.
Are they arguing over whether or not she? Okay, what? There's some critical lore that I'm missing here, but whatever.
Agency. Okay, you're wrong, and that's defamation.
I'm literally right
an
as you're
absolute
saying
lie,
that
and
you
it's-
paid to an adoption agency.
You're literally wrong, and it's this
I'm
kind
literally
of hateful,
correct.
You know what you are. You know what you are,
I
Lucas.
think what's
let me
hateful
just.
is you
Hang on.
downplaying
Let me jump in
That's
here.
what I think is
Let me
hateful.
jump in
I
here,
didn't actually
Lucas.
downplay
Let me jump in
slavery.
here, Lucas.
That's
it seems to
literally
me
what you did.
Seems to me, Lucas, you've decided to be just as offensive as you want to be. You're now attacking people who adopt children, which is one of the most selfless things that any human being could do, actually.
This is literally what
But
the
you-
right did to Dave Rubin, is
Fine,
it not?
Fine, but what you're doing is just trying to be as offensive as possible whilst masquerading under this umbrella of, well, everybody else is offensive, so that's why I'm doing it, to expose
Not
all
at
the
all, and I
hypocrisy.
think if that's
But
what I'm
Gillian
giving
is
off, I
right.
apologize
Gillian is
sincerely.
right
What
that
I'm
actually
merely trying to
you
do
have descended.
is create
you
a
have,
better
the
world.
way you've
What
just
I'm
gone
trying to
after
do is to
Gillian.
unify
You know what,
people.
Lucas?
The
Stop
only way
talking.
we can unify people
Stop
is for
talking.
people to understand the
Stop
harms that they've
talking.
done.
You have targeted Gillian for adopting a child. That is despicable. Let me bring in Riley
I
Gaines.
targeted Jillian for adopting a black child after she downplayed slavery, which
Right.
I think is contradictory.
Fine. You attacked her for adopting a child.
I mean, let's not misconstrue my words that I'm saying.
Oh, I heard your words. Let me
Yeah,
bring in.
I
Let me
did
bring
too,
in.
Lucas.
Let me bring in Riley.
You're
Riley.
misinterpreting
Let me
that.
bring in Riley Gaines here.
Sure, buddy.
Riley, you've been waiting patiently.
Great rebuttal, Jillian.
Okay, can you please let the others speak, please? Okay.
I wasn't actually allowed to talk, Lucas, but I'm more than happy actually to have you on my podcast.
That's because anything that
And
comes out of your mouth is backed.
we can discuss all of it.
All right, let me bring in
Well,
Riley.
if you'd like to come on my podcast, I would be more than happy to give you a
Okay,
platform.
that's a different
I'm more than
podcast for a
willing-
different
more
time.
than willing to have discourse.
Okay,
just
you know
to
what?
honor Charlie Kirk,
If you're
to be
willing for
honest with you.
discourse, let Riley Gaines speak. Riley, what
Absolutely.
is your view of what you've been hearing?
I mean, honestly, like, it makes me feel tearful.
Yeah, I think what we've discovered is we probably leaned a little too heavily into the rule of men rather than the rule of law. So, yeah, I'd say probably a course correction going forward is as things become less concrete, information-wise, and political factions become more isolated, rule of law becomes more, like, as a basis, becomes more and more important.
Like, I have experienced all of the emotions over the past week. It has been, to the day, 7 days. I think initially starting with total shock and disbelief and honestly confusion. I've been so blessed in my life to not have been surrounded by death much in my family. I haven't lost really anyone close to me. Charlie was a friend, a mentor of mine. He's who ultimately I attribute to giving me my voice, the platform that I have. I attribute that to Turning Point USA, to Charlie Kirk. So to lose a friend like that, like, I have gone through all the emotions, but to sit here today and listen to the discussions that we have seen, I think particularly from Lucas, whether it was about the memes that were posted, whether it was about Jillian adopting a black child. I mean, I am just like in total disbelief, disarray. How have we reached a point where these are the discussions that we're having, and on a national stage here? Like, we have Democratic elected officials who are celebrating the death of
No, you don't.
Charlie Kirk, the best and most.
What's the Ilhan Omar thing that they... Fuck it. What do they cite when they say Ilhan Omar was celebrating? Omar, Charlie Kirk. Oh Lord, not these fuckers. I can't do it. Guess this.
Charlie Kirk over the last decade has advocated for those who disagree with him to come to his various gatherings and dialogue with him and debate with him. And in contrast, in an interview he had this week with Mahdi Hassan, I think his name is. You said that those who disagree with you and may have a different open view, worldview, are, in your words, full of shit. So I'm just wondering which approach is better, to call upon those who disagree with you to come to open debate and dialogue, or to say that those who disagree with you and have a different worldview are
Again, this is whatever she says here was enough to have the Republican, she was saved by 4 Republican votes, that should this have gone through, she would have been censured, she would have been kicked off for committees, like, what the fuck? And Trump's looking into defucking-portation of her.
So you must have selective hearing, sir, because I said that the people who were full of shit were the people who were saying that Kirk was civil. Thank God. No, that's not true. The person who called for public execution of people he disagreed with is not civil. The person who said if you are a black woman, you lack the ability to process thoughts is not civil. The person who said because I am Muslim, I cannot be in this country because I want to destroy Western society is not civil. The person who said a 10-year-old should be forced to carry the child of her rapist is not civil. You and
Fuck it. Is this the... Not fuck it. This is what about the FCC? Not FCC. I haven't looked into this story, but I think I know what you're getting at. Who regulates banks, commits mortgage fraud? Should they lose their job? What does that organization typically do when people commit mortgage fraud or other... Yes, I'm aware. Is it a typical, like, what's the extent of it? What do they typically do when someone on the Fed does some kind of crime? Like, intuitively, I'd say, yeah, probably, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say there's more to the story. Okay. Like, yeah, okay, that's not good. You shouldn't do that. Again, intuitively, I'd say probably, yeah, you probably shouldn't hold a position like that. But again, I just have a hard time believing there's not more to that. We can look into that in a bit, but... so we have written... so we know why we have a written constitution. We have concrete law. The founders laid it out. Yeah. Oh, well, if she's been credibly accused, then no, probably not. I feel like changing Fed governorship, that's a pretty hefty move to make. So I would probably say, yeah, okay. Then I would say wait till a conviction, I guess. I think that'd probably be a fair way to do it. I understand it's a credible accusation, but again, shifting around Fed governors is pretty... Those are some pretty big swings, if I'm not mistaken.
Effective,
not true,
debater of our time.
All they do is lie.
Activist, really. I think debater is really downplaying.
That's not true.
Ultimately.
Pierce, she's lying.
Yes.
In what way?
What is the lie?
Name me one prominent.
there?
Name me what? Hey Riley, name me one prominent Democrat that has celebrated the death. And I find it very interesting. You've made a living attacking transgenders. You've made millions of dollars across the country doing that.
I didn't
if
ask
you
for
truly
this.
care about, If you, I didn't
didn't
listen.
ask for the
I'm sorry
position
you
that
lost
I'm
your
in.
friend. Okay, hold on a second. Yes, in this case, you have. You've made millions of dollars profiting, going across the country. You've made a lot of money and you've made a name for yourself. Nobody knows who you are as a college swimmer unless you're attacking transgenders. Now, if you care about children, then why have you not criticized Donald Trump?
That's who
If you
it
care
is.
about children and women, then why have you not gone after Donald Trump for not bringing out the Epstein files? If you care about children, why don't you talk about gun control? I'm happy that transgender is out of that volleyball term.
I think we just man. I think the problem comes down to guardrails only hold so long as we hold them. So a big reason January 6th didn't work is because Pence wasn't swayed by it. I don't know what would have happened if he abandoned the rules like ceremoniously and actually took action. I would hope that there'd be some other guardrail somewhere. Fuck, there's another there was another instance where there was, oh yeah, in like the Supreme Court you have well, yeah, okay. I don't know. I think we need more rigidity in the balance of powers so that they can't be moved so easily, and all the other guardrails that we kind of take for granted because people generally want the system to operate well need to be reinforced. Yeah, well, the assassination attempts I would get. The 700 years in prison, like, again, that's... If you didn't want that, he shouldn't have done this shit. Like... He shouldn't be president, he should be in prison. Like... Were there not classified documents in Mar-a-Lago? Like, let's... Come on. I know it wasn't the prison one. I'm just saying the dude commits crime. It's like, he also tried to insurrect the government. Was it the one where he was lying on either tax forms or whatnot, like lowering or lying about the value of some of his properties to get more advantageous tax rates? How? That's... George Soros is wildin'. It's been a while since I've looked into all the fucking crime stuff. I kind of abandoned looking into that because I just don't think there's the same factual reality that I can convince people on. So yeah, I'd agree with Master Liberty on this. The PAC system is a little fucky. Yeah, dude, okay, I don't know. I don't care. I don't think it matters to MAGA whether it's true or not. Like, if they're willing to support him through J6, then I don't think there's any convincing that, like, his criminality is a reason they'd vote against him. Like, yeah. So, I guess it just has to be band for band on policy and whatever the modern day equivalent of policy is. So... I'll give him this. MAGA movement has definitely lowered the bar, made me a little bit more doomer on things, and really emphasize where the fuck you pick your battles.
Okay, but there's more important things that we should be talking about, and you've profited off of attacking transgenders with your hatred towards
Putin stole. If anything, James Comey stole it from Hillary by keeping the emails in the news cycle and announcing against tradition investigation after investigation and keeping the Trump shit under wraps. Yeah, like honestly, right now the way I'm looking at it is it's left, right, and center. It doesn't. That's not the fight right now. We can go back to battling on tax rates and policy and all that when things are healthier, and like healthcare and shit. Right now, it's do we want to protect a liberal democracy or like our republic and federalist system, or are we fine with kind of what's going on right now? And once we sort that out and we decide, do we just want to have, you know, dictators every couple of years, or do we want to stay a democratic republic? Once we answer that question, we can go back to healthcare and shit. It's top versus bottom. Where's Twink Destroyer?
transgender people. Nobody knows who you are as a college swimmer. People know who you are because you go around the country attacking transgenders, Riley. That's who you are.
Actually, what she's done, Brian, very heroically, in my opinion, is she's gone around the country defending women's rights to fairness, equality, and safety. Something that I'm very surprised to hear that you, on the left, do not wholeheartedly endorse and agree with.
Pierce, let me respond to what you just said.
Sure.
If, in fact, Riley Gaines... By the way, Pierce, I've had this conversation on your show about transgenders.
Yeah.
I don't think...
Dude, okay, the two arguments going on right now are how much dictatorial power is okay and transgender. We truly are the fucking greatest nation on the planet. I'm learning. That's why I appreciate having you here. I know we don't see eye to eye on some things, but like again, this is what I mean. It's like I don't mind having Trump supporters in here. I like a certain level of arguing. Like no to Bud. I enjoy having you in here. I've had to be pretty heavy with the banhammer recently because it's like, oh yeah, I actually love fascism as I love Nazis. I'm like, okay, well, I gotta let you go. Same thing with the communists. Like, I can't have tankies in here. I can't have gripers. Yes, yeah. But I don't. There's something I'm trying to get across, and it's just getting jumbled up in my head. But like, I don't know. I feel like whatever. Just like I keep saying, if the political range is here, I'm willing to have here in this, because outside of that, there's just not even the same. We don't live in the same universe.
I think transgender women should be competing with women on the playing
field.
field.
So you agree with her?
However,
why are we talking about?
I do, but here's my problem with Riley.
What are you talking about?
Talk about
who gives a flying?
Let me explain. She doesn't talk about the non-release of the Epstein files and real victims of sexual abuse. She doesn't criticize Donald Trump. She doesn't.
Oh wait, no to Bud or no to Bud. What do you think about the Epstein shit? And if it could be reasonably proven that Trump was buddy-buddy with Epstein, would you still support him? Yes. I'm not, like, I know we're not arguing policies, but you still support the guy. Wait, okay, so is your support for him like you're actively in favor of him, or you prefer him over Kamala? Because I think those are two different things. So long as we can agree on the American Foundation and that the experiment must continue. Oh, well, okay. Okay. Wait, really? Okay. Yeah, okay. Then I want the American experiment to continue. I think there's a good majority, a very strong majority of people that do. There's just a pretty big faction of MAGA folk that don't really want to. Yeah, again, once we sort, not having Trump be a dictator out, then we can go. And I really think, well, I mean, it's we need a patch on the separation of powers. The Canadian Trump. Oh no, that's part of the reason I'm very against Trump, especially in this term, because the shit against NATO of letting Russia run rampant, tariffing Canada and Mexico and the rest of our allies, and being pissy with Canada because of the 0.01% of fentanyl that comes through our northern border. That just is seems like we're because again, the leader of the free world, which we are, is those stats are lies. Which stats? Are you saying there's more fentanyl that comes through, or I said 0.01%? Another convention. Yeah, I don't know if we could do another convention. I think we'll just have to inch towards a healthier democracy. Interesting. I know very early on in Trump 2's presidency, we took a little bit of a look at Canadian politics, but it's been a while. The news cycle is such fucking whiplash all the time that you have to dive as deep as you can really fucking quickly. Everyone argues, and then it moves on to the next thing. Fucking hell, I just looking at the notes here. Man, our immigration notes aren't even finished. Federal law enforcement. Oh man, I remember when I thought I had the meme coin dinner was a fucking I don't know. I don't know. I won't comment because I don't know.
Talk about how flat.
Can we all come together, left, right, and center, agree that Piers Morgan is a fucking blight and should go back to the other continent?
Flags weren't at half-mast after children are massacred in schools.
Do you talk about... Okay, let me ask you.
Transgenders.
Let me ask you. Do you talk about...
It's so funny because one breath you're saying no one knows me, but in the other breath you're acting like you followed everything that I've ever said on any topic ever.
Hang on, Riley. So, Brian, your position is that unless you talk out publicly about every single issue that is important in the world, then it disqualifies you from talking...
Canada as, oh, hello there, bud. Why don't you come up to Canada? We got free healthcare. That's all most Americans would say. And hockey. And that's a shit Canadian accent, but Well, you get what I'm trying to like. Yeah, you guys do have great PR because people generally have a favorable view of. Actually, wait.
Talking about the issue that you not only care about most because it happened to you, but you are passionate about because it protects women's rights.
The country with the worst PR. I might say Israel. I don't know if that's PR or just what they do, but I think since they stopped trying to justify anything and they're just like, fuck the UN, fuck everybody, we're doing this. All we need is the US and we're good. I feel like they have the worst. You still have Francophiles, though.
Is that your position?
I think that's, like people that love France, not Franco the guy.
Pierce, here's my position. You don't have to talk about every single issue, but when the second leading cause of death in children is gun violence, you probably should bring that up. When we talk about MAGA Republicans who have talked about the Epstein files and horrible abuse, Maxwell was one of the largest sex traffickers in the world. And the Donald Trump administration have sent her to a club.
Why does Riley Gaines have to do with that? Why does Riley Gaines?
Because she says she cares.
No, Riley Gaines cares
because she
about.
Said, let me answer.
Riley Gaines cares because a very tall, muscular, powerful male called Leah Thomas said suddenly, who was a very moderate, unsuccessful male swimmer, suddenly said, "I'm a woman," and then began destroying women in the women's pool. It was clearly grotesquely unfair, unequal, and actually dangerous. And we saw the same thing happen in a boxing ring in Paris in the Olympics.
I would like to be able to
and
speak
for Riley to be condemned by you,
that'd be super cool.
For Riley to be condemned by you because she doesn't also talk about other issues is absurd. Anyway,
first of all, that's not
you know what? Critical. We'll come back to this. I'm just going to hold the panel here for a moment.
Remember when we were talking about annexing Greenland? Oh my God. How has it only been 9 months? Like, the Greenland argument, JD Vance going there and literally having no one willing to host him, so he had to stay on a military base. Oh my God. It feels like it's been years since that happened. Holy.
A brief timeout. I've been joined by Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Nancy, welcome back.
This woman is a demon. Not that anyone should cause her any harm, because that's bad. Don't do that. But I do not like her, Sam I am.
To Uncensored. We're just having a kind of slightly insane debate, in my opinion. But there's a lot of insanity flying around at the moment. One of which is the utterly appalling spectacle of so many on the left openly, brazenly, proudly celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk. How have we got here as a society?
Well, it's insane. And you can just see in the previous debate, you saw two grown men, Democrat men, screaming, yelling on your program at two women. Riley Gaines is one of the brightest, smartest, youngest minds fighting for what she believes in. And we want to encourage that, not discourage it. I don't want to discourage anyone out there to prevent them from speaking up by getting yelled at. I was yelled out yesterday in front of Don Lemon at the steps of the Capitol, and all we want to do, I'm a rape survivor. All I want as a rape victim is to ensure that men aren't in my bathroom or Riley's bathroom or in the shower next to us. That is dangerous.
Do we have any stats? Okay, whatever. Do we have any stats? Has this ever happened? Has a trans person ever assaulted someone in a bathroom? I would imagine if there were a case, it would be, permanently in the news cycle.
And it's uncalled for. But to see those men on your program yelling at the women who are just talking freely, talking in a sane and normal manner, trying to have a colloquy, trying to have a national conversation, and they're being screamed at. That's how we got here. And until the left and until the Democrat Party acknowledges their role in this, it's not going to get better. And I have to tell you,
I love Okay, yeah, whatever.
You. It's terrifying right now to be a conservative. I am carrying my 6-hour P365 everywhere I go. I have armed guards everywhere I go. I can't even go to the grocery store alone anymore. I can't even walk my dog without a gun because I have so many on the left, Democrats, a lot of transgenders who are emailing, calling, trying to show up at my office, threatening to kill me, my children, my family, my elderly parents, the father of my children. And I'm not going to live in fear. I'm not going to be terrified. And I'm going to figuratively fight back, figuratively push back, and protect my safety. Today, I'm going to lead a floor debate against Ilhan Omar. Lucas was asking about a prominent Democrat celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk. They're everywhere. But let's start with Ilhan Omar, who's right down the hall from me right now. And I'm in Congress at the Capitol, who celebrated the murder and political assassination of Charlie Kirk by saying that people who were mourning his death were full of shit, excuse my language, but no.
Whoa.
And is posting content celebrating his murder, calling Charlie Kirk a terrorist. I can't even with these people because they just
Okay, thank you. I fucking hate the culture war. That should have been left in 2016. Like, look, I think any reasonable person will say, I'm for people being able to transition, but, like, yeah, if you're born with a dick, you can't get pregnant. That's just, yeah. But when people say men can get pregnant, they're saying female to male transitioned people that still have the ability to get pregnant can be pregnant. Yeah, if you don't have honestly, I feel like monetary policy would be easier to agree on at this point. Like, I feel like the men can get pregnant, or what is it? It's just all semantic shit. Like, I don't know. People transition. That happens. I'm for people being able to do that. It's their prerogative. I don't, like, who am I to care? And I don't think it's worth arguing if men can get pregnant or not. Yeah, if you're born without a womb, you can't get pregnant. I think you're not going to find any disagreement on that.
won't tell the truth. And like, I love having a debate. I love coming on and having a conversation, even when we disagree, Pierce. But there's never anything ill or negative or like, I don't want to bring harm on anybody, but we have to tell the truth. And how do you unite with people who refuse to tell the truth, who continue to lie? I don't know how you continue to have a conversation with these people. We have to shun them.
Do you have to be careful? You know, I watched Pam Bondi trying to explain that hate speech is something that.
Okay, look, the actual product of the culture war was what is viewed as in society as acceptable and whatnot. So when you have a corporation hiring consultants to do that, they're essentially evaluating, okay, are we going to gain more business from people that'll view this as a positive move than we are going to lose from people who view this as an attack? Like, corporations are always going to act in their best interest, as they should. Like, at this point, we're past the time of corporations feeling social responsibility. If they feel like it's going to bring them more business, they'll do it. If not, they won't. I don't mind a couple conspiracies here and there. Just no racism, anti-Semitism, anti-Islam, etc., etc. Maybe I'll show my chemtrails conspiracy debunk video on stream. I'm still proud of that video.
That the Attorney General believed should be pursued with the full force of the law. And I recoiled from that, as did many on the right, because actually the First
Also,
Amendment
Wikipedia
protects
is
hate
epic
speech.
and
It doesn't protect incitement to violence or acts of violence, but you
that
can
today?
say hateful things and be protected under the First Amendment. And it was pretty staggering to hear an Attorney General...
Yes, cloud seeding is real. Yes, cloud seeding is a real thing. It's putting, like, what, silver stuff in the... Or, fuck, I forget exactly what it is, but that's not what the chemtrails conspiracy is saying. Fuck it, actually, you know what? Let's do it. Yeah, 'cause this... No! This isn't me. This isn't me. That's fucking nuts. Also, banging thumbnail. Yeah. Oh,
Good afternoon.
I looked a lot better. Alright, this is cringe as fuck.
As you may have heard from questionable sources on Facebook, the government is spreading mind control chemicals to the masses by spraying them out of airplanes. This was extremely concerning to me, so I decided to look into it. And what I found was one of the most pointless conspiracy theories I've ever heard of. And I'll explain why I say that in a moment, but first, a little history. This conspiracy was born shortly after the United States Air Force released a report in 1996 regarding weather control. Now, I say regarding weather control loosely, as I would guess that's how the founders of this theory interpreted it, but after reading the actual report, it is much more focused on how could the Air Force use weather control with the key stipulation of once it has been invented. That isn't to say that there aren't modern forms of weather control, and I will discuss those later in this video, but my guess is that that's not what the founders of the theory were talking about. The story of this conspiracy is unsurprisingly full of holes. The following is a summarized version of conspiracy investigator Jay Reynolds' report detailing his interactions with the men that founded this theory, which he used to piece together its origin story. A year prior to this report...
Dude, the fucking website I was reading, I was like on the ancient parts of the internet, like sites that hadn't been visited since literally 2000. Yeah, I know, right? This guy is a better looking, more energetic version of me. What the fuck? What's his deal?
Or a man by the name of Bill Brumbaugh, an evangelist news host, floated the idea that the chemical ethylene dibromide was being burned in the military's new jet fuel, JP-8. He communicated his concerns to a supposed Air Force pilot by the name Rick Flores, who claimed that the refueling teams were required by law to wear full protective gear due to the new fuel. He, of course, could not supply any documentation of the aforementioned law. To add to the confusion, there are two conflicting stories of how the jet fuel was tested. In 1996, Bill Brumbaugh claimed that he obtained a sample of the JP-8 jet fuel through Flores, which he could not test himself due to financial reasons. So he sent the sample to a man named Ron Williams, who sent it to another person named Larry Wayne Harris. At the same time, Flores stated that he obtained samples of the commercial jet fuel, Jet A, not the military JP-8 fuel, and sent it to the same Larry Wayne Harris. If the plot holes in the story so far weren't enough, the background of Larry Wayne Harris makes the conspiracy even more questionable. In 1995, Harris was arrested for ordering vials of bubonic plague by stealing the letterhead of a laboratory he was doing septic tank work for. Harris had always been interested in the idea of biological warfare, starting with his microbiology degree from Ohio State University. He has written extensively about the dangers of biological warfare, writings which included a book that essentially served as a survival guide for biological attacks, all for the low price of $20. He also detailed his plan to a group, presumably the Aryan Nation, which he was a high-ranking member of, his plan to release anthrax in the New York City subway system. So, to sum him up, he was an Omega racist who had a huge financial interest in the public being afraid of a biological attack. This is the man who allegedly tested the samples sent to him by either Flores or Brumbaugh. The results of this test, or these tests, the story isn't straight, apparently showed the ethylene dibromide in the sample. Now, this may be something of substance if any one of the three bozos who held this supposed test could produce a copy of it. Jay Reynolds, the man who was looking into this conspiracy and communicating with the aforementioned characters to ascertain the origin story, asked the three of them independently for a copy and received the following excuses. Brumbaugh said he didn't trust Harris and threw the results out. Flores said that the results were in storage and it would be way too difficult to go get them. And a man who Harris worked with, Richard Fink, stated, "Oh, I can't produce a copy of the results. It would ruin the livelihoods of all the people that worked at that lab and would be disingenuous to the people that died trying to get this result." Bullshit. Richard Fink, by the way, was also a member of the white supremacy group, the Aryan Nation. So, in all likelihood, there never was a test. Or if there was, it showed nothing of substance and they...
I can't do it. I can't. I hate watching myself, man. So let's watch something a lot calmer.
Who doesn't seem to realize that. Some have criticized you because you have a hotline. You've encouraged people to call in.
Make it through
if people are saying bad things about Charlie Kirk and so on. There will be people on the left going, well, this is just complete hypocrisy, because really what you're operating with this is a form of the very cancel culture that you and others on the right have always professed to hate. What do you say to that?
Well, this isn't cancel culture, and I have voted and I've supported legislation that protects the freedom of speech, that protects the First Amendment. I've been out there on the Epstein files too, protecting survivors. By the way, there are Republicans out there who are very vocal, like myself. But
suspect in the attack.
Free speech has consequences, and I'll quote Ilhan Omar, who tweeted that you have the right to say anything you want, you have the right to those opinions, but there are consequences. And if you are around children, my particular focus is on the educational system, those that are teaching our kids or in the classroom, and those who are making healthcare decisions for people. I don't want the bias and those who are celebrating the murder of a political class, a political side that they don't agree with. They should not be making medical decisions for others, and they should not be indoctrinating our kids. We look at Tyler Robinson, 22-year-old kid who self-admittedly murdered Charlie Kirk because he didn't like his opinions and thought he was full of hate. They're condoning this. They're endorsing this. He was radicalized, we believe, at school and in the education system. We can't allow that. I mean, when I was growing up, teachers were just normal. You had no idea what their politics were. And now kids are forced to say, what are your pronouns? And can you define 100 genders? And, they're being influenced and inspired and radicalized. And this can't be happening. This is how we got here. And we have to admit that this is the truth and that we're going to work together to end it. And they don't want to. They don't want to. And I don't know what else to do. I want to defund the schools that allow teachers that celebrate murder to stay there and stay employed. I want to defund them. And I want to shame these teachers out of existence. I don't want them anywhere near my kids. No. Or yours.
Nancy Mace, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you.
Gender.
Let's go back to the panel. Brian Shapiro, did any of that give you pause for thought?
Well, first of all, I find it ironic that Nancy Mace is talking about telling the truth, yet she's the person who blamed the shooter in the Charlie Kirk murder as a transgender. I find that very ironic. She also called me a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a registered independent that is anti-Donald Trump. So I want to be very clear on that as well. Listen,
wow, look at our radical Democrats who are not Democrats. Fucking A.
Now, she mentioned Ilhan Omar. If that's true about Ilhan Omar and she made those statements, I totally disavow that. But I don't think anybody could name me 3 Democrats that are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death that are elected officials. Number 2, every Democrat out there is saying this is wrong for the most part. Political violence, we should never celebrate it. And all the right is doing is blaming it on the radical left, including Donald Trump. Nancy Mace wants to say to bring people together. Donald Trump has divided us by blaming the radical left for what took place here.
But you would be blaming. Okay, but Brian, be honest. If it was the other way around, and the investigators said publicly,
I need Destiny to drop his J6 video. I don't want to have to do all of the work.
They have, as has the governor of Utah, that all the evidence pointed to this person being radicalized by the far right. You would not hesitate to say this was a far right assassination, and you would go on a massive rant about it. So there's a double standard there, right?
You're wrong. You're wrong.
You
I don't do
wouldn't?
that, Pierce. You could look at my social media. No, you're wrong. Here's what I do. I call out political violence on both sides. If you recall, Pierce,
That wasn't
the
my
right
point. No,
blamed
hang
the
on, no,
first-
I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if he was a radical right, if he'd been radicalized by the right, I don't think you would be saying people shouldn't be talking about the radicalization.
The reason why, Pierce, I ever bring up the radical right is because the right never takes responsibility, literally, for anything.
But nor is the
they
left.
blamed
But
Donald
nor
Trump.
is the left.
Listen,
the left,
Pierce,
having
I'm
said
not
this
one
for
of-
years,
Pierce,
now is doing exactly the same thing. I saw Jimmy Kimmel
Pierce,
literally going
I'm
on.
very-
I saw Jimmy Kimmel go on a rant saying
Pierce,
this guy
Pierce.
was a MAGA guy, the shooter. Complete lie.
Pierce, I'm always consistent on this issue. It doesn't matter whether it comes from the right or the left. It's wrong. We need to call out political violence on both sides of the aisle.
But we should
and
also
I think
be
that's what most
unafraid
Democrats in office.
Yeah, but Brian, you're missing my point. We should also be unafraid to call out radicalization where we see it as a primary motivation for these assassinations.
So do you think
How
this
can we
shooter
talk
was a
about
radical
radicalization with
leftist?
I think this
Kirk?
person was, as the
And
investigators
the
are
rhetoric
saying.
that he used.
I'll come to you in a moment, Lucas. As the investigators are saying, and as the governor is saying, the governor has hit a very, in my view, sensible tone throughout all this. As they've all been saying, all the evidence is pointing to a young man who was radicalized to the left.
Okay, so let me respond to that real quickly. So first of all, even if that is true,
yeah, whatever.
I totally disagree with what.
I honestly like that fucking clip in the beginning where who the fuck was it? It was like some CNN guy or something was like, yeah, I don't know if this was political. It might have been a crime of passion, like because of their partner. Like and Pierce shot that down. Doesn't it seem like there's anything like super explicitly leftist? It seems like more single issue. I don't know if I'm phrasing this in a coherent way, but I don't know. It seems single issue and might be more crime of. Well, I guess that's not what people typically say, crime of passion, but more emotional and pointed. I don't know. But again, I'm just another jackass speculating, so fuck me.
Megyn Kelly said, if you're somebody who wants to kill somebody because you disagree with their beliefs, then there's something wrong with you. You are crazy. So Pierce, even if that was true, now we know he comes from a conservative Mormon family.
Yeah.
I don't really care what his political affiliation is. I'm grateful that his father and a transgender, by the way, who two people on this panel continue to attack, there's a transgender that we should be thanking.
The two people on this panel haven't even got a chance to say a word yet because
just letting them talk.
All right, let me bring in the two women here. Let me bring in
Who
Gillian.
they are. We actually don't need
hang
to
on,
say
don't all
anything.
talk at once,
They're
please.
showing the
Can the
world
two
who
men
they
shut
are.
up for a moment? Gillian.
There are so many lies here. I don't know which to tackle first. The reality is that we are here because of the very things you guys are doing in this moment. You refuse to engage in any sort of intelligent dialogue or debate. You just name call. We're bigots. We're racist. This is exactly how we got here. This kind of othering, this kind of demonization. If you guys want to have an intelligent conversation about something that I have said, something that Riley has said, or something that Charlie has said, I'm absolutely here for it. But in this moment, you are very clearly showing the world that you are an integral part of this problem. And it's irrelevant what side of the aisle you're on. It's a human characteristic of demonizing others, and you both have it.
All right, Riley.
Okay.
Can I just?
Yeah,
Riley
I
will
would just
go
like the
next.
opportunity to defend myself for a second because Brian, what you said is like the most ill-informed thing I've ever heard. Number one, to insinuate that I'm not a good athlete, as if that even matters. Okay, I'm one of the fastest Americans of all time. Can you name me 3 female swimmers?
The reason why I said nobody would know who you are.
Can you name me 3 female swimmers? If you're going to talk about how no one knew me, can you name me 3 of the top female swimmers in this nation or this world?
99% of the country. 99% of the country can't name 3 female swimmers. The only reason why we know who you are is because you're half transgender.
So why did my athletic ability, which again, one of the fastest in the nation and the world, really, for that matter, when I was competing, why did that have anything to do with anything? Are you saying only the best female athletes, only the best of the best, only those?
This feels so disgusting to like look up, but like, what was the highest she ever scored?
Who are winning Olympic gold medals deserve fairness. Is that what you're saying? Make it clear to me, please.
What I'm saying is,
okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm going to continue on now to say that I have not been a voice for the Epstein victims.
So you don't want me to respond to your
ridiculous.
question?
This is a recent tweet that I put out that I got a lot of flack for. I said, I serve Christ, not a politician. That
Why
being
won't
said,
Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
We are going to act like the proven harm and abuse of Epstein.
Because he's in them.
Cause never happened. His victims deserve so much better than that. There is no line to.
Wait, so she didn't even lose to Leah Thomas? She's tied? Okay. 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 That's fucking hell. I honestly thought that, like, from just the way people talked about it, that Leah Thomas came first and she was robbed of first, and Riley Gaines was robbed of first place.
Walk when it comes to sex trafficking, especially of children. So to slander
Riley, may I ask
me
you a question?
and say that I have not been a voice for the Epstein victims is ridiculous.
Okay, Riley,
I have been a voice for
Riley,
the
may I
women
ask
in
you a
Muslim
question?
countries, in Afghanistan, in Yemen, in South Sudan, who are under Sharia law, who don't get to get an education, who don't get to go to the gym, who don't get to go to the doctor. Like, I have been a voice for all these women. So to sit here and act like you know me, number one, is ridiculous and entirely defamatory.
Okay, Riley, can I respond? Okay, Riley.
Now that I'm done.
Understood.
Absolutely.
Let me ask. Okay, so Riley, when Donald Trump bragged about going into teenage girls' locker rooms on the Howard Stern show, are you willing to condemn Donald Trump right now on the program, or the fact that he's a liable sexual abuser and a 34-count felon? He bragged about going into teenage girls' locker rooms. If you care, which I believe you do, by the way, Riley, if you care about young women.
I'm actually very curious to hear the answer to this. What do we think? Is it a dodge? Is it a condemnation? Or is it, that was a lie?
Are you willing to condemn Donald Trump for going into teenage girls' locker rooms without their permission?
I think any man who violates a woman's privacy, safety, fairness when it comes to athletic competitions is detestable and condemnable. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Hey, Pierce, this is why I bring this up. I'm so glad she said that. She went back to transgenders and she didn't answer my question. So I will try to ask it again.
I said nothing about transgenders. It's telling that you insinuate when I'm talking about fairness in sports. That I'm talking about men.
She won't answer the question.
May I address the galvanizing that was made by Jillian?
Any man.
Pierce, can I just finish this
Any
real
man's
quick? She won't condemn. She won't condemn Donald Trump for anything.
You sound like a little child who's throwing a hissy fit.
I think that would include. To be fair, I think that includes.
She won't answer the question.
All right, let me bring in
She
Lucas.
won't answer the question.
Let me bring in Lucas to respond. Let Lucas respond.
To be fair, she didn't name him by name, but I think that would include Donald Trump. But to bring up as far as the galvanizing, which is, I think what we're witnessing is gaslighting and political schizophrenia at its peak. Because when we talk about galvanizing, we have to look at the body of work that Charlie Kirk did, whether it was to, once again, dehumanize black people, to say that black women were low IQ and non-deserving of their positions, right? Whether it was to bastardize as far as a black American lexicon, whether it's the perversion of woke, or whether it was the perversion of black fatigue, something that was crucial to black history, even to this day, whether it was the perversion of CRT, I think it's absolutely diabolical to say that this is coming from the left when Charlie Kirk spent most of his life to do that. I think when he talks about Black Death, when it's Trayvon Martin, Breonna Taylor, all these people that he vilified, all these people that he could care less about. But you want to know something? There is not one mention of Daniel Schaefer. I mentioned Daniel Schaefer. White man killed, police brutality. It's not one mention of Jared Lackey on any of his posts. I mentioned Jared Lackey. White man tased to death, police brutality. There is not one mention of Kelly Thomas. There is not one mention of Ryan Whitaker, killed, shot in the back, white man, because he was playing video games too loud. So to say that they care about, police brutality, they care that it's not galvanizing. They are galvanizing. Charlie Kirk and other people like him are galvanizing their audience to, ironically, to promote a white victimhood complex on a certain group of white individuals who feel
All right.
disassociated
Okay.
with society currently.
All right, Brian, hold fire.
Same thing that they argued that was
All right,
happening
I heard
to black
you, Lucas.
people. They
I heard
are
you.
now prophetizing.
All right,
I just want to ask Jillian.
You made your point.
I just want to ask Jillian a
Brian,
question,
I'm going
if
to come
that's
back to you in
okay.
one moment. We're going to bring in another guest
Okay.
now, Jeffrey
Yep.
Starr, who's a cosmetics
Oh my
influencer.
God, what the fuck?
Thank you very much.
Jeffree Star does politics? Huh? Why? Since when? For what reason?
For joining me, Jeffrey. You've gone viral. You've gone viral this week for this TikTok live.
He encouraged everyone to speak about their beliefs, whether he believed them or not. Am I a Republican? No, I'm a person. Because I'm standing up for someone that passed away, I'm now being called names in the chat. This is what's wrong with a lot of you people. You will never get far in life. You are sick in the head. Someone just said they're unsubscribing from me. Thank God, please. Because if you believe in they and thems, you're part of the problem.
Oh, right, okay. So the reason we are in an escalatingly violent, an increasingly violent political time is because of they, thems? Huh? This is essentially the same thing Nancy Mace said. It's like, yeah, these Democrats and Charlie Kirk, and then it always ends with transgender. Like, Never thought Jeffree Star and Jimmy Kimmel would be at the forefront of political debate. Oh my God. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel, I would be more understanding of. I did not know this person still existed.
If you're so stupid enough to go against science, please unfollow me.
Jeffrey, what happened to you as a consequence of that going viral?
So about 100,000 people have unfollowed me this week for speaking about Charlie, the entire thing. I can't believe so many people in America are cheering and praising his death. It's honestly disgusting. So while I was live streaming, I found out about what happened in real time, and it was so horrifying and devastating. I followed him for a few years. Do I agree with everything he's ever said? Of course I don't. But I loved a lot of what he said, and it resonates with me. But the good news is hundreds of thousands of more people have followed me, and they're on the exact same page. So I don't care about the following. It's not about that. I just had to speak my mind.
Have you been surprised, shocked, depressed by the reaction? I mean, I'm genuinely stunned. I thought I'd seen everything in the news game going back 40 years. But to see the outpouring of gleeful celebration of a young man's murder for expressing his opinion.
Didn't shock you at all? Didn't raise any flags when Don Jr. was saying, I got my, was it the Paul Pelosi Halloween costume? And it's a hammer and like, what's that? That's fine. Trump saying, yeah, no, whatever.
Opinions, and a young man who would deliberately go into, the opposition territory, college campuses, and get people to line up and say, come on, argue with me in a respectful way. The idea that he gets murdered for doing that all the time seemed particularly perverse to me. Were you?
Exactly.
How did you feel about it?
I was honestly horrified because I'm someone that's always been outspoken. I love the truth, and for some reason, people are afraid of the truth. I've been told all week, he would have hated someone like you. No, he would have respected me because I'm my own person and I know how to have my own thoughts. So when I saw it in real time, I was completely devastated. I can't believe someone that has an opinion is now dead. It's disgusting.
Yeah, Brian, I mean, when you hear that...
I don't know how to demonstrate this. There we go, okay. With different information environments, it feels like political discourse, even back to like Romney and Obama and McCain and whatever, felt like along the political spectrum, the discourse was probably from here to here. Or actually, so the Republicans' discourse that they were willing to entertain, even, that they could accept some level of factual reality, was like here. And for Democrats, it was, I'd say, probably here. Or, yeah. And this is where you'd have, like, debate and fight, and you'd kind of argue, like, within this sphere. But now, it feels like there's... Hold on. the fucking... I can't even... whatever, that's good enough. Feels like there's a debate sphere over here, then there's a gap to here, and then there's really no true centrist. So there's here-ish with the center, and then here's... wait, actually, and the Republican or right-wing discourse is here. So it feels like the free speech and open debate discourse is here. Which, okay, there is no, like... I'll do the sock dems. Go maybe to here. And, like, there's arguing that happens here. But even, like, between tankies and sock dems, there's no discussion. Between, like, centrist dems and sock dems, there's a lot of discussion and, like, actual argument. Then there's a grand chasm between these two Democratic social, like your Bernie types. And then you have the centrists, just here, and then all the way from, like, Groypers to the Kirks of the world, which I put here, to your neocons over here. And this is just, like, the spectrum of, I don't know, valid opinions that fit. Oh, Democratic Socialist or Socialist Democrat? Wait, Sock Dems or Dem Socs? Whatever, but just, I don't know which is which. Fucking Bernie Bros types here. Feels like the tanky part is kind of uniform, and there's like, this is the line of electoralism. Then okay, sock dems is what I meant, sorry. So I guess, no, this would be, like, your sock dems would probably go here, your dem socks would be here. But I don't know how... I don't know what we do with this giant chasm caused by disparate information environments. Because, like, what do you do? It's not like having a discussion bridges this, and violence absolutely does not. I feel like there needs to be some sort of top-down, I don't know, reconciliation audit of what is even real? Oh, yeah. Well, unfortunately, you're stuck in a rough spot where pretty much everyone past a certain point is going to call you a communist, and everyone who's a communist is going to call you a capitalist, whatever, imperialist, etc. I don't know. I think I'm out here being called a social... What the... Like, what, a third positionist? Is that what that means? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fun. Hold on. I'm gonna switch this to... There's only 173 views. Okay. Nice. Does this chart make? I mean, it doesn't have any labels on it, but like how I've explained, does this make sense? Like, these aren't ideology. These brackets aren't the ideologies people hold. It's what the factual environment can tolerate as discourse. And between right and the left, there seems to be a massive chasm. And I don't know if anyone has a good answer on how to fill that. Like, what? Unless you make opinionated things. I like. Do you have some government agency auditing like factual reality? Because I don't know if I don't want the executive to have like complete authority over the truth. That is insane. I don't know how you Fuck it. Nobody's allowed to cover media anymore. You are only allowed to read primary sources. Or, like, read court documents, sources. Like, no more pundits. I don't know. I don't know what you do about this. Because you can't have the government do it. I suppose you could have some regulation around, I guess, accountability in journalism. But that gets really slippery. I don't know. I don't think anyone has a good answer for this. I'm sure there's an answer that doesn't feel great, but is probably the best way. I don't know. This is what I'll dedicate my stream to trying to solve for the next while, because I think until this gap in information is fixed, like, this country, these two disparate factions don't come together until there's some way to share a reality.
Do you find it disgusting, the reaction that Jeffrey's had?
Yeah, absolutely. 150%. I think anybody who celebrates Charlie Kirk's death is absolutely disgusting. And I applaud you.
So, oh God, that's a flattering.
Or anywhere else assist in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. In other words, is there any evidence to suggest that the shooter might have had help?
As I've said from the beginning, this is an extensive and exhaustive investigation, and I can only speak from the FBI's perspective that is still ongoing. We are still triaging voluminous amounts of data. We're still interrogating numerous witnesses, and we're going into devices such as cell phones and laptops and extracting data.
Because, like, to bring someone into the same reality, you can't, like, convince someone that I don't know.
And so that's the expertise of the FBI that we're bringing and working with our state and local partners. And as we get information that is of value, we turn it over immediately to the prosecutorial authorities for them to make their decision.
Okay, why hasn't Lance Twiggs, the boyfriend, been arrested?
This was fucking unhinged. Desperate Cash Patel asks shooter's family if they can solve any other cases. That is wild. That is insane. Man.
Text messages prove that he knew that Tyler Robinson assassinated Charlie Kirk and that he did not turn him in. Why hasn't he been arrested?
Again, the charging decisions will be made by the prosecuting authorities in the state of Utah. And so we will leave those decisions to them. We are working 24/7 to provide all the evidence we can to them in a timely fashion. That's why we were on the scene almost immediately, and that's why we've been flying back and forth, not just personnel, but also DNA matters, and also these devices that you speak to. Thankfully, the FBI has regional centers scattered across the country, and we're able to exploit these devices, and that's why you have the text messages. And the text messages speak for themselves, but we're still going. We have more work to do.
Really?
Okay, and I know, Mr. Director, that you knew Charlie well, so this hits personally as well, happening just 8 days ago. Let's talk about the text messages. Does the FBI believe that they could have been, you know, like a pre-planned setup to hide any involvement that Lance might have had in planning this assassination?
You know, now that the state case has been brought and the charges have been alleged, you know, I have to withhold any sort of stylization of the evidence. And because there's more evidence coming in, literally.
Yeah. I feel like that's a pretty decent best practice for the FBI to, until the investigation is finished, you can present some of the evidence. Because, you know, the American people demand some answers, but I feel like you should wait before announcing conclusions. Just having rapidly changing conclusions is definitely not helping the information gap.
Every single day as we interrogate witnesses who knew these individuals and who knew the suspect and the family members as well, we're getting more and more information, and those are critical pieces of information that we have to hold in the evidentiary chain of command so that prosecutors can use it at trial. The worst thing that we can have happen is if we mishandle evidence and then they cannot use it at trial. That would be an injustice to Charlie Kirk.
All right, we're showing video of the moment that Tyler Robinson jumped off that roof about 15 feet. He drops down to the grass below, Mr. Director. We do not see anything that looks like a gun in his pants. We don't see it. Where is the gun, according to the FBI, in this video? And I understand that this is just surveillance from quite a distance and it's grainy, but we don't see anything there.
Well, as we know, and look, I walked the steps myself when I got to the crime scene at the university there in Mormon, Utah. And what happened was the shooter, as you saw, jumped off the rooftop, and then we retraced his steps to where he discarded the firearm in a wooded area next to the campus. And I walked that ravine. And he discarded the firearm in its entirety with the towel wrapped around it. And one of the critical pieces of information we were able to pull was DNA off the towel and also DNA off a screwdriver that was found on the rooftop where the shooter was positioned in a prone position to take the shot that he took to...
Hold on. I feel like if he had like a... This is why it's important to have quick, snappy answers, because this sounds really bad. Like they have no fucking clue how...
pull was DNA off the towel. And what happened was the shooter, as you saw, jumped off the rooftop, and then we retraced his steps to where he discarded the firearm in a wooded area next to the campus. And I walked that ravine, and he discarded the firearm in its entirety with the towel wrapped around it. And one of the critical pieces of information we were able to pull was DNA off the towel and also DNA off a screwdriver that was found on the rooftop where the shooter was positioned in a prone position to take the shot that he took to kill Charlie Kirk. And so we were able to quickly analyze that DNA and come back with a positive match for the suspect. That's the type of evidentiary value that the FBI brings and critical analysis that we bring. And the rest, in terms of putting the entirety of it together, we're still looking at a lot of video, piecing it together. There was 1,000 hours, maybe 800 hours of video that we're trying to look at in totality from all the different camera angles. So it's very hard to do. We're working with the university as fast as we can, but they have one system in place, and we're working with them, and they've been great partners.
Okay, let me ask you about that, and I want to get to the roof. I asked the mayor of Orem why the roof wasn't covered. Looked like Butler, Pennsylvania, all over again. But this time the assassin was effective. Let me talk about the video. I know you can't make it all public, but there's one video in particular, Cash, a gentleman who was standing just behind Charlie Kirk with his cell phone with a hat on, filming this.
They're doing the super conspiracy ones.
Entire time. Why hasn't that video been made public?
again, the collection of videos, and look, I was in the room where all of this backpacks, razor scooters.
This is what someone sounds like when they have, like, they didn't do any homework. And they're asked to, like, a presentation or something, trying to BS their way through it.
Textbooks, cell phones, and things were seized from the people that were in and around Charlie when he was shot. And we're also going through that material and others to analyze them. And we can't do that instantaneously. We're doing it as fast as we can. And as we've done during this entire investigation, if there's a single piece of evidence that points to anyone else's involvement in this tragic assassination, we're going to bring it to bear, and we're going to publicize it as soon as we can with our partners through the prosecutorial process.
Yeah, Mr. Director, you know, Lee Harvey Oswald died in prison. Jeffrey Epstein allegedly died in prison. How concerned are you about the safety of the suspect here, Tyler Robinson, making it to trial?
Sorry?
I think the Utah authorities have spoken to that directly. They've got him on critical watch, and they have him in a location where he's, I believe, segregated from the rest of the population. So I think they have that well covered.
All right, I want to play you a soundbite from your lengthy hearing or testimony on Capitol Hill over the last 2 days. Let's listen.
Anyone that has been terminated at the FBI has been done
No, the question
they failed to meet the muster in their constitutional obligation.
I will work on the audio-visual capabilities.
I'm going to borrow your terminology and call bull your entire career in Congress.
Reclaiming my time.
It has been a disgrace to the American
Director,
people.
I'm reclaiming my time.
You can reclaim your time all you want.
Mr. Chairman, you're going to allow a witness to speak?
Mr. Chairman, would you give
accuse yourself,
the gentleman has no time. Mr. Chairman, would you admonish the witness not to insult members?
Why don't you try serving your constituency by focusing on reducing violent crime in this country and the number of pedophiles that are illegally harbored in your sanctuary cities in California? I'll work with you on that. Do you want to work with us on that?
What is happening?
Mr. Director, I just want to get your response to what you went through the last 2 days.
Look, what I went through was I put on full display what the FBI has been doing for these last 7 months to deliver historic results for America. Starting off with, we are about to deliver the lowest murder rate in modern U.S. recorded history thanks to President Trump's direction and initiative and resourcing of the FBI. We have also captured 1,500 kilograms of fentanyl. That's enough to kill 1/3 of the American population. We've found and identified 4,700 child victims. That's a 35% year-to-date increase from last year.
They identified them because they read the Epstein files. Yeah.
If we are so feckless and ineffective, and the leaders that are so feckless and ineffective at the FBI,
really
like so many on the left identified yesterday, how are we achieving these historic results?
Yeah, probably.
How are we safeguarding cities at historic rates? How are we launching our Operation Summer Heat to these magnificent successes? We got a lot more work to do, but these statistics are just a few that the men and women of the FBI are doing. We took down 300 human trafficking networks. We put away 1,200 child sexual predators, and these guys want to come at me and say we are not prioritizing the safety of children. Every single statistic we cited yesterday was a double-digit increase at a bare minimum from the same time last year. This is what the FBI does when it's unleashed, when you let good cops be cops, and when you take away the politics from the situation, you see the results. And they didn't want to have any of it because Donald Trump and myself and the Department of Justice are delivering for the American people, and they just can't stand that.
Mr. Director, I have to ask you, a report that came out earlier this week. Again, this is from a conservative outlet. It's from Fox, Jackie Heinrich. The report is that the knives are out at the FBI for Kash Patel, despite Trump's support. The sources, again here, Mr. Director, were anonymous, but here's the quote. The White House, Bondi, Todd Blanche, and others have no confidence in Kash. One source with
the number 4 cable news channel in the U.S. Holy shit.
Knowledge of the ongoing discussion said Pam in particular cannot stand him, Blanche either. How do you respond to that?
Well, the Deputy Attorney General, myself, and the Attorney General have an incredible relationship that goes back to years. They are dear friends of mine. They have responded on the record to that. I would hope you read that record. We are working tremendously well together, day in and day out.
Are they going to argue that Newsmax is being biased? Oh, yeah, wait, of course they would. Yeah, Dumb and Drowned, welcome to the stream. Yeah, dude, he is... They asked him, hey, where's the gun when the guy was dropping down from the building? And he's like, I was there on this scene. The incredible work of the men and women at the FBI. Towel. DNA. And then you just moved on. It's like, okay. That wasn't the question, dude. Oh. This country is so chungus.
Rely on anonymous sources from Fox or anywhere else. They can paint their lies just like the Democrats tried to paint their lies yesterday against me. They will not divide us. They will not divide our mission. We are delivering historic results, seizing drugs by the kilo every single day, securing our border, stopping terrorist activities from infiltrating our societies, and our counterintelligence programs have never been more successful. Just to mention a few things we've done better than anyone has ever done before.
So
and that takes a collective team of myself.
It just sounds like an
that report was a lie.
That report is an entire falsehood.
Okay.
It's an absolute falsehood.
One final quick.
What about the letter that Pam Bondi sent to the FBI that's like, hey, get us the fucking Epstein files? That just never happened?
Quick one. And I have to ask you about this because this story won't go away. How do you respond to people who claim that there are prominent Republicans, maybe not even including Donald Trump, but prominent Republicans all over the Epstein list, and that's why this list will never be made public with a Republican in the White House?
Let's hear the answer to this.
Wait,
let me pre-watch it. Well, Democrats had 4 years to release it, and they didn't. I'll bet my, I don't know, but whatever.
During the Obama administration. Where were these people during the Biden administration? They had access to the exact same evidence that I have access to. And as I stated earlier in my testimony, Mr. Acosta brought a case in a slapstick fashion and gave Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal and completely limited the amount of investigatory material that should have been collected. Should have been collected, but was not. And then the courts came in after that and sealed some of the material and also issued protective orders. Why weren't they so keen to dig into this material? We have released all credible information in the Epstein case file, and there's absolutely zero credible information against Donald Trump or anyone else. If there were, we would have brought the charges. We are arresting more pedophiles than any FBI in the history of the United States.
Okay, so just for the record, in 11 minutes, he's dodged, I think, all 5 questions and said the exact same thing every single time. And this is, and you would think, oh, this is just some one news shit, whatever. This is like the number 4 cable news network, and Fox, it does the same shit, and those combined are where like half, if not more, of the country get their information from. Don't go doomer. It's this country will hold on strong. I believe in us, but man, it's tough.
It's government. So for anyone to insinuate that we are letting anyone go is political banter. And again, I remind these people that are yelling at me and lying about me all the time, where were you the last 20 years when you had the gavels, when you had the power to look into these matters? Now you just want to call me as somebody who supports pedophiles. That's just disgusting. Nobody at the FBI supports pedophiles. We're putting them away in record fashion.
FBI.
Well, House and Senate Republicans seem to vote to keep those files sealed. Interesting.
Director Kash Patel, we appreciate all your time tonight. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thanks so much.
Right. Cool. We got to see what I got to see state media. Do we want to do more state media watch, or go back to Pierce? Oh, wow, those are rough options. Christ. The left is losing it. Oh, or that's all state media. Oh, man. Dude, anything but Piers? All right. Congratulations, you get the 5. we are Jimmy Kimmel, I guess, or something.
Bring back Jimmy! Bring back Jimmy!
Actually, I should know the details.
Jimmy Kimmel protesters holding
oh, God, not this fucker. Okay, if anyone has a good article on like the FCC using their power, link it, please. That's what I'll be looking into, because again, if I'm gonna debate people, I gotta have snappy stuff.
Rally outside ABC offices in New York City, showing that the left is more outraged over a late-night comic getting suspended than the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk. According to reports, Jimmy Kimmel was about to double down on attacking MAGA, making himself the victim, and say critics were twisting his words. But Disney execs feared he would just make things worse. And now Late Night is rallying around Jimmy and trying to turn him into a low-rated martyr.
But tonight, we are all Jimmy Kimmel. I still have a show, though, right?
Kimmel was suspended by ABC after pressure from the FCC, leaving everyone thinking WTF.
I've always admired and respected Mr. Trump. And if you've ever...
I really hate that this political moment has had me defending some of the least funny fuckers on late night TV. Oh, God.
seen me say anything negative about him, that's just AI.
We have another fun, hilarious, administration compliant show. What are you doing? Shut up.
That's pretty good.
Blow this for us.
Yeah, like, dude, late night shows are just not funny. Like, they're pretty dry, but that doesn't mean that the FCC can go and force them to fire a guy and holding a merger over their head, like holding the fate of a merger over their head. That's just straight up a violation of the First Amendment. No, am I crazy?
And Democrats are continuing their collective freakout. Tampon, who had a COVID snitch line, says Kimmel's suspension proves we're living in North Korea.
I got news for you. UK is
Ever wondered how democracy dies? You're witnessing it. It's one of the most outrageous affronts on this. This is North Korea-style stuff.
If Congress is willing to say, we're going to completely abdicate even its most important power, then what is left to constrain a runaway presidency, and in particular presidency that is heading more and more towards dictatorship?
It's unacceptable, it's unconscionable, and it's un-American.
Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, House passes a resolution honoring Charlie Kirk, and 58 Democrats voted against it, including AOC.
Okay, a resolution honoring Charlie Kirk is intentionally vague. This was the vote to make it a federally recognized, like, day, no? Like, that's... I don't know if we do ever have done that for a, like, political pundit? I don't think so. That doesn't really seem appropriate.
Who used her floor speech to smear Kirk.
His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans, far from the working tirelessly to promote unity, unquote, asserted by the majority in this resolution. It is equally important.
No, they'll play this clip, but they will not play any of Charlie Kirk.
The government's attempt to weaponize this moment into an all-out assault on free speech across the country.
Unequivocally wrong.
President Trump slamming those Democrats.
And I condemn it. But
just today, the House Democrats voted against condemning the political assassination of Charlie Kirk.
But that is such that's such shit. That's insane to say that.
Who could vote against that? The condemning, all they're saying, please condemn the assassination of a human being.
Sorry.
And they said no.
I'm just gonna double check that I didn't miss some other vote.
Jessica, the Kimmel situation. Have you seen a lot of people really that upset about it? I don't see any big rallies in the streets or.
Okay. This is what, the Fox resident liberal right here?
People really that upset about it? I don't see any big...
Right? She's the one that does, like, the entire representation of the left on Fox.
Rallies in the streets or big massive protests anywhere.
Fake liberal? No. She does push back. We need her. Again, her job is it's always in such fine balance. Because she has to both not say anything too rational or push them too hard, because then they'll fire her for making them look bad. But she also has to like, I don't know, be crazy enough, or not crazy, but just say things that they can dunk on her for to appease their audience. Whoa. I live in France. We recently had a protest here, and not most of the citizens know about the Jimmy and Charlie situation, and the locals seem clueless as to why Americans don't protest over free speech. I say they have guns and police brutality, and in response I was asked what's... I know... I mentioned this earlier, or a couple months ago, is since Trump 2, France is no longer like the go-to country to beat up on within the Western world. Like, you know, it's the second. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. You get to see the Biden blast. France knows how to protest. Oh man, like the Second Amendment crowd, like this is for when your rights get taken away. But then when it's Trump, it's actually, having a dictator's kind of epic and base because they're deporting illegals. So the Constitution can go fuck itself. Fuck my chungus country. I love it though.
Like the media is more upset than anybody.
Well, the media and politicians and everyone, all the editorial boards of the nation's biggest paper, including the Wall Street Journal, that wrote Mr. Kimmel's words were only moderately offensive. We want to be clear that none of this justifies the right's resort to regulatory censorship. And the premise that Democrats are more concerned about Jimmy Kimmel than they were about the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk is completely unfounded. Democrats said all the right things that all of us felt about, that it was tragic, that political violence has no place in our society. And we were met with, this is your fault, and we are at war. There's been this move today to rewrite the story of how Jimmy Kimmel ended up being indefinitely suspended, to absolve Brendan Carr of his role in this and the government's larger role in it. But the timeline just doesn't add.
Okay, should we read this resolution? Or should I just read it and then give you the spark notes?
Up. I've heard, well, read the Hollywood Reporter and read the Wall Street Journal on this. I looked through all of it, and the common denominator is that Brendan Carr said to Benny Johnson, we can do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. And the affiliates, who were already freaking out about it for sure, decided then that they were going to pull it. And so ABC and Disney in general, Bob Iger, had no choice but to do it. There are some smart Republicans that are cautioning them to come back from this line. Ted Cruz, of all people, who's the chair of the Commerce Committee, which actually has oversight over the FCC, said what Carr said there is dangerous as hell. That's right out of a mafioso. When it's used to silence conservatives, we will regret it. We should denounce it. So I understand now we don't live in cancel culture. It's just consequence culture. And you think an eye for an eye is a good solution to everything. That's what I've seen pelted at me about this. Well, you did this, you did this, you did this, you did this. That is not a way to run a free society. And you can't just trample on the First Amendment because something tragic and horrible happened.
So if all the advertisers were flooding the zone and a lot of the affiliates were saying we're not going to run this, and all the executives were getting inundated with emails from angry viewers across the country, isn't that just the marketplace, Kellyanne, saying...
Yes, but it's not the fucking marketplace. The head of the FCC saying, I'll block your merger if you let this shit... Like, come on.
This guy's got to either apologize or we're not running the show.
Yes, this was a simple market-based movement. The customers didn't want it. Dave Smith from Sinclair said this is insensitive and it goes against the values. And what we're hearing from our listeners, It's not that Jimmy Kimmel just said a random joke and didn't invoke the late Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul, or President Trump. He did all of that. He said that the way President Trump is mourning Charlie Kirk is the way a, quote, 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, thereby analogizing our president and commander-in-chief while he's overseas representing us to a 4-year-old and to the fallen Charlie Kirk.
Cliff notes. I mean, I don't even need to give the Cliff notes. The actual, like, thing that it says. I don't even think, like, this is the thing. We've entered a point where you don't really see much justification anymore. Like, it feels like for stuff that falls within executive purview kind of generally, they're like, yeah, fuck you, we're doing this, we don't need to justify it. Like, I don't even know if they're gonna, like, make a case for it. I think they're just like, yeah, fuck you, and moving on. I hope I'm wrong and that, you know, there's some semblance of a battle in court, but I'm not hopeful.
Friend to, I'm sure everyone around this table, to a goldfish. People are
so
tired of it. And by the way, the
just
consumers
condemns
also stopped watching him a long time ago. Same thing that's happened to Colbert has happened to Kimmel. Nobody's watching you because you're not funny. If you're not a reporter, check. You're not an entertainer. You're certainly not a comedian. You're not funny.
Seems like the Democrats that voted against it, part of the historical Black Caucus and Hispanic Caucus. So I don't know. I guess it was just a. I don't think this is news at all.
These late night shows are watched by Democrats. The rest of us don't want this lack of, you know, this left-wing loser fest slop late at night. Most of the guests are left-wing.
Yo, chill. Yeah, well, yeah, we need to. Part of the post-Trump era is going to be reforming or some bolstering of Congress and having Congress do their fucking job and not, like, have them actually show up to work. Okay, let's just.
Charlie Kirk, a friend to, I'm sure everyone around this table,
focused on Fox now.
to a goldfish. People are tired of it. And by the way, the consumers also stopped watching him a long time ago. Same thing that's happened to Colbert has happened to Kimmel. Nobody's watching.
Yeah, and you guys got sued because you had to change your messaging because no one was watching you because they wanted to watch Alex Jones and different podcasts and fucking Newsmax.
Because you're not funny. If you're not a reporter, check. You're not an entertainer. You're certainly not a comedian. You're not funny. These late night shows are watched by Democrats. The rest of us don't want this lack of, you know, this left-wing loser fest slop late at night. Most of the guests are left-wing. Most of the dialogue is anti-Trump. And people are tired of it. They want to give this guy a moment to succeed. Now, AOC...
Yeah, when Biden was president, there was Sleepy Joe jokes. Like,
she's no longer even interesting to watch. She's turned into Mazie Hirono and Kamala Harris when they're both in the Senate together. I have memorized the way they all part their hair. They're constantly looking down, reading the stuff other people wrote. Am I? Are you? No.
Breaking.
They can't. She's reading that for the first time, something that a staffer wrote for her. And even in this moment when they're all saying, can we have more civil discourse? Can we all be nice, bipartisan, blah, blah, blah. They can't just say yes to a resolution that honors the life and legacy that someone who built his career on civil discourse, on open dialogue, on allowing people to challenge him and, quote, prove him wrong. They can't even do that. They can't condemn the killer. And Jessica, this all started for a very simple reason. Kimmel lied. He lied on behalf of ABC and Disney that this assassin is, quote, one of us, meaning one of MAGA. This guy is like Kimmel, twisted, ignorant, unfunny, savage.
But it's up to his employer to decide what happens, not up to Brendan Carr.
No, Brendan Carr didn't do this. No.
He's gloating about it. He's using gifts of Jack Nicholson in the office.
You're using a nexus that's not there.
That's not true. By the way, it happened on Betty Johnson's show.
No. He suggested that, but the affiliates did what they wanted to do, and this is a business decision and it's a moral decision.
You know, it's funny. They keep saying that Trump suspended Kimmel. I believe Bob Iger at Disney was the one to do that. If they should be mad, they should be mad at Bob Iger.
And that's right. That's why it's so laughable to me that this is anything other than an employee-employer dispute that
What's
one
up?
should.
Hey, it wasn't Trump. It was Bob. Wait, am I missing something? Oh, okay. Sorry.
Decision, and it's a moral decision.
You know, it's funny. They keep saying that Trump suspended Kimmel. I believe Bob Iger at Disney was the one to do that. If they should be mad, they should be mad at Bob Iger.
And that's right. That's why it's so laughable to me that this is.
Yeah, I'm sure having the FCC be like, we're not going to, whatever.
Anything other than an employee-employer dispute that one should see is inarguably an employee that has misbehaved. We all.
Hey, Angie. What is happening? Well, a big violation of the First Amendment with Jimmy Kimmel, late night talk, like comedian, said something pretty mundane, all things considered. And the chairman of the FCC.
Will you shut up?
Listen, who is... follow? I appreciate that. You get to see the Biden blast. Leaned on ABC to fire him because they didn't like the joke. They said they wouldn't approve a merger. Pretty sure. I'm gonna do more reading into it, but yeah, it's some funky stuff going on here.
Remember Deflategate. We all remember Tom Brady and everyone's freakouts about the suspensions, but that's an actual union contract that dictated per precedence that, yes, there's accountability and there's a certain sentencing that occurs when an employee misbehaves. Remember in the 90s and the 2000s, Howard Stern, the FCC was fining and suspending, or was fining a lot of these affiliate stations. So the networks were suspending them, and everyone sued the FCC and everyone sued the networks. But courts upheld that, yes, if these guys are not following the then indecency standard.
Okay, so this is what chairman of the FCC said. So chairman of the FCC has to approve mergers, which looks like was a plan going forward for people that host Jimmy Kimmel. Says this is from the chairman of the FCC. This is a very, very serious issue right now for Disney. Carr said on the Benny Johnson podcast, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. These companies can find ways to take action on Kimmel, or there is going to be additional work for the FCC ahead. That is an insane thing to say. He didn't say anything insightful. He didn't say anything in violation of the First Amendment. Kimmel didn't incite anything. It wasn't even like that insane of a statement. Like, what do we have? Are there checks and balances, or is this shit just gonna fly?
Standards, absolutely that they can get the axe. And you cut to today's standards and today's courts, and they have held resoundingly that the integrity of an employer's, let me get this right, the employer's interest in brand integrity indeed outweighs an employee's right to free speech or to say what they want. So you put that against the climate that we've discussed, where you have a host on entertainment. Entertainment is his gig. Well, that means you want as many eyes as possible. You want to be as popular as possible. Well, he instructed half the country not to watch him. His ratings absolutely plummeted when people took him at his word and also found him unfunny. And so therefore, this is either 3 strikes when he's inaccurate, when he's inflammatory, when he's unfunny, but most importantly, on a network here where we uphold the highest standards of credibility and accuracy.
And you're not going to mention the FCC in this? Okay.
I can see quite clearly that indeed this was someone who was fired for not upholding
what percent of them do you think buy their own
shit? And for being
shit?
Inaccurate and doubling down. You think there's not an employer on the other side of the desk that writes his employment contract? This is at will. That's nothing to do with free speech. And the real victim here, might we remember, is certainly not Jimmy Kimmel, who can just go on a podcast or his OnlyFans. The real victim
Oh my God,
here
it's like
is
canceling someone wasn't even a big fucking deal in the first place then.
Jimmy Kimmel OnlyFans.
Yeah, Jimmy,
I didn't know about that.
Provocative.
There's always a niche.
There's no guarantee for free speech or misinformation or hate speech. That's Tim Walz. This is a matter of corporate responsibility. Twitter should be held accountable and shut down. That's Kamala Harris. And this is gold. I believe that when it comes to broadcast television like Fox News, these are subject to federal regulation in terms of what's allowed on air and what isn't. That's AOC. Are you asking me, do I think Jimmy Kimmel should be taken off air for making really bad jokes about something that's sensitive to me?
Bernie
no.
just like made a statement calling it a genocide. I mean, he's one of the biggest political figures, so I mean that's some progress in that direction, I suppose. I don't know who's been censured for saying that, unless you're talking about Ilhan Omar. Oh, accidentally hit stop. Whoopsies.
Am I going to shed a tear for him? No more than I did for the American citizen terrorist that Barack Obama droned dead. Sometimes common sense prevails. Sometimes you go too far.
Obama into
If we're going to have a legal, ethical conversation right now, okay, but that standard doesn't apply all the time. If we're doing anything right now, we're watching the Trump administration use the left's logic against them, and they're absolutely losing it. There are people in this country who are libertarian, who have only ever advocated for free speech, who have all the right in the world to be upset right now.
We're just going to willingly look over the difference between social pressure and nothing involving legal, like the government, which is what canceling someone was. It's just people saying, yeah, you're now a pariah figure, which, again, that's just social pressure. But and saying that's the exact same as using the FC, yeah, whatever. I'm preaching to fucking the choir, but it's insane.
Democrats, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, AOC have no room to say a word about this at all because they've done nothing but advocate for the same against Trump. What are they going to do? You know, if they were in charge of Congress, they'd start an investigation and they'd use all of our resources to find out just what the FCC chair said, while the rest of us are both mourning Charlie Kirk and trying to decide if our country is so effed up that we can't come back from it. While our families at this table are wondering, can we give a public speech again? You know, the one thing that didn't come through was a big gun debate because this is an old rifle from World War II. I mean, the person that was killed tragically before that was killed with a knife. Maybe now people will learn that there's some rottenness in souls, not just the tool they use, that we could have some come-togetherness about and try to fix. I don't know if this guy...
Been in death, Charlie's. Okay. All right, what else do we have? Do we ever? I don't think we watched this.
Well, I hope you had a good time, everybody. We had I think it was a really good day and a half. Very intensive. Any questions?
What was the best part? What was the best part?
I don't know. Just, I think being with King Charles, he's a wonderful guy. Got to know him very well. I knew him before, but now I know him a lot better.
Oh, no.
The artwork. I saw more paintings than any human being has ever saw, and statues, but they treated us great. They treated our country great.
Sorry.
And that,
Did
you know,
stream go down or
as
anything?
being,
I accidentally clicked the power button on my power strip, but I'm running this off a laptop, so I think everything looks fine. Cool.
Really respect for our country the way they did it, because last night was beautiful. And,
I
you
can't.
had the biggest business people in the world there. That was respect for our
That's
country.
Gemini.
Mr. President, have you had conversations with Secretary... Sorry, I'm trying to start. Have you had conversations with Secretary Rubio or any of your military leaders about possible regime change in Venezuela?
No, I haven't.
You haven't had any discussions about plans or how to make it happen?
No, I haven't.
Mr. President,
You mentioned in your remarks at the press conference something about Bagram and bringing it back to the U.S.
I'd like to get Bagram back.
Do you know how you plan to do that, sir?
They need a lot from us, and I'd like to get it back. It should have never been given. Bagram should have never been given the airbase. That was gross incompetence to give that up. You know, it's one of the most powerful bases in the world in terms of runway strength and length. the strength and length. You could land anything on there. You could land a planet on top of it. Can you imagine they gave it up for nothing? Just, oh, let's leave. And it's an hour away from where they make their missiles, China.
Mr. President, it's been a month since you're meeting with Putin. Is it time to call for a ceasefire? It's been a month since you're meeting with President Putin. Is it time for a ceasefire to call?
Doesn't feel like it. But at the right time, if I have to do it, it'll be harsh.
Bro, how long have we been extending this leash on Russia? Okay, cool. Fuck me, fuck NATO, fuck Ukraine, fuck...
Can I ask you a question about something you said earlier this week? You said,
Mr. President, regarding Antifa, what you posted. NPR, sir. Regarding
Are they still here?
We are?
Are they still here? Oh, good. Congratulations.
Yeah. Regarding
So the last people we honored were over a year ago, and it Congressional Gold Medal, yes. Okay. So is there a difference between the gold medal and honoring someone?
when they don't have defined leadership or membership, how do you target them? Antifa.
We're going to find out, right? We're going to see. People have been talking about it for a long time. We're going to see. Did they have anything to do with your network?
Huh? First of all, has anyone heard of anything about Antifa since like 2016, 2017? And second of all, did Trump just ask if Antifa had anything to do with a major, like one of the reporters and news networks?
We're going to find out, right?
Terrorist organization. When they don't have defined leadership or membership, how do you target them? Antifa.
We're going to find out, right? We're going to see. People have been talking about it for a long time. We're going to see. Did they have anything to do with your network?
That's fucking crazy. The people that he just declared a terrorist organization, he's postulating that they are working with major news networks. Okay. I'm sure that won't go anywhere.
We're going to find out. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, you said earlier this week that the women who yelled at you, who were protesting when you were at Joe Stone Crab, should be in jail. Do you actually think that that is an offense that deserves jail time?
I don't know how they got in there, but certainly I thought it was very inappropriate. And they said things that were very, and it was a question of when you take a look at the way they acted, the way they behaved. Yeah, I think they were a threat.
I think they're a nasty organization.
Sorry, do we have the video of nice. I don't know, Trump restaurant harass.
Free DC! Free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free DC!
This dangerous threat deserves jailing.
Free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free DC!
He looks terrified.
Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free DC!
Wow.
Free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time!
Wow, what a threatening situation to be in. Hey, what's up?
But you think they deserve jail?
Well, I don't know. What's your Congress focus on? What are your top priorities with Congress?
We're going to finish the wars. We have a couple of them going, as you know. You look at Gaza, you look at Russia, Ukraine. We're working on that, and I'm working with Congress on it. I think we'll get it.
Worse,
you know, we did do 7. We actually did more than 7, which people don't like to talk about. But I'd say that and the economy, always the economy. Especially bringing down the oil further. If we get the oil down, that war ends.
Here's a subject that I don't think a lot of people talk about. I was talking to a lot of American truck drivers, the last couple of weeks, and I'm asking them what their biggest concern is. They tell me some of these foreign truck drivers, they come to schools here in America, Utah and California to be specific. They get fast-tracked through the system. A lot of them don't speak English, which I know you did an EO about speaking English. But they're causing a dangerous situation on the road. That's what they're telling me. I don't know what we can do about it. I don't like.
Bro, do we just live in like? Yeah, no, I got that. I was able to put that one together. Okay, there were like what 2 videos of I think like what Indian or Pakistani guys crashing trucks, and they're like, "Yep, time to ban these people from." Not these people specifically, but time to crack down on foreign truck drivers as a monolith. Do we just have a fucking TikTok-based or Instagram Reels-based government now?
And I see the one, he had the accent and couldn't read a sign, didn't know what was happening. Yeah, no, I'm not in favor of that at all. Got to speak English.
So, President, Zohran Mamdani said that he would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he comes to New York City because of the ICC warrant.
Would you
intervene if that came up?
Yeah. It's inappropriate.
Mr. President, we asked TV News viewers the questions they would like to ask of you and the Prime Minister today. The main question was, would you please swap jobs with him? And the second question behind that was really, why are we in the UK moving towards Europe when Europe is failing and America is flying?
Wrong.
Well, look, I think the UK has a tremendous asset known as the North Sea. And it's loaded up with it. They like to say, well, it's really diminished. It's not. And there are lots of areas out there that haven't been found. Look at Norway. It's the same.
Yeah, after Trump finishes here,
they become so rich. And for UK or other parts of Europe to take, especially UK, to buy oil from Norway, and they have it, but they don't want to do it. If they would drill in the North Sea, if they would let them, they've made it impossible for people.
So I think it starts with energy.
It's a tremendous asset. And it's tremendously valuable. And there's a lot of oil left. They've been drilling there for a long time, but there's a lot of oil. And there's a lot of oil out there that hasn't been found yet. And with new drilling techniques, when they think a well is closed, the new drilling techniques, you can drill for another 50 years. It's crazy. It's such a valuable asset. And instead they're putting these stupid windmills all over the place. And every time you put up a windmill, it costs the country millions of dollars a year to have that horrible thing turned. It's ugly, it's bad for the environment, it kills the birds, and beyond that, it costs a fortune. And you should make money with energy, you shouldn't lose money. With windmills,
wind turbines,
including those massive solar fields, that take up all the farmland. And they're black plastic from China. You ever see what happens to a bird when the birds land? They get fried because it's hot. So it's
what?
You don't need a saucer. You don't need a stove. A bird lands on it. It's over. What?
I'm on the left. That typically Democrats, left, liberals, it's kind of all. They're not the same, but they're. Yeah, wait, what, can you give me the spark notes on the French government collapsing?
They say it's great for the environment, the lunatics. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, last week in the Oval Office, I asked you about if Ilhan Omar should be censored. Congress censored her, and I just want to get your reaction to that.
They did censor her. When did this happen?
Yesterday.
Good.
Wait, it passed.
I think she's terrible. I think she should be impeached. I think she's terrible. Is she originally from Somalia?
What kind of things do you typically draw? What's like your go-to stuff? Characters? Okay. OCs? Sometimes animals. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. was start. What am I watching here? Okay. Cool. I mean, that'd be funny. I'm for it. Why not?
So, how are they doing this? How's their government? Do they have a president? Do they have a council? Do they have anything? Do they have police? I love these people that come from a place with nothing, no anything, and then they tell us how to run our country. No, I think if she got censured, that's great. If she got impeached, that's even better.
No evidence.
They impeached me twice for nothing. And they impeached me knowing the Republicans are on my side, so they knew it was just, but they impeached me twice. She should be impeached, and it should happen fast. What she says is out of line. Yeah, go ahead. Anybody else?
Mr. President, who would you like to see? Mr. President, are you going to ask Brendan Carr to weigh in on other late-night hosts that you have said should be off the air?
Late-night host is on network television.
No, sorry, I'm talking about the video on the screen. No evidence of Ilhan Omar marrying her brother, which Trump likes to say a lot.
There is a licensing. I'll give you an example. I read someplace that the networks were 97% against me. I got 97% negative, and yet I won easily. I won all 7 swing states, popular, I won everything. And if they're 97% against, they give me only bad publicity or press. I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away. It will be up to Brendan Carr. I think Brendan Carr is outstanding. He's a patriot. He loves our country, and he's a tough guy. So we'll have to see. When you think about this, 97% of the stories are opposed to me, and yet I win easily the election. It's pretty amazing when you think of it. That shows they have no credibility. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just going to agree with. I mean, could you use that same logic with news? If someone
in the old days, I remember.
Oh my God.
In the old days, that every 4 or 5 years, a network would reapply for its license, and the license is free. You know, they get this valuable thing for free, and they'd reapply for a license. And if they did something wrong, well, I beat George Stephanopoulos, Slopadopoulos, I call him, George Slopadopoulos. They had to pay me $15 million for what he said. I beat CBS for much more money than that, including advertising and other things, much more money, because they totally changed the answer that Kamala gave on a question. I mean, they didn't change.
Okay, but by presidential declaration, editing is no longer allowed. The only Kosovo wanted independence, and they got it. Hey, thanks for the raid, Demo Shells. Appreciate that. That's the first time I think I've ever been raided. So, what's up, fellas? What's up? I guess, I don't know. W raid, amen.
They took it out.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that.
Answer it. And they didn't want to go to court with that. That's a tough one to go to court with. So, no, I think that if you remember, years ago, I remember as a kid, they would file, it was a big deal every 4 or 5 years, and I don't know, you don't hold me exact, but it was like 4 or 5 years, they'd have to file for a license extension. I don't hear about that. The only one that I've heard even bring it up is Brendan Carr. I think Brendan Carr is doing a great job, and I think he's a great patriot.
What do you think about the fact that you attended events in England as state visits, spectacular,
right?
And yet the mayor of
Welcome to the U.S. domestic politics channel that has maybe 3 Americans watching it, and every European country and Canadians are far more represented than the fucking U.S. Okay, can we not do that stuff here. Could we just do fucking domestic politics? Christ.
London can't be there.
I didn't want him there. I asked that he not be there. I don't want them. I think the mayor of London, Khan, is among the worst mayors in the world. And we have some bad ones. If you look at Chicago, but I think he's the equivalent of the mayor of Chicago. I think he's done a terrible job. Crime in London is through the roof. The mayor of London, Mayor Khan, has done a terrible job. And on immigration, he's a disaster. No, I asked that he not be there.
Okay, so the president of the United States, after issuing orders to his FCC chair to start shutting down other or pulling licenses from other news orgs, is now giving orders to the king of the UK to remove the mayors of UK cities? Yeah. What? What is going on? Alright. Just for the record, I am a very proud American. I might be the only Democrat patriot, but I will stand on this hill.
I didn't want him. I've not liked him for a long time. I just think, I have a certain pride in London and UK. My mother was born in Scotland, as you know. And when I see Mayor Khan do a bad job, the stabbings and the...
Is Trump from fucking everywhere? He's German, he's English. Where else is he from?
the dirt and the filth.
I want the Democrats to be in power so we can get free health care.
It's not the same. No, I didn't want him there.
Liberal.
The Prime Minister said to you, when
Free
I
public
asked about,
transport,
are we a
free, I
Christian
believe
country?
in
His answer was that
universal health care, free public transportation, a high-speed rail network, but also some things should be left to the markets.
he was christened, but he's quoted in newspapers.
Who was
the Prime Minister said, I
Also, like, liberals are on the left. I don't consider myself like a leftist. I'm not like a Marxist, Leninist, but...
was christened, he said today, this afternoon, as though that explained whether we were a Christian country. But he's actually being quoted as saying, 2 years ago, saying he was an atheist. He's a committed atheist. Is he the kind of guy that says something when you're there and
I don't think...
What? Liberals are on the... Okay. Again, this is a this is a U.S. domestic politics channel. Colloquially, in the U.S., liberals and conservatives, that's the left and the right. Center is the center. Yes, liberalism technically applies to most of the American spectrum. It's just the way it's used here. Liberal, Democrat, left, semi-interchangeable.
Look, I think he's a very nice man. I really do. His wife says. And, we live for a day and a half. And, the thing I most disagree, I guess I disagree with him on two things. Immigration, which
like,
is very rough for the UK. Very rough.
Yeah, rough.
And
yeah,
energy.
Roughly, yeah.
As I said, the North Sea, if I had that, they'd make a fortune with it. Yeah. Look at Norway's accounts. Look at the cash Norway has. And they have the same thing we're talking about. I don't even know if they have as much. But that's a tremendous asset. So those two things. But
you got the feeling...
I get along with him great. I think he's a really fine person.
You got the feeling today that business is keen to invest in the UK? Because it doesn't feel like that when you live there.
Well, we made a deal with the UK, and some of those companies have made a deal with the UK, but there's always strings to the US. I help them. I help them. I want to help them. I want them to be strong as a country. I think it's important that the UK be strong.
For the record, I think Kosovo is a sovereign nation with sovereign borders. I do not endorse the Serbian occupation of Kosovo, or whatever.
And we're so strong financially that we can get people to do other things.
Mr. President, we're trying to talk to you about Ukraine?
Right, sorry, I support Kosovar independence. How's that?
Did the Prime Minister talk to you about Ukraine? He indicated he did. What were his arguments for what you should do?
He was really a little bit embarrassed.
I mean, like, okay, but like, there are things the market is better at solving for. I am a proponent of doing something closer to the Nordic system, or France, which has very strong labor rights, which has healthcare and all that, but still having some things be in well-regulated, efficient markets. Social democracy is liberalism. It's just, I don't know. We made so many terms, we forgot what any of them mean. Well, I think you have a pretty biased view, to say the least. Social democracy has democracy. Market socialism is capitalism. I would imagine you are, given whatever. Dude, chat.
Cities, rightfully, that I called Europe.
I'm not biased. I think is a fun
NATO countries, EU countries. You can call it either way because they're very similar. But that I caught them buying oil from Russia, and he said that's not good. I mean, I appreciated that he said that. He said that's not good. Now, how about that? We're supposed to do all this stuff, and they're buying oil from Russia. That's not good. Do you agree? That's about pretty much all we do.
Just saying.
I'd like to have me do something. But
if you wholeheartedly stand behind the statement that Russia is doing well in the war, I don't know what to tell you.
He also agrees they have to stop buying oil from Russia.
Did he say that they would also be willing to do sanctions? That he would be willing to do sanctions?
If Kosovo wanted independence, they should be independent.
And he's not one of the culprits in terms of the oil from Russia.
Mr. President, Governor Josh Shapiro said that your administration is cherry-picking violence that is okay and violence that is not okay. What is your response to that?
It's just violence, and it's violence that you don't have to have. Look, in D.C., we took one of the most dangerous cities in the world, and you can walk.
Like what?
Yeah, you can take your husband, your boy.
Like in my mind, Ukraine being able to hold Russia where they're held is already impressive.
Your girlfriend, whoever you want to take, you can take them out to dinner tonight in D.C. and you're going to be safe. It's really safe. We did a great job. We're going to do the same job in Memphis, and we're going to Chicago. And I told you, the head of the Union Pacific, who's a great gentleman, a great businessman, started as a low-level railroad.
Dude, okay, whatever. Wasting NATO equipment, I think, is a huge cope. Dude. Yeah, Russia's lost more. Russia's losing soldiers at a greater rate. I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah, we sent in old equipment that we don't use anymore. Yeah, dude, I'm not sorry. That is fucking cope. Given the two that Russia lost like a third of its air force in one drone attack.
Calls himself a railroad. It's a cool story. 45 years later, he's the chairman of the Union Pacific. He said, "Sir, you have to save Chicago. It's a great city. You can't let it go." And when he said that, I said, "I don't really have time to wait a couple of months." Last weekend, they lost 11 people were murdered and 28 people were shot. That's not shot at, that means actually hit. 100 were shot at and missed. That's what I call dangerous. And Pritzker's going out and saying, we've got crime under control. Now, it went down a little bit because for 4 months, 5 months ago, I put the FBI there. They've done a good job. But that's limited what they can do. What you really need is our big, strong soldiers to get them into shape. We're not letting Chicago fail.
Yeah, I mean, again, the operation that was supposed to take, like, what, 2 weeks? And we're now 3 years into it.
Started in Memphis will be very successful, just like we were in D.C. And we're going to have to stay in D.C. for a while because, you know,
and that's with super wishy-washy support.
Now remember, we took 1,500 people out of there, pretty permanently out of there. We took career criminals, really bad
Russia has literally
murderers and other things. We took them out of D.C. They're not coming back. You don't take them. If they come back, you're just wasting your time. So we took them out and they're not coming back. We brought many of them back to the country from which they came. What Biden did to our country is it's not believable. And to me...
What happened to the 2-week plan? Was that not a bit of a rush? I feel like they gotta be in a bit of a hurry given that their fucking economy is collapsing.
That's worse than the inflation he caused. It's worse what he did to our country by allowing 25 million people, which is the real number.
Which is a real number, by the way.
By emptying jails into our country and emptying mental institutions into our country. What Biden and his people, because I don't even think it was him, I think he didn't know what was happening. But what that radical left group of people did to our country will never be forgotten. Okay, have a good trip, everybody.
One more. Just one last question. Who would you like to see replace Kimmel on late night?
What does he actually do? What does who actually do? Opioid Demon. That's a great name. What does Streamer actually do? What does Trump actually do? What does Putin actually do? What are we talking about?
A lot of people, anybody could replace him. The guy had no talent. Kimmel look, he was fired, he had no talent. He's a whack job, but he had no talent, and more importantly than talent, he had no, because a lot
what he does is, by sheer luck, lunacy, or puppet masters like Bannon and fucking Miller, slowly, or pretty quickly, is dismantling the separation of powers and consolidating an insane amount of power within the executive branch, and now he's directing his FCC chair to pull licenses from news organizations that he doesn't like. That's fine. Russia and China together is the biggest fear. China just alone. I'm sorry. It is a multipolar world, or a bipolar world. It's the US and China. Look, China's definitely a concern. Russia, that's doesn't strike fear.
A lot of people have no talent to get ratings, but he had no ratings. His ratings were worse than Colbert, I think. They got rid of Colbert, which was a good thing to do. And look, that's something that should be talked about for licensing too.
Kazakhstan?
When you have a network and you have evening shows, and all they do is hit Trump. That's all they do.
It's almost like you're the fucking
president.
Back, you do a lot of goofy
haven't had a
shit.
conservative on in years or something, somebody said. But when you go back and you take a look, all they do is hit Trump. They're licensed. They're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, they're allowed to. It's a
the
free
Democrat
fucking
Party.
country.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Fly safely. You know why I say that? Because I'm on the flight. I want to get home. Otherwise, I wouldn't care.
Can we just have
Yo!
a word on how beautiful all the women looked last night? Caroline and your wife and
Well, I'm not
Catherine,
allowed
just
to
one love.
say that politically because it could be the end of...
I'm not allowed to say that my wife is beautiful. That's what I'll get canceled for. Of all the things Trump's ever said, calling his wife beautiful is going to be the thing that crosses the line. When did I say you couldn't do that? You could more than welcome to. I don't know. Fucking hell. I mean, shit, I'll take a $1 million donation. You gotta do it through bits. Because I don't have donos set up because I don't have 100 followers yet. What is happening to my domestic politics stream? I was supposed to do research on different, like, political violence events. Now we're talking about fucking Kazakhstan? I have no clue. What I think you should all do is do progressively higher and higher bits donations just to see what the limit is out of just curiosity, you know? I think that'd be a really good idea.
Mike, give me permission to say it. However, I'll say it anyway. The women look beautiful. You look beautiful. The women look
Cancel
really
him.
beautiful.
We finally got him.
You're right. Our superstar over here looked great. That's Caroline. Has she done a good job?
Yeah,
everybody was great. Even the men looked beautiful. Okay?
It's
hard not to look beautiful in that room. That was one of the coolest rooms. That room was built for a table. But the table happened to carry 200 people. You know, it was like, what did you eat? What did you eat? Whatever the hell they served, I don't know. Whatever they served, I had.
Did you have a Diet Coke? Did Melania enjoy her time with Princess Kate today?
She thought she was great. I did too. I sat with her last night. Melania went with her today. She thought she was great. A very wonderful person. She went through a lot too. But hopefully that's all gone. You know, that's good. She was great. William is wonderful. I've known him from before. And I knew Charles as a prince, and I now know him as a king, and he's doing very well. Really. It was a lovely trip. And I thought the press was really nice. It was beautiful. You know, I watched.
Fuck it. I'll let fucking President Trump in the Oval Office with the besties? What? Literally, how many fucking Americans are in here? The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us, but that's okay as long as we have you, or whatever it is. Oh my god. What? Fuck it, we're just doing Fox.
Welcome to Hannity. And tonight, Charlie Kirk's friend and mentor, Frank Turek, is speaking out about what happened in the car in the immediate aftermath of the shooting and the moment that he knew that Charlie had passed on and was with Jesus. Take a look.
Charlie Kirk was literally like a son to me. I have 3 sons. He was like my 4th son. My 3 sons are a little bit older than Charlie. He was like my 4th son. So when he was hit, if your son got hit, what would you do? What would you do? I got in the car because if there was any way I could save him, I had to do something.
Frank will join us and tell us the entire story. That's coming up in just a moment. Plus, Biden's former chief of staff, Jeff Zients, was grilled by lawmakers on Capitol Hill today as part of the Biden cover-up probe.
That's not a real guy.
Revealed.
That's a fake guy. That's not a real guy. That looks like politician Asterion from Baldur's Gate. That's not a real guy.
A lot tonight. Critical new information coming up with the House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer. He will explain all. But first tonight.
I mean, I'm just letting you guys take care of each other. I'm not inputting in the chat anymore. At me if you want me to answer something about U.S. domestic politics.
It is official. Jimmy Kimmel's show has been suspended indefinitely following vile comments about Charlie Kirk's assassination, including this one portraying the suspect in Charlie Kirk's assassination as MAGA, which everybody knew at the time was false. Take a look.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately.
I gotta remember, the thing they're trying to portray this as him saying it was a MAGA guy.
False. Take a look.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything.
Okay, so that's not accusing the guy of being MAGA. It's saying the crowd of people are trying to push either lies or amp up rhetoric that puts the blame elsewhere. It's a different thing. And that's a pretty fucking innocuous statement because, again, as fucked up as it is, after literally every event where there's something violent and some politician is targeted, everyone points fingers at each other for, like, actually, even now, no one can agree. Chungus country. Greatest on earth, though.
Everything they can to score political points from it.
Now,
yeah, that's a highlight of how fucked up the process is.
The decision last night was made by ABC.
Wasn't Serbia doing an ethnic cleansing when they bombed them?
The same ABC, remember, that fired the top-rated Roseanne Barr over a tweet, and popular top-rated radio host Bob Grant for a comment that he made on the air after the death of Ron Brown, former Commerce Secretary. But after spending years pushing cancel culture, the left's hypocrisy was on full display over Kimmel's suspension as they predictably and immediately went into full-blown meltdown mode. Take a look.
Congressman, I see you are wearing a hat. What does that hat say?
You're damn right I am, John. I was a guest on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. He, every night, has a right to come into any house that wants to watch and entertain Americans. It should shake every American that the President of the United States is out there firing comedians who make fun of him. That is not who we are, and every American should care and stand up to this.
It is outrageous.
Yes, I don't go in with an assumption. Yeah, the Yugoslav wars are unfortunately understudied part of history. I'm working on catching up, but there's a lot of shit that went down in a very short time. Yeah. I can't say anything because I know there was an ethnic cleansing. Dude, whatever. Okay, my mistake for engaging with chat. Huge error. Okay, well, no. Didn't it come from the government? Kind of does. Yeah, no, I understand why people in the rest of the world are interested and invested in U.S. politics because for the United States, like, pretty much everything we do matters worldwide. Yeah. So, I get it. I think it's funny that, you know, I do a lot. I have a heavy focus on domestic politics, and I have I think majority like foreign audience. That's not I like it. It's funny. Yeah.
Outrageous. It's a page right out of Xi's playbook. This is just despicable, disgusting, and against democratic values.
I mean, understand,
if we go down this road, and it seems like this is where we are destroying the freedom of expression in America.
I've also read a whole lot about authoritarian regimes. This is the playbook, folks. If you're not paying attention now and doing something about it, well, then you're going to have to sit down the rest of your life because democracy is being taken away.
Yeah, we have everybody from Jen Psaki to Tim Walz to AOC to Kamala Harris, and the list goes on and on. Oh, they're saying the exact same thing they're now condemning. Former President Obama decided to weigh in on X, saying, quote, after years of complaining about cancel culture, the current administration has taken it to a new and dangerous level by routinely threatening regulatory action against media companies unless they muzzle or fire reporters and commentators they don't like. We'll explain the truth in a second. What makes that so interesting, according to Roseanne Barr, it was Barack and Michelle Obama who called CEO of Disney, ABC, Bob Iger, to have her fired from her hit show in 2018 over a controversial tweet.
There's a difference between... It's not good if this happened. Heard the founders left Ben and Jerry. People love their ice cream. Hear them out. We even pulled his banner. It was. Okay. I can't even parse.
Tweet she made, and
okay, but I think there's a difference too between fucking Michelle Obama calling to fire something. Is that? I don't even know if that's fucking true. First of all, and ordering the FCC to do something. Well, it's not good if it's true that Michelle Obama did that, but it's also different.
Her show was a massive success, unlike Kimmel's. But it wasn't just elected officials. Of course, their allies in the legacy media mob also rushing to feign their predictable moral outrage, the double standards, so fear over ABC's decision. Wait till you hear about Jimmy's ratings in a second, but take a look.
Even though we're talking about comedy, this is so serious, Aaron. Yeah. America is a less free place if late night comedians cannot do and say what they want.
This is just the latest chapter in Donald Trump's ongoing campaign to crack down on free speech, dominate the media, and essentially render the First Amendment meaningless.
That's some whatever.
The suppression of Democratic Party speech is coming next.
That is a message to every other broadcaster on every other medium in this country that if you say something the leader doesn't like, you're probably at risk of getting axed.
They are looking for reasons to get Jimmy Kimmel, and they manufactured one out of something that is, you know, hardly a dramatic departure from what lots of people are saying.
You can't go around firing somebody because you're fearful or trying to suck up to an authoritarian criminal administration in the Oval Office.
Oh boy. Are we gonna have a re-ignition of the Yugoslav wars in my fucking chat? Also, welcome, Glaze. What are we doing here? What is happening? All I wanted to do was soy out. The Wikipedia link wars of 2025. I know, I'm sitting here trying to defend a comedian I don't find funny against a fascist fucking president of the United States, whilst we have the Yugoslav wars replaying themselves in my chat room, and I'm watching Fox News on the fucking side. What is happening here? I gotta say, this is a stream you will not find anywhere else. This is wholly unique. When they say you gotta, you know, have some kind of special marking, something to break through to make yourself unique. I fucking found it. We did it, guys. I found my niche. Talking to nobody while you guys have arguments in chat. Fuck my fungus. Fungus? Fuck my chungus country. Oh boy.
Now, the Screen Actors Guild also spoke out condemning the suspension of Kimmel's show. Kind of funny, because I don't remember this outrage from them when Gina Carano was fired from the hit show Mandalorian over her conservative views and social media posting. Now, maybe worse, though, of all was, well, Rosie O'Donnell, somewhere in Ireland, who took to Instagram and said, quote, F this fascist administration. And
dude, I was mentioning this earlier. Talking about invading Greenland. I feel it's like 10 years ago. And it hasn't even been a year. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, fair enough.
Corrupt corporate executives before adding that, quote, America is no more.
Okay. Yeah,
now
that's definitely a timeout. If not ban, if we don't have a retraction there.
That we have shown you, and this is only a sampling, and we're gonna have by the end of.
Can someone please? Yeah, no, I support that timeout and possibly ban. Yeah. All right, what the fuck? Okay, my brain just got hard reset. I think one thing too I gotta make. I'll put it in the Discord when I finish it. Just the like general rules for moderation. Okay, I'm a huge supporter of free speech. Not in my chat though. I will take left, right, center. There's just some things that aren't good. Shooting refugees, no bueno. Yeah, I just we have a fluid interpretation of free speech in this channel.
To the show, hopefully, we just came out. All the clips we have about Tim Walz and AOC and Kamala Harris and prominent Democrats, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, all saying the very thing that
True.
That they are accusing.
The only time, just no incitement. I will not incite, and you will not incite.
Conservatives are, which isn't even true. But we've shown you the collective meltdown. Let's talk about what actually happened here. For starters, if Jimmy Kimmel had had a massive audience, if he were successful, he probably would not be in the position he's in right now. But his show was failing, and failing spectacularly. At one point, he had pretty good ratings, ran it straight into the ground. He has lost almost a total of 1 million viewers from just 10 years ago. Look at this number.
Actually, that's not true. They're calling in Twitch, Discord, whatnot for a congressional hearing. We could very well, and yeah, I think didn't Miskiv just get banned for something related to all this shit going on? Like, yeah, it's not a good time to be a liberal streamer. Oh, they unbanned him? Okay. But still, like, Destiny got fully demonetized. Is Vosh still? I would imagine, yeah, you have lawmakers going after Hassan pretty hard. Yeah, I can't imagine Hassan stays banned for too long, though. Good old Dan Clancy and his favorite guy, other than, like, teenage bikini streamers. Oh, God. Please go to my YouTube channel. I don't want to be relying on Twitch.
Lost a whopping 72% of younger viewers aged 25 to 54. In other words, losing pretty much 3 out of 4 viewers in that very key category, his quote target audience.
I know it's whataboutism,
so
but like
when ratings go that low and you lose 72% of your target audience, guess what else dries up right after that? It's called revenue. Revenue that ABC Disney were hoping they could rely on and count on, and his vile comments this week were just the...
Again, timelines are important. All right. Yeah, true. Mercury, I think you're right. If Jimmy Kimmel's ratings were this bad for this long, and he just happened to get fired right as the chairman of the FCC makes those threats, wow, what a crazy coincidence, huh, guys? This is just one of those freak things that just happen sometimes. Nothing ever happens.
Straw that broke the camel's back. And groups that own these ABC stations, they were fed up. You know, everyone's outraged over the fact that Jimmy Kimmel, his show is on indefinite suspension. Did any of those people that are so outraged over this, did they express the same outrage, most of them, about the murder of a husband and father of 2 young children? Just something to ponder.
What about the wife and husband, the Hortmans?
You know, where's your moral compass? Your North Star, if you will. Anyway, with Nexstar Television and Sinclair Broadcasting leading the charge, announcing they were pulling the failing show off their channels indefinitely. In the end, it was ABC. Bob Iger, he's in charge.
No, it's not the first thing. I don't know of people making the claim that Trump is the first authoritarian we've had, because that's just, like, bold-faced not true. I'm just saying, like, this is a pretty extreme acceleration of something that's been building for a while.
Who made the decision to pull the show off the air indefinitely. And as Dave Portnoy pointed out, for those on the left that are screaming about this being part of cancel culture, it is not. No one was looking for dirt on Jimmy Kimmel to get him fired. Instead, he was suspended by ABC as a consequence for his callous actions. And over the years, there have been attempts, for example, to get yours truly fired, to get this show boycotted, to get Rush Limbaugh, Mark Levin, other conservatives off the air. Not one prominent conservative voice in the country was out there leading the charge with money, you know, fed to groups like Media Matters, giving out lists of my advertisers for Jimmy to be fired. They're simply, you know, they simply never watched the show.
Oh, no, not fucking liberals calling advertisers. Yeah, the FCC pales in comparison to the woke mob. Fuck off.
You know, conservatives knew where he was coming from. They didn't want to watch. And he alienated half the audience. According to a new report, Kimmel had no plans to make an apology. In fact, according to this report, he actually planned to double down on his MAGA attacks. And now there are still plenty of platforms. Good news for Jimmy Kimmel, for him to go on and to spew his hatred of Donald Trump and conservatives. It just won't be on a broadcast network, which in recent years has become a complete disgrace anyways. And Jimmy, you lost 72% of your key demo. What happened to comedy shows? This is where nobody wants to talk about this little part. Nowadays, these late night...
Dude, they kind of... It's like the implicit thing, like... Whenever he goes on, they're like, and your policies are so great, Mr. Trump. You're leading this country so bravely, and you're just the best. Yeah, so, again, it remains to be seen. I hope to God, and I would be the first voice to speak out against it if the next Democrat in office wields all these same powers to just do, like, left-wing shit. Like, with Biden, He tried to do the student loan cancellation via executive stuff. The Supreme Court was like, no. And he was like, all right, fine. And people got mad at him for not fighting hard enough, which I understand, but like there was the balance of powers worked. Checks and balances, sorry.
Shows are more akin to something you'd see on fake news CNN, and they're not doing particularly well, or MSDNC. They have all long abandoned the mission to be a late-night comedy show. They simply are no longer funny. Trump derangement syndrome became all that would drive these shows.
Also,
we all,
you know, they love shitting on, and let's be fair, we all love shitting on late night hosts. Why is there any conservative late night hosts, or is it just like the Joe Rogan comedy sphere? Okay, chill out. Where's the Fox News comedy hour? Sorry, it's comedy 24 hours.
all know what happened to Colbert. Probably would not be in the position he's in right now. But see, anti-Trump all long abandoned the mission to be a late-night comedy show. They simply are no longer funny. Trump derangement syndrome became all that would drive these shows.
Yeah.
We all.
No, that's why the next Democrat office better, like, cede power and give it back to Congress and make some serious changes, reducing executive power, or else we are actually in for a world of hurt.
All know what happened to Colbert. His show is one that is overly political, anti-Trump, one anti-Trump tirade after another, now with a small audience and no revenue, and they're actually losing, according to CBS, $40 million a year. They decided it's not worth it. It's coming to an end. Today's late-night comedians could have learned a thing or two from the king of late night himself, Johnny Carson. Look what he told Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes about why he doesn't talk about controversial issues or politics. Take a look.
But you're not. Why do they think that just because you have a tonight important feeling that what you say has great import? And you know, strangely enough, you could use that show as a forum. You could sway people, and I don't think you should.
Or maybe they should have listened to Jay Leno, who, by the way, made a career poking fun at both sides. Very successful career. Here's what he said after the firing of Colbert.
I like to think that people come to a comedy show to kind of get away from the things, you know, the pressures of life, wherever it might be. And I love political humor, don't get me wrong, but it's just what happens was people wind up cozying too much to one side or the other. Why shoot for just half an audience all the time? You know, why not try to get the whole? I mean, I like to bring people into the big picture.
Again, the centrism is dead. Unfortunately, there are too big. The information environment looks like used to be this. You know, you had your McCain, your Obama arguing over what to do, kind of in the middle here. But now you have the various factions on the right, and this is like representative of the factual world that they live in or what they believe, and this is it on the left. And this chasm here is just, there's no crossover. The underlying universe isn't even the same that we live in. I don't know what you do about this. Yeah. I mean, look, when it comes time for the Democratic primaries, I'm going to be looking for a person that has rhetoric around reducing executive authority and restoring separation of powers and checks and balances and yada yada yada. I'm not sure. It's a pretty even split. It kind of depends on the year.
Sure, I don't understand why you would alienate one particular group, you know, or just don't do it at all. I'm not saying you have to throw your support or whatever, but just do what's funny.
Do what's funny on a late night comedy show. Well, that's a novel thought.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to be a liberal commentator, go work for fake news CNN, MSDNC. But there's another aspect at play here, because broadcast networks also have licenses granted by the FCC. And as Brendan Carr explained on this show last night, that comes with an obligation to act in the public interest. Clearly, with a plethora of evidence available, purposely not telling the truth about the suspected Charlie Kirk assassin, not exactly acting in the public interest. These hosts did it to themselves. They have failed miserably, and they had years to adjust. They had years to adapt. They had years to reflect on their declining audiences. They had plenty of opportunities. They could have made adjustments. They could have made changes to their show. They could have, you know, read the room, if you will. They've been completely blinded to what their programs were supposed to be about. That's
Huh? Why don't conservatives play hide and seek? Because good luck hiding when you keep standing for the anthem? Are you saying that conservatives shouldn't be standing for the national anthem? What? Okay. Go back to this yelling for a bit.
For, you know, doing the right thing and being a good human being and saying this is horrible. Charlie Kirk didn't deserve this. I feel for his kids and his family. Doesn't mean we have to agree with everything Charlie Kirk stood for, which obviously I don't. But for the people that are attacking you on social media, I mean, I've gotten death threats as well. It's despicable, and I feel for you. We should be able to have a respectful dialogue about Charlie Kirk, and I would certainly welcome that with Jillian, and I have some questions for her if we have the time.
Well, ask her now.
Okay. Well, Jillian, hi, Jillian. I agree with you. I think respectful conversation and political discourse is good. It's one thing I have in common with Charlie Kirk.
There's a huge difference between conservative and MAGA. I welcome conservatives because I feel like rational liberals and rational conservatives live in roughly the same information environment, and you can actually debate and whatnot. But like, I don't feel like I have the same understanding of the world as someone in MAGA.
Here's what I would say, ask you about. The day Paul Pelosi was bludgeoned with a hammer, the day after that, Charlie Kirk...
Be more than happy to have you over here. Wait, are you the one true centrist? The only centrist? What did you say that, or do that made him recognize the power of your centrism?
Kirk went on his podcast, he made jokes about it, and on his show he asked his listeners to donate to the person who tried to kill Paul Pelosi. Are you willing to admit...
I just think Destiny's goals are kind of known to him and his stream, and so when he comes on panels, he looks insane. I don't know.
Admit that that's also wrong, because Charlie Kirk did that on his show.
If Charlie, Charlie did that, I 100% agree with you. I haven't seen that. A lot of the stuff that I have seen and experienced with Charlie, he advocates consistently against violence. So if he did that, I am in 100% agreement with you. And in fact, came prepared today to talk about this kind of violence and othering on both sides. And I could talk about I believe it was 2016, when Donald Trump talked about people who believe in the Second Amendment going out and taking care of some of these politicians who didn't agree with him, because I think the othering and the demonization and the labeling is devastating our culture, and it is literally getting people.
Okay, yeah, that's typically, but like, if someone is a true, like, to me, being in the center, if you're in the center, that means things as they are at this exact moment are fine. This is exactly how you want it. You don't want it an inch left or an inch right. That's why I find it hard. Like, it's like trying to balance a sphere on on the top of a triangle. It's I guess technically, if you had the precise center of mass, but like you're gonna fall to one side or the other. I don't know. That's how I see it.
So Jillian,
so if Charlie did that, then I agree with you on that. I'm unfamiliar with it. I'd have to watch it myself.
Right. So, Jillian, I appreciate you giving me that answer, but he also said that Michelle Obama and Joy Reid don't have the processing brain power to be taken seriously. He called gay people destructive. He said Taylor Swift should submit to her husband. He also said that he blamed Jewish money for ruining America. Again, let me preface this by saying,
I watched a lot of that stuff.
The death of Gazan, those fellows.
I watched a lot of that stuff, and that's mischaracterized. And when he was talking about DEI, it actually is, and I'm more than happy to send you numerous videos where Charlie talks about the conservative movement and how there is absolutely room for people who are gay, and goes on to admonish somebody who says that there are not. He talks about Dave Rubin. He talks about Peter Thiel. Okay.
This is the
I'm giving you the exact words out of his mouth. I happen to be a woman. I am married
just let me respond.
You don't want
10
the
seconds.
Okay.
Jillian. No, Jillian, I just want 10 seconds, respectfully. Thank you. You can. I'm sure that Charlie Kirk has said a lot of nice things about a lot of people. But I'm sure he said a lot of nice things about people, but that doesn't take away the bad things that he said also. I played those videos on my...
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. I think that's kind of close to where I am. I don't think restrictions on types of guns do too much. I don't have a strong opinion on automatic. I'd probably lean against automatic weapons. But I am a huge believer in strong background checks, strong mental health checks. Yeah, and like training, just so you know how to use it, not like negligently discharge it, whatnot.
Show yesterday, I didn't take them out of context. These are
okay.
I didn't take them out of context. Okay, so explain to me when Charlie Kirk says that blacks were better off in the 1940s and that the Civil Rights Act should not have been passed.
I actually can explain that in detail. I can explain that in detail. There's an hour and 22-minute long podcast where he dives into it.
I'm not against
and what he goes on to talk about is that the intentions of the Civil Rights Act were fantastic. The desire for equal opportunity, but that because it was so broad and so vague,
inappropriate,
it made room for things like demanding equal outcomes. He cites a case where teachers in New York have to take a basic standardized test, okay? And this started in the 1980s and the 1990s. Unfortunately, Black and Hispanic teachers didn't pass at the same rate that whites and Asians did. Now, instead of looking at why is this happening?
Okay, so this is a panel about Charlie Kirk, and we're talking about DEI. Awesome, cool. I love how while all of this shit is going on with Trump, the sphere of conversation is Charlie Kirk, transgender, and DEI. Awesome.
Happening? Where is the disparity? How can we fix this? What's broken with the system? Years later, New York as a state was sued because these teachers failed at disproportionate rates and had to pay $1 billion. He's turning around saying, this is crazy. This is insane. I happen to agree. That's crazy. And it doesn't fix what's actually broken. He talks about how
this is the point. Using outlier cases to paint a broad spectrum of a group of people.
He outright says that first of all, Charlie doesn't even believe in race. He goes on to talk about how it's a social construct. He goes on to praise Martin Luther King's position that we shouldn't judge men on the color of their skin, but on the quality of their character.
You mean the same Martin Luther King who he vilified?
Do you know what he vilified him over?
About? This is the hypocrisy
let me answer you. Let me answer you. Actually.
Also, is this the same Jeffree Star that said the N-word and called black women nappy-headed?
You don't want the answer.
I know this can't be the same Jeffree Star.
Let me answer you.
I've never said that.
MLK.
Please stop
lying. You don't.
We literally have it on video.
That's all they've done this whole
His
show.
top
Jeffrey.
criticism of MLK.
He
this
literally
is
just
actually
made
the most
that up.
interesting.
God, this is.
Oh my God.
Google it.
His top.
I hear what you're saying, Jillian. I absolutely understand what you're saying.
You
and
don't.
I
Let me tell you his top criticism. His top criticism.
How are you
going to
tell me what he said? We've seen what he said. I'm very familiar
Clearly
with
you
Charlie Kirk. I was a part of Turning.
Clearly
I
you
was literally a part of Turning Point USA.
No, I didn't. I feel like that'd be a lot I don't even know what would, actually, let me rephrase. I don't know what would be worse for the human soul. Listening to the rest of this Piers Morgan panel or reading the Epstein birthday book. Is there like good slop to watch that's not fucking Piers Morgan? I can't. Yeah, it's Mike Johnson.
With that, let's bring in.
Most of it's mutable. It's creepy stories about how we sexually assault. We? Who's we? We?
The House Speaker Mike Johnson. Speaker Johnson, pleasure to have you this morning.
Kayleigh, congratulations on the new show. It's my great honor to be one of your first guests. And what I'm so excited about for you is that you bring both knowledge and experience and trust to the viewers, and that's why your success has been so great. I'm so excited for you, my friend.
Speaker Johnson, it was an honor to have you. I said, you got to get Speaker Johnson. I was so honored when you would do it. Let's start with the votes yesterday, 2 big votes, and one of those votes was the House. You passed a clean resolution. This is something that Republicans and Democrats have done throughout all of time. It goes to the Senate, and it fails 44-48, just one Democrat voting in favor of that CR. So
I was trying to do some value add to the stream, be funny, but whatever. Fuck me. In one instance, this man is writing to Epstein to remind him about a funny thing that happened where he put his hands down the pants of a woman he didn't know because oh my God. Oh God. Jesus fucking Christ.
are we heading toward a government shutdown?
Oh yeah, there also might be a government shutdown. Forgot about that. Yeah, the stopgap measure got blocked by Democrats yesterday, which I think is good. I think we should probably have a shutdown, but I think there need to be some really clear and concise demands, which I'm not really seeing coherent messaging on thus far. So, I mean, hell, even if it's Trump condemning violence on the right,
I hope not. I talked to the president about this last night at length, and he and I cannot believe that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats would be willing to close the government down. Now, think of what they're demanding, Kayleigh, to keep the government open. We've been working to push Congress back to the way the appropriations process is supposed to work. You know, as well as I do, it's supposed to be 12 separate appropriations bills that are carefully deliberated and debated and decided upon in a bipartisan fashion to fund the government. We did that in the House. We got all 12 bills through the committee, the Appropriations Committee, to their credit. 3 of them passed off the floor. The Senate passed 3 bills. Those bills don't align exactly, so we're going to a conference committee to work out those differences. All of that is exactly the way it's supposed to work. The problem is we're running out of time because the end of the fiscal year is September 30th. Wow. So what we did as Republicans...
I didn't know that guy. I wasn't his friend. He stole a young masseuse I had at Mar-a-Lago and then stole another one. Okay.
Is the responsible thing to keep the government open and to allow this process to continue. We put a very simple, very clean, continuing resolution to open the government, keep it open until mid-November so that our appropriators can do the job. Now, what did Chuck Schumer and the Democrats do in exchange? Democrats sent us a counteroffer. Guess what they wanted to do instead of that, Kayleigh? They wanted to reinstate giving free health care to illegal aliens. They wanted us to add $500 million to prop up liberal news organizations. They wanted to add $1.4 trillion in new spending on a stopgap funding measure, and we're just not going to do that. We can't do that. And it looks like they're going to try to shut the government down. The Democrat shutdown will be a disaster for the country.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens in the coming days. I also want to get to the second vote that took place yesterday, and that was a resolution honoring Charlie Kirk. And I want to highlight exactly what that resolution did. You see the vote count there. You see 58 Democrats voted against it. 38 voted present. There were some that voted in favor. And here's what the resolution.
Okay, again, we haven't congressionally honored anyone in over a year, it looks like. Someone can fact check me on that, because I used Gemini to look that up, but I couldn't find anything on regular Google search. But to my understanding, we didn't honor anyone else that's been killed recently, and Lord, there's been a lot.
Resolution did. 1, condemn in the strongest possible terms the assassination of Charlie Kirk. 2, commend and honor law enforcement. 3, extend deep condolences to Charlie Kirk's family. 4, honor the life, leadership, legacy of Charlie Kirk. 5, call upon all Americans to reject political violence. House Speaker Mike Johnson, why could half of Democrats not get on board with those 5 items?
Because
they refuse to support it, and it's frankly very stunning to me. I drafted that, Kaylee, on behalf of all the Congress, and we could have put a lot of partisan language in it, and we could have talked more about Charlie's worldview and all of that. We didn't, because we wanted to keep it as simple as you just summarized there. And still, half of Democrats could not go along with that. They refused to vote yes. I think it's stunning. And you saw some of the clips. Some of them went on the floor. They couldn't help themselves. AOC and Tlaib and the...
What's the Brooklyn Nine-Nine guy? Andy Samberg? No, kinda. I don't know if this is it's kinda. I kind of look similar, no? With the hair, maybe.
The others who spoke.
Yeah, I really do. Yeah, Dust in the Wind is one of my favorite songs. I don't know if you can guess why.
Said terrible things about Charlie Kirk and who he was. They didn't know Charlie. You and I did. Charlie was a good man. He believed in virtue and goodness and things that are noble and praiseworthy. Faith, family, freedom. He talked about Scripture. He talked openly about being a Christ follower and why it was good to believe in American exceptionalism and patriotism. How they could have such hate for a message like that is beyond me. But I think it says a lot more about them than it does Charlie Kirk.
Absolutely.
Fuck. Y'all Soap just died to... Oh, are you playing COD? Oh, I did not know that. That is interesting. Oh, okay.
It's astounding to me that, the vote to condemn the Minnesota lawmaker killings, and those were Democrats, was 424-0. Everyone got on board with condemning that violence.
Thomas the Tank Engine's friend found in connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, God. Fuck it, whatever. That's going back in the workshop.
But instead, you mentioned AOC. I want to play exactly what she said on the House floor. Listen to this.
Wait. Inappropriate innuendo.
The majority proceeded with a resolution that brings great pain to the millions of Americans who endured segregation, Jim Crow, and the legacy of bigotry today. We should be clear about who Charlie Kirk was. His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans.
I mean, how prevalent is that kind of hatred among the Democratic caucus?
It's more prevalent than we thought, and it's total misinformation, of course. I think I've spoken at 3 or 4 vigils since Charlie's tragic passing, and I keep trying to...
Sorry. I need more rage bait.
How's it going, everybody? Well,
I saw the poem, yeah. I didn't know whether the birthday book had, like, pictures of, like, bare boob. Alright, you guys want to have a nice, peaceful discussion about 2 really sane, rational, fact-loving, and peaceful individuals? Yes, I did see the Trump drawing. Tim Pool and Steven Crowder? Yes. Wow, unanimous vote happened with the voices in my head. Okay.
People are talking about taking that.
But like, would that be? So it's not like a picture of an actual boob. It's just drawings. Where does the line between hentai and just doodles fall?
Place and picking up the microphone. I get it. It's very touching. People need to know that there are still crosshairs on that microphone, and people need to take it seriously. So when people say that I'm being irresponsible, I am doing the most responsible thing I can think to do in trying to right maybe some errors, mistakes on my part. I told people it was dangerous. I didn't tell them the entire extent, and I hope people know and take it seriously. And the only thing that's going to curb it is for the left to be afraid to even think of it.
You know, like Counter-Strike.
Since the assassination of Charlie Kirk, death threats have been skyrocketing across the board on every social media platform. You are seeing lists of names be produced, and they are engaging in terroristic threats. It is borderline overt. I say borderline because what I call Tweedledum threats, where one person says, I think more conservatives should die. Someone then says, here's a list of the people that should die. And none of them is creating the imminent threat, but together it forms an imminent threat. So the question now is, how do we deal with this? And no, it's not just fringe far leftists. Take a look at this from the post-millennial. Local Democratic Party in Washington deletes post mocking assassination of Charlie Kirk. It is overt. It is obvious. It is happening across the board. It's affecting everybody. So to get a better sense of what's going on, we are being joined by the man himself, Steven Crowder, to give us an understanding of what his perspective is, what's been happening to him. I've obviously talked a lot about what we are going through here. Security assessments, increased security. It's getting crazy. How's it going, Steven Crowder? How you doing?
Well, I appreciate thanks for the intro. Here's the thing. I wouldn't even necessarily say that it's different. And that's what I think is so bothersome is we have lived under this cloud for very, very long. Anytime we show up, anytime, you know, when I've talked about this and Charlie cited it as an inspiration, he took it to a different level. You know, Change My Mind was an idea to challenge the left in 2016 on the idea of civil dialogue. Like, we'll do it. It won't be cable news. It won't be edited. And it became increasingly violent.
Dude. How long has it been since you've tuned into politics? So this is like the slop end of politics. No, Tim Pool is a Trump guy. Like, he'll say he's a centrist. He's one of the fuckers that's like, actually, I'm just a liberal, but the left has gone too far. So now I support Donald Trump in literally everything he does. Maybe there's some things he disagrees with, but by and large, he rationalizes a lot of, like, pretty much anything Trump does. And is also a Russian stooge. Got part of the Tenet media thing, if you heard about that.
I mean, so to give you an idea, and the left always says, well, you're fine, you're okay. I had a...
Can you believe it?
I had a trans, and if this is on YouTube, I had a trans individual, you scream at me and then steal a homeless man's lunchbox pencil case, whip it at me from a blind spot. I've had someone try to bash me over the head with a rock. I've had attempts with concrete milkshakes, slashed tires, calls to firebomb the car, attempts on my life, actually, a terrorist. And I haven't talked about this until now. And you know this because the real threats, you don't want copycats.
Yep.
Terrorists from Yemen by way of Sweden posting the address, my family's work address, the route to, so between the addresses. And my life is likely saved because a fan saw it posted on YouTube in a comment and cross-referenced the zip code with East Grand Rapids PD, and they showed up at my house. Whoa. This has been going on for a very long time. When I did Change My Mind at SMU, the man in charge of the police there asked my father, he said, why does he need this kind of security? Maya Angelou was here however many years ago. She didn't need it. And my dad turned to him and said, why do you think that is?
Yeah.
And you could see the lights turn on. I hope, and to be clear, because I know I've made some waves by advocating violence, I am. Not even political violence. I'm advocating for lawful violence, protection of you and your own, where grace has been afforded before. What I mean is, if you were in a restaurant, if you were at your school recital.
What's the face? It's like, have you seen this man in your dreams?
For your kids, and someone came up and was throwing a milkshake at you, or you don't know if it's strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, acid, or concrete, you'd beat their ass. We haven't because we've been taking the high road, and so it's been open season.
Oh, God.
We are being hunted.
Okay,
Charlie Kirk was hunted. Let's be very clear about that. And what you're seeing, Tim, you know this, and everyone behind is afraid because I get it. No one wants to, you don't want to make it about yourself, but I know what you've been through. I know what you've been through, and I know that people are just seeing the one that got through. Okay. Yep. And when you block and you block and you block and you block all of these other assaults, all of these other attempts.
Pick up girls on a boat, say, went out on boat. I tell them with knife in my hand to take suits off, but Warren tells, don't worry, his name is JN. He's just joking. What? What the f is this? I was porking some girl in bed. Jeff brings in the maid to make the bed. She left screaming and never came back. We were both in bed porking some girls. I said, what do you think? While he's shoving penicillin down. Or is that like penicillin? Or panic? I don't know. This might be something else. I don't know any drugs. Went the whole day without speaking English. Jeff told everyone I was raised on a boat in Brazil. When I come out of the bathroom brushing my teeth and spit foam on the floor, Jeff says that's how they do it. Okay. Singles weekend, sit us down at a table with ugly girls. I told, don't you? Jesus Christ. Okay. This is probably not good for the soul.
Well, you're fine. You're a big guy, right? No, that stops now. I want the left. I want Destiny to be able to do his copycat change my mind thing with no security, as he has done. I hope that they can continue to speak freely with very little security for the rest of their lives. I want the left to be deathly afraid of showing up to ours and even thinking about being violently disruptive. I hope that I've been crystal clear, and if people have a problem with it, I will answer for anything I've said.
You know, I hear what you're saying. What people don't understand is, it's like you said, only the one that gets through is what people hear about. I cannot begin to list out all of the instances we've had or the death threats that we get because it creates security issues. So we've had, I have had dealt with local police, criminal prosecutions, lawsuits. I have had people who have committed crimes against us threaten legal action, which threatens the lives of other people. I can't get into great details on this.
I know, I get it. But that's the problem, right? You can't. And so the left goes, oh, Tim Pool, little drama bitch, or whatever they say. Yep. And I didn't mean to be so rough on you. I'm trying to, emulate.
Your show is literally called The Fucking Culture War. Yeah.
I'm trying to steel man them. And drama bitch is probably about as good as they can do.
It's crazy how trying to keep this as vague as I can for obvious security reasons.
Yeah.
One threat that we had that manifested in physical action, when we tried to get it dealt with, the legal response threatened the life of a third party, public personality. And so our lawyer was basically like, you can fight this and win, and then they will use that against you to target.
Dude, I need... Actually, wait, okay, sorry. I need a good liberal boy in there. Dude, Pisco with Tim Pool. Oh, it's so good.
What do you think?
Even if it's illegal?
Deploying the National Guard from this black neighborhood. I should say there's a principal strategy that's been employed throughout Chicago for the past several decades, particularly in my neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods. That has been done by the Democrats and the liberals. Donald Trump is offering up a new strategy, which is to deploy the National Guard. In the area I grew up, we had a place called the LeClaire Courts.
Yeah, absolutely. Take anything. I'm kind of out of things today, so yeah. Vlad Vexler. No, I have not.
Putinism is spreading. It's spreading in Europe and it's spreading in America. You may not clearly see it yet, but wherever you are in the West, it's heading for your ballot box. We comfort ourselves with fictions. We say Trump is a foreign project.
What's this guy's story and whatnot?
a Russian asset. But in reality, Trump is not an imported Putinist. Putinism is not mainly spreading because Moscow is importing it. We are producing it at home. That makes us scared, and nobody knows how to fight back. It feels like everything is cracking under the pressure of global forces that nobody can control. What we need to accept is that Putinism and Trumpism share ideological DNA. They are two versions of the same global ideology, a kind of monarchist consumerism.
I'm hooked, so we might go down a rabbit hole, this guy.
That makes might into right. Now let's be clear, there are some parts to Putinism that are specific to Russia. So these are things that are not going to come your way. And the main one of these is mysticism. Let's put it bluntly. Putin's ideology is shopping plus fascism with a mystical twist. There are three strands to the Kremlin's mysticism. Number one is defeat as the starting point. Russia only wins if it begins as a loser and then leaps from the back row to the front row of nations in one dramatic swoop. Number two, fate without progress. A belief in preordained destiny, but detached from any modern idea of progress. Number three, self-annihilation as triumph. An element, just an element of thrill in self-annihilation. Now note, these guys in the Kremlin are much more nihilistic than Soviet leaders ever were. Trump shares the shopping and the fascism with Putin, but he does not share the mysticism. What he does share with Putin, however, far outweighs what divides them. And we're going to break this down into three ideological pillars. The first of these pillars is the F word, fascism. Fascism is not a theory, nor is it a unique product of 20th century history, as the Rest is History podcast would have you believe.
You don't think it's a fascist? No, I don't. I think fascism is a time-specific thing that comes about in the debris of the First World War.
Fascism, like any ideology, is a stance toward politics. As a political philosopher, I've thought about this for a quarter of a century, and it's my feeling that we could use about 7 traits to estimate the presence of fascism in society. What we're going to do together is take Trump and Putin and rank them according to each of these traits on our ideological intensity scale. Here is how the scale works. 0 to 2, the ideology is absent. You might say 2 out of 10 is not absent, but actually it is, because we are all implicated a bit in all the ideologies that are there in our culture, because ideologies are fluid. So under 2 we're not going to count. 2 to 5 are signs of ideology that are present. 5 to 8 is defining features present, and 8 to 10 you are ragingly an expression of.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm mumbling. My mic was way too far.
Particular ideology. The first feature of fascism is revolutionary conservatism. Radical change in the name of a mythical past. Fascism borrows a bit from socialism, the revolutionary element, and a bit from conservatism, the idea of a return to a past that never was. Quick aside, this is why it's embarrassing for Mr. Jordan Peterson to call German fascism socialist. It's a misunderstanding of the fluid nature of ideology. It's a bit like arguing that a roast chicken is an omelette. Now, both Putin and Trump are high on revolutionary conservatism. Think the MAGA slogan and think Putin's absorption with the mythical past, something we discussed in our video on the Putinist myth about Crimea. Let's give Trump 6 and Putin 8 on revolutionary conservatism. Putin scores very highly, but he doesn't get a 10 because the element of public mobilization is missing. Neither Putin nor Trump are out there creating mass movements like the Nazis or the Soviet communists. Let's move on to the second trait, the politics of enemies. Fascism perennially widens the category of the enemies within. First it's one group, then another, until a very large number of citizens are called the enemies within the state.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within.
Look at the way Trump attacks civil servants, the media, the so-called deep state, non-citizens as enemies within, and increasingly citizens will be next. Meanwhile, Putin can't even imagine political opposition as legitimate. For him, it's always a foreign plot. So we're going to give Trump 7 and Putin 8. Not higher, because there is an absence of this element of public mobilization. Let's move to the third element, and that's that action under fascism becomes an end in itself. Under fascism, action becomes proof of truth. You can make a wrong action right by performing it with virility. If I add an ingredient to your cake, that becomes proof that it belongs there.
Chocolate? No, Marmite.
At the extreme, violence is no longer a tool. It becomes an end in itself, and we land on the aesthetization of politics a la Leni Riefenstahl. Now let's look at Putin, because Putin collapses legitimacy into mere power. One of his central oppositions to Navalny was that Navalny had no power. Why do I have to deal with you? I have power and you don't. And Trump is a post-truth actor for whom doing X or saying X can make X right. Both Putin and Trump aestheticize action, but they don't go as far as the Soviets or the Nazis. So we're going to go Trump 6 and Putin 7. There is also the element of fascist kitsch. In Russia, it's represented by the Z symbol and by the singer Shaman, who dresses up as though he were at a rally in Germany in the 1930s. Kitsch facilitates emotional denial and lowers the barrier of entry. I don't have to do any big F stuff. I just have to walk around with some symbols and flags. A fourth trait of fascism is to treat the state as a semi-spiritual organization. For fascists, institutions vanish into a mystical state. Because the state is semi-spiritual, it is totalizing. The leader is equated with the state, and the state is equated with the people. Putin gestures at this. He thinks he is Russia. But he is also obsessed with a procedural legalism that makes him sound very un-fascist when he speaks. For instance, Putin would not typically order the killing of his enemies. He would more likely say that the functions of particular agencies can be extended to be commensurate with the latest threats. Trump, especially after the assassination attempt, has flirted with the idea that he is America, but it's not gone very far in his case.
My life was saved.
Yet.
For a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Now, because this category requires public mobilization, both Trump and Putin are going to have moderate scores. Trump gets 3 and Putin gets 6. The fifth fascist trait is the cult of the leader. Leader equals state equals people, and dissent equals treason. While Putin thinks he embodies Russia, he avoids pushing the cult of leadership too far. Portraits of Putin are an embarrassment in Russia, and indeed Putin is okay with that. Trump does not believe he embodies America, partly because he doesn't believe much. He only has 3 or 4 steady thoughts at a time. But he does think that opposing him is un-American. So on the cult of leadership trait, we're going to give Trump 6 and Putin 7. The sixth fascist trait is the importance of the inexpressible. Fascism distrusts analysis. Overthinking kills organic political life. Under fascism, law is the expression of the organic energy of the people, the state, the leader fused into one. You could argue that Putin's mysticism is fascist, but I'm skeptical about that. Fascism is very modern, and its partial denial of modernity by romantic notions of the inexpressible is itself a homage in reverse paid to modernity. On the other hand, Putin's mysticism is not very modern. It's a sign of a country in which only the high culture has gone through the enlightenment.
Is Putin, like, intentionally, mimicking Rasputin with his, mysticism angle?
So where else is there fascist inexpressibility in Putinism? It might be found in the place where citizens say that they're outsourcing politics to Putin and that they don't know his reasons for action, except for the fact that they hope he has good reasons to do whatever he does. There is a kind of functional mystification of the reasons for action in your political system. And we discussed this in our video on what Russian soldiers invading Ukraine actually feel. Trump is too transactional for mysticism, but the element of the outsourcing of power to a political leader whose decisions you don't need to understand is there with him. So on the inexpressible, we're going to go Trump 4 and Putin 8. The seventh trait of fascism is a permanent emergency. Fascism thrives on unending...
Like, everything Trump does, he declares it a national emergency.
crisis. The crisis never ends, and that justifies everything. A permanent emergency is in place until a new world is warded in. For Putin, Russia is in a permanent struggle, assailed by enemies. Trump's USA is also in trouble, and he is the emergency savior.
Very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics, and I think they're and it should be very easily handled.
But the mobilization element is missing in both. So we're going to go Trump 5 and Putin 8 on permanent emergency. So how fascist are Trump and Putin? Putin scores 6.6 on fascism and Trump scores 5.1. Both have defining fascist traits. Putin is more fascist than Trump, but neither Trump nor Putin are raging fascists because the mobilization element is missing. Some scholars, like the marvelous Marlène Laruelle, argue that Putin cannot be a fascist because this element of public mobilization is missing. But this is an elementary misunderstanding of what ideology is and how fluid ideologies are. Now, just because I'm a political philosopher does not mean I'm any good at giving these scores. I've given these scores directionally to guide you in the direction of seeing certain emphases. But I want you to give your own scores. So this was the first pillar, fascism. Let's now turn to the...
Kind of. It was like through a bunch of different pillars. But yeah, like a couple of the elements fit really well. Some of them are iffy, but I'd say by and large, Trump fits the bill.
Second ideological pillar holding Putin and Trump together, and that is monarchism. The first and central trait of monarchism is that it says that the leader is the sole source of political legitimacy. Legitimacy flows not from law or from procedure, but from the fact of the leader's personal power. Russia's political system is entirely in orbit around Putin, and his power is seen as self-justifying. Meanwhile, Trump cannot see how a legitimate objection can be made against anything he does. So Trump gets an 8 and Putin gets a 10 on leader as the sole source of legitimacy. The second trait...
I feel like that's changing pretty rapidly, but it's just me.
...of monarchism is a state of emergency.
Oh my God.
Monarchism, like fascism, normalizes a state of emergency. The leader is entitled to use emergency powers to save the nation. Putin rules Russia as though it were under permanent existential threat, and Trump wants to establish emergencies whenever it suits him and longs for sweeping powers. So Trump is going to get an 8 and Putin is going to get a 9 on state of emergency. The third trait...
It's pretty hard to define, but it's like you look at symptoms of it, and it seems like Trump fits the bill pretty relatively cleanly. And even still, even if you don't label him as fascist, it's still a significant increase in executive power and consolidation in a single person. So whether you call it fascism or not doesn't really matter. It's kind of the underlying stuff that's the concern.
Of monarchism is rejection of institutions. Monarchism sees courts, parliaments, media as insupportably impersonal obstacles to the leader's personal power. Loyalty to institutions is replaced by loyalty to the leader. Putin has hollowed out institutions in Russia and largely runs a mafia-like regime. Trump consistently attacks institutions, but he hasn't succeeded in destroying them. So we're going to give Trump 9, and we're going to give Putin 10 on rejection of institutions. The fourth trait of monarchism is a false rejection of ideology. Monarchism says the leader is above faction and ideology, which is a comically ideological position. Putin mixes post-truth and mysticism to justify his rule, and Trump runs on I alone.
Yeah, I don't think he's full-on fascist. I'd probably agree with you. I think there are still guardrails that are holding, but I do think we are advancing towards it. And I think that's not an accident. I mean, Project 2025 and the unitary executive theory are kind of being followed to a T. So, even if we're not there yet, the signs of advancement towards it are there, and it's rather concerning, in my humble opinion. But there's a large faction of the U.S. that's like, yeah, well, even if it is, it's kind of epic and based what he's doing, so whatever, I don't care. It's like, okay, well, what are we doing here then?
Fix this. So we're going to give Trump 8, and we're going to give Putin 9 on false rejection of ideology.
At least the way he votes on the Epstein stuff and the hell-raising he's doing, I'm fully for. That's awesome. I'm glad he's doing it. Seems like pretty principled. I don't know enough about his other positions, but relative to the other Republicans, he's one of the, if not the most based.
The fifth trait of monarchism is that the leader represents a demobilized population. The people do not march with the ruler, they just outsource legitimacy to him. Indeed, getting overly political and claiming your public freedom can endanger your private freedom, your opportunities to provide for your family or to go shopping. Putin keeps raising the political temperature, but he fundamentally depends on the majority of the Russian population remaining depoliticized. Trump thrives on people tuning in casually and half-distractedly endorsing him while getting on with their private life. So on depoliticization, we're going to give Trump 8 and Putin also 8. So how monarchist are Putin and Trump? Trump gets 8.2 and Putin gets 9.2 on our ideological intensity scale. Both Putin and Trump are raging monarchists. Let's now turn to the third ideological pillar uniting Putin and Trump: hyper-neoliberalism. Hyper-neoliberalism is what happens when neoliberalism mutates. Neoliberalism, putting a magical primacy on the market, gives way to a politics that no longer distinguishes power from authority. Politics becomes competition without solidarity, and might comes to be seen as right. Ironically, that erosion undermines the very technocratic administrative state in which neoliberalism depends. The historical chain of causation runs something like this: from neoliberal depoliticization to the collapse of solidarity. Neoliberalism strips politics of meaning and citizens give up on collective goods and common projects. Then we go from collapsed solidarity to atomized competition. Citizens see themselves as only isolated competitors. Then we go from atomized competition to might as right being seen as the only arbiter of conflict. Outcomes of competition are decided by mere power, and when power alone decides, it veils itself in the cloak of authority. So people go from saying might is right is inevitable to saying might is right is appropriate. Nice. How hyper-neoliberal are Putin and Trump? I'm going to give Putin 11 out of 10, beyond raging. As Greg Uden says, for Putin, war is just neoliberalism's logic, played out with tanks instead of balance sheets. That's what I mean by hyper-neoliberalism. We're going to give Trump 9 out of 10. Trump's hyper-neoliberal imperialism threatening allies and neighbors with annexation is still mostly at the level of intent rather than execution. So thank you so much for bearing with me through these 3 pillars of Putinism, or as we can call it now, monarchist hyper-neoliberalism, or fascistized monarchist hyper-neoliberalism.
Awesome. Oh, I love political terms.
Let's review the total scores. On fascism, Trump is 5.1 and Putin is 6.6. On monarchism, Trump is 8.2 and Putin is 9.2. On hyper-neoliberalism, Trump is 9 out of 10 and Putin is 11 out of 10. Both are clearly fascistized hyper-neoliberal monarchists. Now, this is not only about Trump in the West. We could run the same experiment with many post-truth populist authoritarian leaders. Orban, Johnson, Le Pen, Farage, you name it. If we extended this analysis, we would see that the entire ex-conservative populist right in the West is an expression of the same ideology. They are not, in the first instance, perpetrators or victims of malign foreign interference from Russia, which is real. They are domestic political products. And unless we admit this, unless we see that this is convergence and not infection, we will keep losing to these ex-conservative authoritarian right populists. That's why the question, how do we stop Russian interference, is really important, but secondary. The more important question is, how do we stop our political systems from mutating into something that looks like Russia? Because unless we do this, our ballot boxes in the 2030s will not just bring us more Trumps, they'll bring us more hard-nosed and disciplined authoritarians here to usher in democratic collapse. But of course, it gets much worse than this, because Trump is not just a hyper-neoliberal monarchist. He also has a personality disorder. His unchecked narcissism is destabilizing global politics.
True. All right, that's, yes, based. Awesome. Good rec. I appreciate that. What else do we got? Dude, I can sit here and watch this all day. It just reaffirms all the things I talk about. Actually, yeah, this is a question.
We're in a new phase of history. It's impossible to return to the stability of 1989 to 2014. And what is happening now is much closer to a version of historical normal. This is Putin's first visit to America in 10 years, but he's visiting a different America to the one he saw 10 years ago, and a different West. The West still possesses liberty and democracy, but it no longer values them, and is therefore on course to losing them. Many say Trump should stand up against Putin, stand up for America. But that's an appeal to a world that is no longer there. Putin is not just a barbarian at the gate. He is the kind of barbarian that little by little we, some of us, are increasingly becoming ourselves at home in our democracies. So Trump and Putin share not just mutual attraction, and in Trump's case it becomes a kind of psychological dependence, but also an ideology, a global wash of revolutionary monarchism doing the rounds. Arriving, Putin's asks were three things: equalization and normalization, to be seen as a peer of major world leaders and be seen as respectable in the eyes of Western citizens. 2, bilateralism. Putin says, Trump, let's deal directly with one another. Forget Europe, forget Ukraine. 3rd, Putin came to use Trump as a prop to pressure Ukraine, so that eventually Ukraine becomes a defenseless, civically turbulent semi-dictatorship akin to Georgia. Now notice something. Putin is not after land acquisition as an end in itself in Ukraine. He wants land as a way of bringing Ukraine closer toward ungovernability and non-independence. And notice how dangerous an opponent Putin is for us because of his paranoia. Putin is paranoid to the point that he thinks that any opposition to him inside Russia must be a matter of malign foreign interference. Because Putin doesn't distinguish between domestic opposition and foreign interference.
You have questions about theology? I don't know if I'll be able to answer them, but go for it.
He is acutely sensitive to the interaction of democratic decline in our democracies and the West's incapacity to act on the foreign stage. His paranoia makes him a deeper thinker than most Western leaders about the interaction of democratic stability and a capacity to exert coherent power on the foreign stage, which is why his main theory of victory over us is simply to wait and maybe ever so slightly accelerate the corrosion of Western democracies at home. Now let's do Trump's goals quickly. It's difficult to do his goals because he doesn't act to achieve goals as much as he acts to regulate his emotional needs. But nevertheless, he wanted at least 4 things from this meeting. Like Putin, bilateralism with Russia. 2nd, to detach Russia from China. 3rd, to get closer to the Nobel Peace Prize by getting a...
Okay, yeah, I'm out of my depth. It's been a long time since Sunday school, so no, you're good. I mean, you as well, or good luck. Have fun.
ceasefire and to get closer to the Nobel Peace Prize by organizing a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. In part, these are goals for Trump, but in part, they are just clutter to be got out of the way so that he can finally have the kind of relationship he really wants with Putin without getting criticized for it. Now, before we analyze the practical import of the meeting, we need to acknowledge that its biggest import is impractical and symbolic. And the symbolism is the symbolism of imperial borderlessness. Trump's slip that he was going to Russia when he was in fact going to Alaska. And the meeting itself, during which Putin didn't fail to raise the history of Alaska. And indeed, Mr. Lavrov arrived wearing a USSR T-shirt, which is, of course, a tremendous expression of imperial unboundedness. And Trump is far behind, but trying to catch up, having threatened Greenland and having threatened Canada with annexation.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I think the argument goes that he didn't, like, bring down the fall of the Roman Empire. So some people, like, well, Jews don't consider him a messianic figure. This is, like, old shit that I barely remember. But I think that is the argument, is that he didn't fulfill that part of the prophecy, so he doesn't count. I know in Islam, and I'm working my way through reading the Quran, and yeah, they say that Jesus was a prophet, just not the latest one. Yeah, but he didn't bring about the fall of it, so like it didn't do the full liberation, I guess. I think that's the argument. I consider myself Christian, but I'm not a religious scholar by any means.
Now, the logic of this unboundedness, a distinctive feature of empire, is that what's yours is yours until it becomes mine, and what's mine is mine until it becomes yours. And there is an element Putin likes to add at this point, and that's that what's mine will only remain mine if I defend it by preemptively taking from you what's yours. Practical import, smaller picture first. Number one, Putin succeeded in his main aim, which was normalization. The chief effect of the Alaska meeting will be a kind of disinhibition, liberating, normalizing, romanticization of Putin in Western countries. Number two, Trump flopped. He rolled out the red carpet.
That's crazy. Of an actual literal red carpet. I can't. Oh god.
Degree that went beyond what he does for his supposed allies, and having made this concession of inviting Putin to US soil, he didn't get anything back. Moreover, I don't think he even knew how to try to get something back, because he doesn't know enough about the world. He doesn't know enough about Russia or Ukraine to know what it is that he could realistically have got out of Putin in a meeting of this kind. And to a degree, he recognized.
He went in with the like, just general, oh, I want a ceasefire. Didn't get a ceasefire. Didn't punish Russia. You don't need to see it. Yeah, no, I would agree with you. But the guy came in wanting to argue about whether or not he'd filled out the prophecies, just, I guess, to a T. I don't really know. Again, it's just not an area I have too much interest in. Like, the history of religion, absolutely, but whether or not Jesus counts as fulfilling certain parts of the prophecy, not particularly of interest to me.
That walking out without taking any questions. 3, it could have been worse. Trump acknowledged that Ukraine needed to accept whatever was going to be proposed, and we are yet to see how long it will take for Trump to attack Zelensky again for not wanting to accede to whatever it is that Kremlin
just a couple days ago saying this is Biden and Zelensky's
bigger picture
war.
Geopolitical import. Number one, it's too early. Ukraine is today strong enough to say.
I get, and it's like the guardrails of the U.S. They hold if people believe they hold, and people believe in the idea. Like, if Pence hadn't believed in the American system, who fucking knows?
No to Putin's maximalist imperialist demands. No to demilitarization. No to Russian territorial acquisition of lands they never managed to conquer by force. Number 2, America won't fix this war. Number 3, Ukraine now largely depends on Europe. But Europe's Russia-Ukraine policy is incoherent to the point of unseriousness. Several smaller European countries want to help Ukraine, but they can't do enough. Big West European countries talk about helping Ukraine, but in a way that's more about appeasing their electorates rather than developing strategic capacity to change the geopolitical predicament in Eastern Europe. Number 4, as Europe acts to its best capacity, it will run into a paradox. You need to be stronger on defense to stand up to Putin. But the stronger you are on defense, the more you introduce policies of austerity that undermine trust in democratic institutions. That means your armies might get stronger. But as they get stronger, they will become increasingly answerable to populist politicians who are admirers of Putin. My pragmatic prescription here is there is no good solution. So you've got to try to have as much of the cake and eat it. 5, there is a global ideology doing the rounds, and I call it revolutionary monarchism. Western citizens are increasingly keen to elect politicians who can flick their fingers and get things done without being interfered with by institutions and constitutions. This is a product of a deep pathology of distrust triggered by many different social forces. But it is, in the end, an illusory expectation. Unless you run things through reformed versions of our institutions and constitutions, you will descend into a...
I don't know if I trust Wired after the fucking Taylor Lorenz thing.
Authoritarianism, and you won't get anything sustainably done. I'll be talking about this ideological wash next on the main channel. 6. A specter of narcissism is haunting global affairs. Trump has narcissistically idealized Putin and admitted Putin into a magical society of which both he and Putin are members, expulsion from which would prove incredibly painful.
Although it doesn't look like this is mentioned annual... Oh, well, I guess... What is this? I feel like this would be covered more often, or more places. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they had zero-day exploits here. I don't know about you guys. I've just kind of accepted that if, like, whatever intelligence agencies, if they want to look through my shit, they'll look through my shit. It sucks. Because I'm a big believer in the right to privacy. But, you know, with so many hills these days, trying to choose one to die on is tough. Because the hills just keep getting bigger and bigger. Like, I just, going through my earlier notes, fuck, where's Obsidian? Like, dude. Where were we? Like, yeah, the LA protests, the travel ban. Like, all of these seem like pretty decent hills to die on. But in a metaphorical sense. But the fucking bar just keeps getting raised, and it's like, yeah. Okay, that's fair. It's just, I just don't know enough. Palantir, and like, I just don't know enough about it. There's a, okay, I think there's a video, what does Palantir do? Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Sorry. I'm gonna use the restroom really quick, and then we'll watch this. Because I don't have enough info to offer a strong opinion. I'm gonna run an ad. Yeah, inappropriate innuendo. I think that's a good way to put it. All right, I'll be right back. Hello. All right.
When today's rich and famous tech companies talk about what they do, they usually say something like, "We are connecting the world." And by that they mean we are creating a sexualized Farmville that is as addictive as opioids. So when I learned that last year's best performing stock by growth was a Silicon Valley unicorn by the name of Palantir, I was pretty sure I knew what they were up to. Probably they made a streaming service called Boo Boo, a housing rental app called Housely, or earbuds called Doinkers or whatever. But just to be sure, I looked them up. At which point it became clear that these cats are a little different from the techies who typically cross my desk.
We built this kill chain, the digital kill chain. How do you defend your country and kill your enemies? Our product is used on occasion to kill people.
This guy looks fucking crazy. Okay.
Two things here, folks. First, I have wet my pants. Second, what? As always, I began my investigation on Bing.com, which I used to type in Google.com, which I used to search for Palantir.com. A quick spin through their site will tell you that Palantir is all about AI-powered automation for every decision and delivering mission-critical outcomes for the West's most powerful institutions. Sentences that boldly ask the question, what if Genghis Khan and Ronald Reagan had a baby who wrote mind-numbingly boring marketing copy? However, I did come across one thing in my research that even I can wrap my noggin around. Whatever Palantir does, it makes them a lot of money.
Palantir stock is booming, absolutely skyrocketing.
Palantir has been a standout this week, surging 22%.
Hugest outperformance. Diddy recommended on who to follow. Oh God. What the fuck is Elon Musk doing to this site?
Right now, there is no comparable company.
I'm here bravely outside of the offices of Palantir. Their stock rocketed up 340% in 2024, peaking this winter to give them a valuation of over $250 billion. And although their stock price has dipped since then, they remain right up there with the likes of AT&T, IBM, and those hunks over at Cisco. But I couldn't let the money distract me. Not now. If I was to truly understand Palantir, I was going to have to take more drastic measures. Like calling people who actually know what they're talking about.
Can you answer that question for me here and now? What exactly does Palantir do?
I will say two things. The fact that you're asking that question goes to the heart of the company and the confusion over it and also the mystique of it. Number two is I will tell you what they do. They want to win Defense Department contracts, commercial contracts as well, but I think they have their eye at the prize.
Sharon Weinberger is the Wall Street Journal's national security editor, and much like me, she's been covering the U.S. defense industry for over 20 years.
They got their start going back to 2003. In trying to come up with a data analytics platform. We're in the middle of the war on terror. We're involved in operations in Afghanistan. We're involved in operations in Iraq. And what is our number one problem there at the time? It's insurgency. It's roadside bombs, IEDs, that were killing U.S. and allied soldiers and infantry on the ground at a really alarming rate. So Palantir came in and said, look, we can take all of this information that you're collecting, and the Defense Department collects a whole lot on the battlefield, and integrate it in a database and help you spot bad actors, spot terrorists.
Oh, nice.
That is
Okay.
what they pitched themselves as doing when they
that's
were
fucking
first sort of
horrifying.
coming on the scene in 2003, 2004, and really for the first decade plus of its existence. What they've expanded to today is something much bigger, in some ways more interesting, and in some ways kind of posits them to be more successful, which is they are a problem solver for the Department of Defense. You have
What does this mean? This sounds like a fucking SPAC. Like, what? Okay. It's just a big old database.
a problem, we will solve it.
All right, so here's the deal. Palantir is a data analytics software company who got its start during the war on terror and today has big ambitions to be the U.S. Department of Defense's go-to problem solver.
The idea of a Silicon Valley company saying we kill things, that we're interested in serving the Department of Defense and the Department of Defense wages war. That was simply unprecedented back in 2003. It was what made them unique. People hadn't seen it, and that they were going to compete with companies that had been around for decades and dominated the market.
The companies Sharon's talking about here are commonly known as the big defense primes. Places like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon. The Department of Defense gives these chillers huge contracts to make fighter jets and stuff.
One of the things that these new companies like Palantir are kind of helping to disrupt, which is probably good, is the system of prime contracting and defense contracting. We have a few big contractors that have these giant contracts and they have cost overruns. One reason the Pentagon's budget is so big.
Margaret O'Mara is a historian and professor who studies the modern
Okay, so thus far I'm more lost on what they do.
history of American politics and business and how they overlap.
And this is something that policymakers have been pushing back against for decades and trying to rectify. So yeah, having more companies in the ecosystem, that's probably really good.
Hey everybody, just popping in here to say happy birthday to Jeremy J. Watkins. Jeremy is a man whose information I bought from a third-party data broker. I happen to enjoy collecting people's data and presenting it around my house. Now, if anybody wants to send Jeremy a gift in person, he lives on 28 Stowe Avenue in Huntingburg, Indiana, and he recently searched for cheap fleece pullovers and hemorrhoid ointment. And if you don't like how I was able to scrounge up all that data on Big J here, then I suggest you look up something called Incogni. Incogni is an online service that ensures your personal information stays off data broker and people searching sites. Folks, you never know where your personal data might be after you spend time surfing the web. Targeted ads, random newsletter signups, and unwanted spam emails all end up being ways that your info gets slurped up by the bad guys and later put into my personal prized collection. Incogni works by scanning all the people searching sites you may have been linked to and sending them requests that they get your personal data out of there. Then they continually track down and add any new data brokers to your profile that might try to sneak in there after you've made an account. Right on. Haha, right on. And if you go to incogni.com/goodwork, then you get 60% off an annual plan. So if you don't want your data shopped around the shadowiest realms of the internet until I print it out and hang it in my guest bathroom, then check out Incogni. Palantir is at the front of a new group of companies who say they are going to disrupt the old, slow, bloated defense primes with their new, efficient, innovative, user-friendly Silicon Valley style. Because you either die making boring old fighter jets, or you live long enough to see someone come along with their own swarm of autonomous attack drones.
They've made a ton of really senior hires from US government agencies, and also a number of really senior Palantir executives have been appointed by Trump to senior government positions.
Palantir has been hiring well from, I guess, the pool of people that know how the government system works.
Tabby Kinder is the Financial Times West Coast finance editor, and Cynthia O'Murku is an investigative reporter for the FT. Together they wrote a piece about how successful Palantir has been at landing government contracts, pointing out that the company has done quite a good job of cultivating, shall we say, intimate, toe-tickling relationships with governments.
Palantir has been built on people from government. They are obviously informed. They're people that work on these really crucial missions and in the armed forces and all those sorts of places where Palantir has traditionally sold its business.
And boy, have these boys been selling some business. Palantir has landed over $1.3 billion in Department of Defense contracts since 2009. This is for stuff like the Army's Vantage Data Analytics platform, this James Bond-style AI satellite computer suitcase, an AI-powered drone system called Project Maven, and Titan, the Army's first AI-defined vehicle, which promises to do things like reduce sensor-to-shooter timelines, reduce soldier workflow burdens and cognitive load, and enable long-range precision fire for the modern battle space. Basically, stuff that not only goes vroom vroom and pew pew, but also beep boop beep. Scary shit here, folks. But Palantir's government contracts extend well beyond the military. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the U.S. contracted Palantir to track outbreak data and set up a system to distribute vaccines. More controversially, Palantir reportedly helped Immigration and Customs Enforcement with all sorts of stuff, including a surveillance system to plan and organize workplace raids.
Sorry, the fucking AI has determined that you're being deported. Oh, Lordy Jesus.
On an original contract worth as much as $127 million. During the 2010s, the New Orleans Police Department ran a secretive partnership with Palantir to test predictive policing technology, which could have been named Minority Report if we had any taste. Around the world, Palantir's tech is being used by the Ukrainian military, by the Israeli military for, quote, war-related missions, and by the British government to overhaul the technology behind the NHS, England's state-run health service, which oversees one of the biggest repositories of individual patient data in the world.
So in the UK, it became quite a controversial, set of contracts that were implemented. The UK government had opened itself up with open arms, or welcomed Palantir with open arms, whereas civil liberty groups and groups with privacy concerns were a lot more skeptical. I think there's been a lot of concern around Palantir and what it really means for them to provide these services, and especially privacy advocates have been very concerned about its offerings, and Palantir has pushed against a lot of this concern. But I think it is about transparency and how much access can you get and what can you do behind the scenes that another company cannot, and that is being done outside the purview of the public.
And even with all of this government work lined up, Palantir has still managed to girl boss its way into an impressive book of commercial business. Banks and government regulators use stuff like Palantir's anti-money laundering and customer data tracking products. BP has been a longtime partner, using Palantir's software to support its digital transformation program. Palantir's chief technology officer tweeted last year that the company's AI clients include United Airlines, Lowe's, General Mills, and Do Not Sleep on Tampa General Hospital. By Jove, they've even got their paws in big pickleball. Neighbors, if you think pickleball paddles are loud, just wait till you hear a motherfucking Titan rolling down your street. It's the Army's first AI-defined vehicle, folks. Long-range, precision fire, for the modern battle space. Overall, Palantir's commercial revenue in the United States jumped by 54% last year. A lot of that momentum driven by Palantir's pivot from data surveillance in their early years to AI products today. Now, the honchos who originally created this sprawling Palantir beast are none other than Peter Thiel and this guy, who looks like if Taika Waititi got electrocuted. His name is Alex Karp. Though Thiel tends to stay in the shadows like the sassy little mystery minx he is, Karp is one of those modern tech CEOs who says a bunch of crazy shit to feverish crowds of employees and retail investors that he calls Palantirians, leading them like mother flippin' Caesar Augustus.
It's definitely been in this kind of meme stock Reddit retail army category for a while. The subreddit for Palantir traders is, I think it's about 100,000 people now. I mean, they refer to Alex Karp, the chief executive, as Daddy Karp. He's really responded to that by saying kind of increasingly I'm trying to find a polite way to say this, just increasingly kind of out there things in his interviews.
That's right, Tabby. It's always dangerous to start calling rich guys daddy because you never know what they're going to feel emboldened to say next.
Me as a front man offending half of America.
I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination.
Almost nothing makes a human happier than taking the lines of cocaine away from these short sellers.
I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
What?
Now, despite whatever thoughts you have on good old American Fent P, Karp is a tricky figure to pin down. Yes, he partnered with Peter Thiel, the notorious far-right libertarian who backed Trump's 2016 campaign and bankrolled J.D. Vance's political career to build a data surveillance company for hunting down terrorists, all stuff that might be easy to generalize as conservative. But then again, he backed Kamala Harris during the latest presidential election. He frequently donates to Democrats. He likes to go trail running and loves Denver. All stuff that might be easy to generalize as lesbian. Everybody, I think we got a new type of guy on our hands.
Karp is someone who comes from a kind of left-wing background. Peter Thiel, who's the founder and really the person behind Palantir, is famous in the Valley for being a very outspoken conservative or a techno-libertarian. They have this really interesting, strange bedfellows in terms of leadership, but I think they have something in common with the old-style Valley, of the Valley of the Cold War era, in that there's this understanding that there is a partnership that's necessary between private industry and the defense establishment in order to get the best tech in the hands of the U.S. government. And it's waxed and waned, but the business of war has always been Silicon Valley's business to some degree.
The relationship that Alex Karp and Palantir are pushing for between the tech industry and the Department of Defense isn't so much a new status quo as it is a fresh version of an old one. Karp is very open about being a fan of the old school tech industry, one where Lockheed Missiles in Space was the largest employer in Silicon Valley through the 1980s, one where the Department of Defense built the original internet, one where Oppenheimer's Manhattan Project brought together the finest scientific and engineering minds in the U.S. to collaborate with the government. In his new book, which I read on the subway and was then immediately hit on by a very Ford attack drone, Alex Karp argues that the tech industry has lost its way over the last few decades.
I need to make my so I want to make a video on like these pharmacy benefit managers. I gotta really do it more like this. This is way more entertaining. Jeez. Like this.
Focusing on consumer products that essentially abandon any serious attempt to advance society. He writes that the software industry should rebuild its relationship with the govt, and while the blending of business and national purpose makes many uneasy, it is now the job of Silicon Valley to defend the West. And it's here that Karp has differentiated himself from his 21st century tech contemporaries with how open he is about both patriotism and making tech products for killing. But his peers are starting to follow suit.
The Valley has always had these ties with Washington, D.C., but often has been very low-key about it and coy about it and pretended that, oh, we don't do anything with those people over there. They're like, we don't care about politics. It matters nothing to our business. We're a free market miracle. And in the background, they're like, can I have this tax break? I'm interested now. It's just more overt. And now I think there's a more broader public consciousness of like, oh, wait a minute. People like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, they get a lot of federal contracts.
Now, despite Karp and Palantir's very real momentum, it doesn't mean that they are that close to revolutionizing the defense industry and unseating those old defense primes.
They have yet to prove that they can build a major weapons system better than a Lockheed Martin, Boeing, or Raytheon. They may have their own views on that, but when I look across at like what's being used in Ukraine on a mass scale, that is not yet the Palantirs or Andurils of the world. Doesn't mean they...
Dude, the day actually this day could be fucking tomorrow that there's AI drone swarms hunting down people in trenches. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, God. What is happening, man?
They won't do it, but they have yet to prove they can.
Nonetheless, it is possible that Palantir will be the future. And if they are, then the approach that they have taken to rise to prominence. Well, this would all mean an entirely new paradigm for how American defense companies operate.
You don't typically see the heads of Lockheed Martin or Raytheon giving opinions about how the world should be ordered. Lockheed Martin is not trying to appeal to the day traders or to the meme stocks or to any of that. Palantir they're kind of trying to sell themselves to the nation writ large. I think that is part of what is new in this era, is Silicon Valley companies saying working with the Pentagon is not a dirty business. It helps national defense. These are good things to do. And clearly their message is working. Will that work in the long term? We'll see.
Indeed, we will see. For now, though, in the meantime, I've got my eyes on you, Palantir, and I encourage all my fellow citizens.
Yeah, that's fucking terrifying. Thanks for the rec. Yeah, okay. Fucking hell. Alright, I'm going to end stream here. Now that I'm sufficiently horrified. Oh, God. Oh, man. Okay, I did like 5% of the research I wanted to do today. But well, at least we hosted the second Yugoslav wars here. Okay, yeah. Follow me if you haven't, I guess. And I'll probably see y'all tomorrow. I'm so lost.